2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! Better give me a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday, lads. It's Newsday Tuesday, lads, and I'm right on time. It's 11:19 a.m. and I'm right on freaking time. It is Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. And boy, do I have a lot of fun stuff to tell you about what I did, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news for all the parasocialists out there who want to know what has taken place in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where press talk streaming button and press start streaming a button. So help me God, I will. And let me tell you, last night I ended the broadcast at an unceremonious pace at 8 hours, half day, if you will. Another indication that I am quiet quitting. That's what you want to believe if you entertain those conspiracies. Quiet quitting once again. And let me tell you, it was for a very good reason. Recession indicator, you say? I say yes. The good reason why I ended the broadcast early at the 8 hours is not because I was going to watch The Pit, but instead I was going to go watch something else. It's because my good friends over at RDC, you guys might remember them, Supreme Dreams, Mark Phillips, RDC, the people that are putting out DreamCon, they invited me to something. They invited me to a very special screening of a very special movie. That's right, Sinners. And it worked out perfectly because I had seen Hideo Kojima post about Sinners. It's going to be out soon. They had a special screening for Sinners ahead of time, but Hideo Kojima has posted about Sinners, and I was very excited to watch it for that reason. I'm not going to lie. It's not because like I'm a Ryan head or anything like that. Personally, I mean, I think he's great, but I'm not like I wouldn't call myself a seasoned fan of Ryan Coogler, even though he's made some great movies. I'm not like a Cooglerite, you know, but I was excited. I was excited because Kojimbo, who I consider to be a profound genius and an Ameribu of sorts, I saw him post about it, and I saw him post about it twice, as a matter of fact, which is why I was excited to see it, and that is what I did. I went and I watched it, and let me tell you, it was fantastic. It was really cool, and I think it's really cool because it does the thing that I've talked about quite a bit with respect to how you can just like automatically make something cool and different and unique, even if the concept itself is one that has been used and abused. And Sinners, for those of you who don't know, is Ryan Coogler's latest flick with Michael B. Jordan as the star. It's really cool. It's really cool. Upcoming American period supernatural horror film written, produced, and directed by Ryan Coogler, set in the 1930s in the southern United States. Film stars Michael B. Jordan in a dual role as twin brothers, Smoke and Stack, who return to their hometown but are faced with a greater evil. And the greater evil they face. It was very, very cool. I liked it. I think it's like vampire flicks are, vampire flicks have been done. They've been done to the ground. Vampire flicks in periods, as a period piece, have even been attempted and tried and tested and also been done as well. But watching a vampire like thriller, supernatural horror in a historic setting where the perspective is around Black people experiencing the Jim Crow South, that was very cool. I liked it. It's not a spoiler, dude. What are you talking about? This is literally the fucking premise. What do you mean spoiler? Did you see the trailer? It is set in the Mississippi Delta, which is, yes, a very cool and interesting setting, in my opinion, for a vampire flick in general. Yeah, everything that I mentioned is literally in the trailers, for the record. So I thought it was cool. I thought it was very cool. And Michael B. Jordan is so sick. And everyone else was so sick in it, too. It was great. Has been done, Abe the Vampire Killer. Yeah, but that's Abraham Lincoln. It's not from the perspective of, like, how... What would the thriller basically answers the question, if you've ever had such a question, of, like, what would it look like if... Like, what would it be like to think about, like, Black people's existence in the Jim Crow South in the 1930s, okay, if there was also vampires involved? And I think that one part about this that I will say is very cool is, and this is not a spoiler at all, but it also makes you wonder, if you are Black living in the Jim Crow South, are you better off being a vampire? Which I think was also somewhat entertaining as an interesting hypothetical to ask. And it doesn't, like, it literally doesn't move you in the direction either. Like, it's very cool. It's very cool because it's like it literally doesn't tilt the scales in favor of either side of the argument either. So it just kind of leaves you questioning whether or not Black people are better off becoming vampires. So I thought it was it was a great movie. It was a great fucking movie. And you know, I will be attending DreamCon as well, obviously, so that was cool. But yeah, great stuff overall. Baba. He's got headphones on, I think. Anyway, based on Twilight lore, Black people can't remain as vampires. Wait, what? I didn't know that. More such examples. Spoilers mean nothing to those of us who actually enjoy something. Most enjoy the difference. There is no or low chance of ruining anything. No, I mean, there is a chance of ruining something. I'm not going to give you any twists or anything like that. So in fascist US, is it better being MAGA? I think the answer is still no, but it humanizes those who sought to conform for protection. Eyvallah baba. Ne ihtiyacımız var onu söyle. Almam gereken. Okay, sağ ol. I don't even think that the vampires are automatically MAGA, by the way. That's the other thing. But it's a cool thought experiment. So that's what I watched last night. And then this morning I woke up early. I woke up early as heck. And the reason why I woke up early as heck is because the twist is Bruce Willis is dead the whole time. Are you making a studio joke? Because I thought it was really good. You spoiled the trailer. I haven't watched it yet. The twist is Bruce Willis is dead the whole time. That's a really... That is that's a meme from The Studio, which is really good, by the way. I recommend watching. Apple TV has some straightforward bangers. I've been watching The Studio with what's his face, Seth Rogen, and it's meta commentary on why Apple TV is trying to become premium television in the age of HBO turning into HBO Max, basically. And in the age of streamers, Apple TV stands alone and wants to become a studio in the real world. And the studio, the show that they made is meta commentary on that, pretty much, like on the industry and where it's turned into. I know it's a Sixth Sense meme, dude. I know. They also make that joke. Ron Howard makes that joke in one of the episodes of The Studio. That's why I thought it was funny that he brought it up, because I'd seen it recently. That's why it's in my fucking mind. Anyway, yeah, I've been, dude, I'm on a media tear right now. I'm freaking consuming content. I'm appearing in content. Speaking of media that I'm appearing in, The Daily Show was at my house earlier today. So it's been a really interesting journey watching The Daily Show in Turkey growing up and having Jon Stewart play a formative role in my development and my political commentary and what I wanted to do with my life, to having to hosting The Daily Show in my home for a piece that they're doing with Jordan Klepper. It was very cool. We had a lot of fun, and that'll be coming out in the middle of next month. So that's cool. I got interviewed by The Daily Show. So I was doing that this morning, which is the reason why I couldn't take Kai to the dog park, which is the reason why I couldn't work out myself. And for that reason, I'm a little bit, you write the scripts next month? Apparently, a lot of the writers were stoked when they heard that I was going to get interviewed. So I don't know if they were lying to me and they just kind of say that to everybody, or if I am right and some of you are in here. Stop and watch this after the TYT days. I'll cry. Yeah. In any case, let's blast off. Also, Dye Workwear, we have finally found ourselves in the crosshairs with Dye Workwear. By the way, I just saw this. Your bio says upholding Xi Jinping thought. Are you suggesting Taiwan is not part of China? I'm not a xenophobe. I think there are plenty of talented Asians like the ones from Japan, Taiwan, Japan, Italy, Japan. Oh, never mind. I misunderstood. I misread. He was saying Taiwan is Chinese Taipei. Never mind. Okay. Never mind. 4chan was hacked. Code is out. I don't know what that sounds like a meme. Hacker 4chan has been hacked. OpenAI reportedly working on social media that rivals Elon's X Twitter. Ugh, God, gross. There is a necessity for it, but it's just I don't trust the OpenAI guys at all. Anyway, trade war, panic ends, keep fighting. That's it though. That's all I got for personal news. We're gonna talk about, of course, Trump deportations, regime continues. They keep lying about Gilmar Abrego Garcia. They keep lying about Abrego Garcia. Trade war panic ends. Instability. 4chan was hacked and more. Get in now. I'm also talking to Kneecap right now. I'm gonna see if we can like do a live stream at Coachella. Mention 4chan hacking your blast off instant plus 5k viewers. I doubt it, but anyway. Okay, well, I'll cover the 4chan hack as well. The hacker 4chan has been hacked. New on the officer who tested MS-13. Yeah, I know. I know the background of the officer. He's a fucking asshole. We got fired. Do you know or work with anyone or have any opinions on Josh Citarella? I love Josh Citarella. I've been an early Josh Citarella defender and adopter and promoter. Him and Brad Trammell are two guys that I really like in terms of like having a finger on the pulse of esoteric politics for Josh and for memes and meme culture in general for Brad. Anyway, where were we? I'm from Czechia, working at a small hotel. Couldn't and wouldn't know it. Guests from US, massive Bernie fans, and they go protest whenever they can. Poor guys said they need to tell me they don't associate with Trump and almost apologize. You should tell them you're a HasanAbi head. If they're massive Bernie fans, they might have been massive HasanAbi heads as well. You could have secured a fat tip off of that. That's a big L for you. Apple TV production accountant, I thank you for making the day go by quicker. Hell yeah. Dude, massage some numbers for me. Put me in Apple TV production. As an accountant, you have that power, don't you? HasanAbi head fat tip. Yeah, that's true. Y'all are broke boys. Just kidding. You guys fucking shower me and gifted subs. And there's Oilers in here. Zoran gains momentum in the polls. That's awesome. Do we have a blast off meme chatters? Just got on. Have you covered the Philly-Palestine incident at the Idaho Bernie AOC event? No, I have not. I think I saw that they had a Free Palestine banner and then the cops like aggressively pulled out the Free Palestine protesters from the Bernard rally, which is insane. Like, what the fuck? Bernie literally would let like BLM hold space or whatever when people would just like come up on stage and shit, which to a certain degree, I don't even know if it was like the appropriate move at that point, but he should be hugging and kissing the Free Palestine protesters. Okay, give me a good blast. I mean, Burgos, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. The Star Aries, thank you for the 5. LaRosa, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. On April 20th, 2025, the United States may cross the point of no return. The United States has already crossed the point of no return. Don't be crazy now. You could have had Jordan aggressively pull out. What? Bro, that was like 8 years ago. What? I have officially lost my job as a climate scientist and may lose my PhD funding, so I'm here for some commiseration. Jesus Christ. Stop sending me the fucking Caroline community post, the Caroline touring the house, my 7th house, and outing me and doxing me. Okay? Do you understand? Give me a fucking blast off meme right now. Give me a blast off meme right now. I keep seeing people talk about martial law on April 20th, but I genuinely think it's a blue on shit. It does feel like blue on shit, but who knows, man? Things are fucking crazy. Things are freaking crazy, you know? All right, you know what? No help. Yeah, someone helped. Someone helped. Someone sent me a meme. Okay, respect. All right, we found something. We found something. We're good. We good. Boom, blast off. Speak about the Idaho Palestine protest at Bernie rally. Dude, I will. But it's so funny. Whenever something happens at a Bernie rally, there's especially with respect to the Palestine, with respect to like the pro-Palestinian movement, there's just like a bunch of people that immediately go, dude, you have to talk about this. Like you could have Donald Trump sending out fucking nukes, okay? You could have Donald Trump who 30 minutes ago fired nukes off, and there will always be guys that go, you have to talk about Bernie. Like, of course I will, but like, calm down, you know what I mean? Like, we'll get there. Are they wrong? Yes, they are. Not like the protesters. What the cops did is completely unacceptable, and I think Bernie has to literally be way more aggressive in terms of like defending pro-Palestinian protesters and things of that nature. I'll talk about that in a second. My point is, your hyper focus is like incredibly narrow. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, calm down. Yeah. Oh, what? The Bernie thing, the constantly saying like Israel has a right to defend itself is fucking disgusting. Okay, he needs to stop saying that, because no, Israel does not have a right to defend itself as a belligerent occupier against the Palestinian population. It is a violation of international law. Okay, the notion that Israel has a right to defend itself in the Gaza Strip is wrong. This premise is straightforwardly wrong, okay? It's just wrong. It's ridiculous. In the simplest terms, it is a wrong thing to say. And on top of that, it's not only a wrong thing to say, but it's very immoral to say as well. It is very, very immoral to say as someone who knows better. Bernie knows better. I'm sorry. Bernie Sanders fucking knows better, okay? It's ridiculous. Like, this isn't fucking Cory Booker. You know what I mean? Cory Booker should be saying the things that Bernie Sanders is saying. And then Bernie Sanders should be talking about how, Palestinians have a right to defend themselves under international law. Like, that's what is supposed to be happening right now. What Bernie is saying is supposed to be said by Cory Booker. In a normal world, that's what should be national law. Like, that's what is supposed to be happening right now. What Bernie is saying is supposed to be said by Cory Booker. In a normal world, that's what should be happening. And we should be yelling at Cory Booker for saying that and not going far enough. Except in the world that we live in, Cory Booker's like, am Israel high? And Bernie's like, Israel has a right to defend itself. It sucks. And it's also directly at odds. It is directly at odds with where the population's attitude is. Bernie is considered a radical element, okay? He is considered someone who is further to the left than the majority perspective even. He is supposed to be a leader in this movement. And as a leader in this movement, he should not be getting outflanked this hard. Anyway, I think that's his thing, though. He is like, he just can't let it go. He thinks it's, socialist kibbutzim style. I don't know. It's hard, man. He's 850 years old, and this doesn't make it appropriate. And it's certainly not like a minor disagreement or anything before people make it seem as that. But I mean, he is outflanked by the likes of Dr. Ofer Kasif, if you recall. One of the first people I interviewed on this process in the aftermath of October 7 was an Israeli Knesset member, Ofer Kasif, who was ringing the alarm bells about Israel's actions in the West Bank and trying to get in contact with Bernie Sanders. A lot of you forgot about that part. Like, there are communist, anti-Zionist Israeli Jews in Israel that are members of the fucking Knesset that have a more radical perspective that is closer to the truth of what needs to be done than an American congressperson who is one of the most, like, one of the closest that Americans have ever had to mainstreaming leftist thought in contemporary U.S. history. That's crazy, Having said that, of course, judging Bernie in comparison to the rest of Congress obviously puts him as a peacekeeper, but still, The expectation from someone as significant as him is to be more honest about what's going on and have a better assessment. We will talk about Harvard, okay, and institutions not upholding Trumpist thought, okay, Marxist-Leninist, Maoist Trumpist thought, because they're coming after our beloved institutions, of course, institutions of higher education, and we'll do that. It's giving Zionism. I mean, it is liberal Zionism. That's what it is, for the record. That's precisely what it is. Did you see the satellite images of CCOT? I hate liberals, man. I just can't. Eyes on the prize, everybody. Lock in, okay? Stop asking me about the unsubstantiated satellite imagery of CCOT, and stop asking me about 420 martial law, please. All right. Let's get to it. Let's start off with the U.S. and El Salvador doubling down on mistakenly deported man despite court order. We're obviously going to be talking about that. It's a pretty significant deal. It is a turning point for the United States in a sea of awful things that the Trump administration has done. We're back at it again. We're back at it again in this field where the Trump administration is actively defying the Supreme Court's unanimous decision on the facilitation of returning the wrongfully deported man from Maryland back to the United States of America. As you guys know, as I've talked about over and over again over the past week and a half, there is, this is a truly horrifying situation. It's unconscionable, it's immoral, and it is also unconstitutional. They're kidnapping people, they're disappearing people into El Salvador, and it's very obvious that this is the modus operandi. They're not going to change it. This is 1 day after the highly anticipated Oval Office meeting where the president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, said he would not return a wrongly deported Maryland man being held in his country in the CCOT anti-terror facilities. The federal judge who ordered his return will hear from the Trump administration's attorneys at a court hearing on this wonderful afternoon. Okay, that's going to be happening in a couple hours. We're, of course, talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who is now entering his second month in the El Salvador mega prison after he was deported there on March 15th, even though there was a 2019 court order that barred his deportation to that country. Okay? That means that in an immigration court, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was found to, one, not be a member of any gang whatsoever, but more importantly than that, specifically not deportable to the country of El Salvador, given that he was not only not a gang member, not a member of MS-13 at all, but also beyond that, he had actually given information up on a competing Salvadoran gang, which put his life in the crosshairs if he were to ever return to El Salvador. This is precisely how he got a 2019 court order for a withdrawal of removal. A withdrawal of removal has a higher standard to clear than a pure asylum application. Okay? Is there feedback? Is there echo? What's going on? Are you guys messing up with me? Or yeah, he had sufficiently proven in court that he was endangered. Okay? He had delivered information on a Salvadoran gang in the past as well, which put his life in harm's way if he were to ever return to El Salvador. Do you understand? Trump administration officials, on the other hand, claim falsely that Abrego Garcia, who escaped political violence in El Salvador in 2011, is a member of the criminal gang MS-13, and yet they have provided zero evidence. A withhold of removal. Did I say withdrawal? Oh, God damn it. I mess this up every time. A withholding of removal. Okay? It is, you go to the courts. There's a couple different things you can do as a migrant, as an immigrant, as an asylum seeker, okay? Someone who is escaping political violence, okay? One of the things you can ask for is a withholding of removal, which means that as a Salvadoran, as a Salvadoran man, as someone from El Salvador, if you come to the United States of America and seek asylum on U.S. soil and prove in a court of law that you are escaping political persecution or any sort of like serious violence, that you can make it so that it is illegal for the government to deport you to El Salvador, even if you haven't processed your asylum eligibility, even if you haven't completed your asylum application, even if you haven't completed your immigration status, for example. That still means that the government cannot remove you from U.S. soil and send you to El Salvador. And that's precisely what the American government did. And not only did they do that, but they kept lying about how he was a terrorist, how he was an MS-13 member, how he was a terrorist. It is disgusting, and it is just pure white nativist, white supremacist, anti-immigrant garbage. And yet, seemingly, given the past couple of years of uninterrupted, unrestricted, white supremacist, anti-immigrant garbage that has dominated the airwaves, there is very little pushback that was developed in this process. People are not ready and well-equipped to actively fight against such a thing. Do you understand? Audio is glitchy. Is it? Why are there people who are saying that there's echo and that there's audio that's glitchy? I genuinely can't tell if people are messing with me or not. I genuinely cannot tell. Anyway, now, for those of you who don't know the background of this deal, this scheme that has been put together, the Trump administration has set up an arrangement where they are paying El Salvador $6 million to house migrants deported from the United States as a part of President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. $6 million. Okay? Small price to pay for having a slave labor colony where you can just make people disappear to. Okay? This slave labor colony also is not beholden to U.S. constitutional protections, of course. It's like Gitmo on steroids, basically. And yesterday, there was obviously a meeting in the Oval Office where Attorney General Pam Bondi and Stephen Miller spoke on the matter. Let's take a look at the ABC News coverage on this, and I'll talk about it a little bit more.
Legal showdown over a wrongfully deported Salvadoran national. The Trump administration is resisting a Supreme Court order to facilitate the man's return to the U.S., and El Salvador's president refused to send the men back in a White House meeting with President Trump. Senior national correspondent Terry Moran has the story.
Unfortunately, withholding is a final order of removal that is withheld, but the government can exercise that final order at their discretion. That is also false. You are wrong. The federal government could technically remove the withholding order, okay? They could. But there's a process to do that. The Trump administration did not do that. In that court process, you have to go through the details. You have to go through what this person has done, go through their fucking background, and detail out exactly why the previous court order was wrong. They did not process this application at all. There was no due process whatsoever. And to take it one step further, a federal government immigration attorney unironically admitted that they had fucked up. This is why we are having this conversation right now, because when you look at all of the data that civil rights groups and immigration advocacy groups have compiled at this point, 90% of all of the people that have been deported to CCOT right now in El Salvador have no crimes, no criminal background whatsoever. 90%. The only reason why we are talking about this Maryland man is because the federal government admitted that they had engaged in this wrongdoing, specifically because he had the background. He had the previous court order. And yes, Aaron Reichlin Melnick, who I rely on quite a bit, senior fellow at IMM Council, has put together a wonderful presentation of the timeline of Abrego Garcia's gang allegations and what the facts are and what the fictitious nature of the claims are. I'm going to get to that in a second. Let's look at what the Trump administration is saying first and foremost.
Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, George. It's a nightmare scenario here. The Trump administration admits it mistakenly deported Kilmer Abrego Garcia to that notorious prison in El Salvador. And now they say the U.S. is powerless to get him back, despite an order upheld by the Supreme Court to bring him home. This morning, a stunning comment from President Trump caught on a live streaming camera before reporters were in the Oval Office, telling the president of El Salvador he'd like to send American citizens convicted of crimes to prisons in El Salvador.
I said, homegrowns are next. The homegrowns. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's big. All right? it's not big enough.
Minutes later, with reporters in the room, Trump said he wants Attorney General Pam Bondi to see if the law allows this.
I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but you'll have to be looking at the laws on that.
The president musing that this proposal could help with America's prison population.
I'm all for it because we can do things with the president for less money and have great security. And we have a huge prison population.
And it isn't the first time Trump's threatened.
Yeah, not only are they doing this to non-citizens, they want to do this to citizens as well. Just remember, this is how it slowly but surely turns into something that is illegal. It turns from something that the government is doing that is completely illegal to something that is legal and expected. Okay? It doesn't happen overnight. It took decades to get to this point in the post-war on terror, post-9/11 era in the United States of America. There's clearly a lot of appetite for this kind of violence from a big chunk of the population who does not understand how terrifying this is, who have no capacity to demonstrate empathy for their fellow man, and therefore they're championing this because they think this is immigration enforcement. Donald Trump recognizes that immigration enforcement is a big part of why he won. So he's doing all of the erosions of due process and the erosions of the First Amendment over immigration enforcement. But it's not going to stop at immigration enforcement. Once you can do anything and everything you want to non-citizens and you eradicate due process, you can just simply consider citizens to be non-citizens as well. And once you clearly deport them to El Salvador, to this terror facility, it seems like even the Supreme Court cannot demand that you bring these people back. This is where we're at. If the Democratic Party does not actually fight back against this, if people don't make a big fuss about this, if people don't actually go out and not only protest, but also try to desperately get more people on board with how unjustifiable this action is, we are cooked. America is officially within the 1930s Nazi Germany arc, okay? The Burger Reich.
To send U.S. citizens to prisons overseas. In February, he said this.
I'm just saying, if we had the legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat.
All this is Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
When will you advocate for more forceful resistance against the Nazi government? Just curious what the line is for you. HasanAbi, that's a very funny and interesting question to ask someone who has to maintain a platform to consistently inform the broader public. Yeah, dude. The answer is never, okay? Are you stupid? Of course I'm not going to advocate for violence. Are you crazy? Is this bait? Are you a federal agent? Do you know what my job is? My job is to educate the masses, okay? Please.
A Salvadoran migrant, husband and father living in Maryland, languishes in that notorious Salvadoran prison despite a court order that the administration must bring him back to the U.S.
Big homie's looking at the Trump administration doing Nazi stuff and going, hey, why won't you agitate for people to engage in direct acts of violence so that we can send you to the El Salvador facility, as a matter of fact? Yeah.
Yes. The government claims Abrego Garcia is a member of the MS-13 gang, but a federal judge said last week they have offered no evidence to back that up, and he has no criminal record here.
Hasan, do you know anyone in immigration at the state level? I'm desperate as fuck, man. It's been 2 years of headache. No, I do not, especially not under this government in any way, shape, or form. I'm sorry, Jake and Bake. I literally don't know, and I don't even know where to begin on that stuff.
Here or in El Salvador. And the Supreme Court last week unanimously ruled.
Also, why the fuck, dog? It's getting worse. Dude, I'm going to be honest with you, Jake. Jake, it's just you and me right now. Listen to me. Stay the fuck in China. What are you doing, dude? You literally lucked in. You already lucked in. You speak Mandarin. Just work your way up the ranks. Meet the members of Chinese Politburo and stay the fuck in China. You are already living the goddamn dream. What is wrong with you? Why would you come back here? Why would you want to bring a wonderful Chinese netizen to the horrible U.S. soil. You are already living in the fucking future. Become the white monkey that we all dream of becoming one day. What the fuck are you doing? He loved burger too much? So do the Chinese. China is the most Amerifat-coded nation on the fucking planet. I keep repeating this over and over again. The Chinese people love America. They love American culture. They love American commodity consumption. Y'all are crazy. Chinese love burger, okay? China has burger. China has the most burger. What are you guys talking about? Like, the one thing China doesn't have is blood in video games and skeletons in video games. That's it. That's like the biggest L. Other than that, they got it all. Calm down, everybody.
That the U.S. government must facilitate Abrego Garcia's return, calling his removal illegal. Trump at first said he'd abide by the Supreme Court's ruling.
If they said to bring him back, I would tell them to bring him back.
Now the administration says their hands are tied.
That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us.
But in the Oval Office, the president of El Salvador made clear he's got no plans to send Abrego Garcia back to the U.S.
How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, I mean, the question is preposterous.
The Democratic leader of the House calling on the courts to use judicial powers.
Virtually every single person from the administration and people in their sphere of influence is just lying on this man. So let's talk about the actual truth. Let's talk about the background of Abrego Garcia. This is Aaron Reichland-Melnick, senior fellow of IMM's counsel, updating this timeline to fix a typo and error in the last box, presenting the full version of Mr. Abrego's time in the U.S. using court documents to explain the allegations of gang membership and what actually happened in his case. Here it is. Okay. Entry and early life. Hold on. 2011 to 2019. Okay. Kilmar Abrego Garcia flees El Salvador to the U.S. at the age of 16 after M18 gang members extort his family and threaten to kill him and rape his sisters if they didn't keep paying. He moves in with his U.S. citizen brother in Maryland and lives there without trouble for years. Then comes, on March 28th, 2019, the PGPD arrest. Kilmar is arrested for loitering outside of a Home Depot while looking for day labor. A Prince George's County Police Department detective grills him about whether he's a gang member. He denies any involvement. 4 hours later, he is transferred to ICE custody without the PGPD charging him for any offense. In April 2019, here are the allegations. At a bond hearing, ICE claims Kilmar is a part of MS-13. They submit one piece of evidence, a gang field interview sheet, a GFIS, filled out by the PGPD detective that claims Kilmar is a part of MS-13. The GFIS says he was wearing Chicago Bulls gear, and a confidential informant allegedly claimed that Kilmar was a ranking member of the Westerns clique, which is in Long Island. Except there's a problem there. Abrego has never been in Long Island. He's never been in New York at all. So this evidence is fabricated. And lo and behold, the local detective, as a matter of fact, that accused Mr. Abrego Garcia of being a member of MS-13 was suspended from the police force and indicted merely weeks later for providing confidential information to a sex worker who he was paying in exchange for sexual acts. That's right. I repeat, the cop who initially attested to Abrego Garcia's alleged MS-13 membership was subsequently suspended and indicted for serious professional misconduct. Remember, we're talking about a cop here, okay? If a police officer, a detective, is fired and suspended and indicted for misconduct, that means they must have gone above and beyond. Do you understand what I am saying? And the confidential informant that he used was also unreliable. The evidence itself that they presented was immediately disproven, and I'm going to get to in a second, okay? But remember, the Maryland police officer who formally attested to Abrego Garcia's supposed gang affiliation in 2019 when he was first detained the first time was subsequently suspended from the police force for a serious transgression, giving confidential information about a case to a sex worker the New Republic has established. This officer, apparently a senior detective in Abrego Garcia's case in 2019, is named Ivan Mendez, according to information provided to Abrego Garcia's lawyer by, at the time, Lucia Cruel, who is also a member of his current legal team. Mendez was subsequently indicted for his offense, pleaded guilty, and received probation. So that's another thing. So let's continue. An investigation follows in the summer of 2019. Kilmar's lawyers reach out to the PGPD to investigate these claims. They find out that 1, police did not even file an incident report about his arrest, and 2, the detective that had filled out the GFIS has been suspended for an unknown reason. We now know what the reason is. I just described to you what the reason is. In August 2019, there is an IJ decision. At his final bond hearing, ICE declines to offer any evidence of gang membership other than what is in the GFIS. The IJ denies bond, finding that the GFIS is sufficient proof of membership at the time, despite noting its obvious flaws. Kilmar appeals this decision to the Board of Immigration Appeals. Now, remember, the immigration courts are an extension of the federal government. They're an extension of ICE. Okay, so you have the process where you can appeal to the Board of Immigration Appeals, but ultimately this is somewhat irrelevant because the erroneous decision making there is it's basically an extension. It's a processor of what the federal government or what the immigration enforcement authorities want to do. That's all they're there to do. They're rubber stamping this stuff. Okay, the immigration courts are under the DOJ, part of the executive branch, and not under the judiciary. So just remember that. Having said that, the only reason why I'm mentioning this is because something silly and frivolous like this that is immediately disproven can still cause someone to basically be branded as a member of a fucking criminal organization when there's no evidence whatsoever for it. Okay? What is the point of those courts if they just 100% accept everything anyway? It's a way to create paperwork, so to show that there's some sort of process. It's the same principle behind FISA courts. The FISA courts are there to rubber stamp warrantless surveillance and offer them a warrant, right? But it's better that even that exists than not have it exist at all, if that makes sense. Although it is still a rubber stamp protocol, it's still good that even that rubber stamping of the protocol exists as opposed to not existing, because when it doesn't exist at all, then you have no paperwork, you have no way of holding up this process, you have no way of stopping these sorts of things from happening. Okay? Now, with holding win, the immigration judge rules on October 2019 that Kilmar is ineligible for asylum because he filed the application too late, but the judge does grant withholding of removal, finding that it was more likely than not that he would be subject to persecution if deported to El Salvador. A removal order is issued, but with a restriction that one country he cannot be deported to is El Salvador. Okay? Then comes the BIA decision. The Board of Immigration Appeals decision in December 2019. Kilmar appeals the bond decision to the Board of Immigration Appeals. The appeals board declines to find clear error in the immigration judge's decision to rely on the GFIS document. However, he is released anyway because he had won a withholding of removal. He returns to normal life from 2019 to 2025. By all reports, Kilmar lives a normal life in Maryland with his U.S. citizen wife, their biological son, and his 2 stepchildren, with the work permit he received as a result of his grant of withholding of removal. He works legally as a sheet metal worker, joins a union, and raises his family in a D.C. suburb. He doesn't get into any trouble with the law in these years. And then on March 2025, he gets sent to CCOT. On March 12, 2025, ICE and HSI agents arrest Kilmar in his car in front of his son. 3 days later, he's transferred to Texas, where, thanks to an admitted administrative error, he is put on a plane to El Salvador and sent to CCOT. So this is just a person that is married, that has immediate family members in the United States of America, that was falsely smeared as an MS-13 gang member, and every step of that process, there was enough evidence to suggest that not only was he not an MS-13 gang member, that he was directly at threat by MS-13 gang members if they were to send him back to El Salvador. Okay? If they were to send him back to El Salvador, that MS-13, he's so not MS-13 that they would kill him. That is what the courts have found. And yet, every single person still that, on the one hand, admit that they falsely deported him, are simultaneously claiming that he is an MS-13 gang member and also that it's good that he is in El Salvador, and there's no way to bring him back. Okay? In a normal process, in a just world, Abrego Garcia enters the United States fleeing El Salvador because of fleeing the gang violence in El Salvador, and expeditiously gets an asylum claim that is granted to him. Clearly, if there is a withholding of removal that a court gave him, that literally means that there is enough here, or more than an asylum application, as a matter of fact, more than just a simple asylum application. This means that there is additional evidence that he's presented as to why he cannot be deported to El Salvador, and that a judge oversaw this evidence and said, yes, there is enough evidence here for you not to be deported specifically to El Salvador. Okay? It's more than an asylum application. It is a higher standard to clear than an asylum application. It is shocking, I guess. I guess it's not really unexpected that the administration would be this careless and this inconsiderate, because they are fascist. All right? But just so you know, when people say he's MS-13, that is a fucking lie. Okay? That's just a lie. He is so not MS-13 that he is directly in the crosshairs of MS-13, at least according to an immigration judge that said, we can't deport this man to El Salvador specifically. There's enough evidence here to suggest that we cannot, because he is so not MS-13, we cannot deport him to El Salvador, because they'll fucking kill him in El Salvador if he goes there. And yet here we are. So this is where the chart is from. And for a more comprehensive written version of the timeline where Mr. Abrego's presence in the U.S. using the same sources, check out this great piece from Roger Parloff, senior editor at Lawfare. He wrote extensively on the details and the timeline of events. Okay? Now, I want to point to something here. The very fact that we are even covering this story is because the administration, the immigration attorney on the federal side, admitted that there was an administrative error, because there was one, right? There was an administrative error, and they admitted that there was an administrative error, which turned this into a bigger story. There are plenty of people that this administration has actively deported that did no wrongdoing whatsoever. Some of them were temporary protected status holders. Some of them were in the process of seeking out their asylum claims. Some of them had been in the country for longer than they could actually process their asylum claim, so they potentially could not get an asylum claim, but they should get one, that they should get amnesty, right? Under normal circumstances, in a world where we have a normal process for immigration, we would file amnesty, conditional amnesty, to all of these people, 90% of them that have done no wrongdoing whatsoever, and now they're in a torture slave prison for the crime of crossing an imaginary boundary and wanting a better future for themselves and their children, kidnapped in the street. Some of them so falsely and erroneously kidnapped from the street that ICE itself, in the process of said kidnapping, will recognize that it's not the right person. Manuel Gutierrez, sent from New York to El Salvador prison, although family says he has no criminal history or gang ties. He's 19 years old. A 19-year-old Venezuelan in New York City reportedly was apprehended by Trump administration immigration authorities and deported to El Salvador, despite agents realizing he was not whom they meant to arrest in a targeted operation. These are called, I believe they're called like collateral, something along, I forget what the term is that ICE uses, but they'll say like it's a collateral arrest. So, you know, wrong place, wrong time, doesn't matter. We can boost our numbers this way. Manuel Gutierrez, whose family opened an asylum case after arriving in the U.S., was deported from the Bronx to the notorious Sikap prison in El Salvador, despite his relatives' insistence that he has no ties or criminal history, no gang ties or criminal history. Yeah, he was a collateral detainee. According to Documented, a newsroom dedicated to telling stories of immigrants in New York City, the Gutierrez family says it has been left without information or answers. The team was detained alongside 237 other Venezuelans on February 24th by ICE. His father, Wilmer Gutierrez, told Documented, "I feel like my son was kidnapped," because that's precisely what happened. I've spent countless hours searching for him, going from one precinct to another, speaking with numerous people who kept referring me elsewhere. Yet after all this, no one has given me any information or provided a single document about his case. The elder Gutierrez reportedly said he overheard ICE agents saying that his son had not been the person they had come to get. The officers grabbed him and 2 other boys right at the entrance of our building. One said, no, he's not the one, like they were looking for someone else. But the other said, take him anyway. Gutierrez has no criminal record either in Venezuela or the U.S., his family said. He also did not have any tattoos, which is a feature that U.S. law enforcement often use to link people to Tren de Aragua, a transnational criminal organization from Venezuela, and to justify their expulsions from the country. The points-based system that they have for determining whether or not someone is a criminal gang member is already ridiculous. This is precisely the reason why that gay hairstylist was kidnapped and deported. Because he had mom and dad tattoos on his arms. Or that other person who works with children with disabilities who had an autism awareness tattoo dedicated to his autistic cousin. That's why he was fucking kidnapped. There was another person who had a Real Madrid tattoo with a crown and a soccer ball. That's why he was kidnapped. It's ridiculous. And now all of those people are now in this torture prison with seemingly no way of returning them. But the only reason why we're talking about specifically Abrego Garcia is that unlike those people, Abrego Garcia had a previous court order that said you cannot deport him to El Salvador, and yet the government violated that previous court order anyway. And on top of that, the Supreme Court found that the federal government has to facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia in a unanimous decision. And yet the Trump administration is claiming that the Supreme Court actually gave them all of the power here because it's a matter of foreign policy. It's not a matter of foreign policy. We have determined wrongdoing in the past within the immigration enforcement system and have even demanded El Salvador return people that we sent to CCOT. The Trump administration has done this. Every administration prior in the process of mass deportations, because we have a cruel white nativist immigration agenda, have falsely sent people overseas and sent people to countries that they are not supposed to be sent to. And then we have followed through. CEO of Bad Takes. Yeah, I'm the CEO of Bad Takes. Do you have a good take? Do you have a counter to anything that I'm saying? Do you have any sort of counter narrative here? Or are you just simply going to go, la la, he's Mexican and therefore terrorist, sucks to suck. The great white hope is fixing the country, right? That's what you're going to say? I know. They were MS-13. Yep, there you go. No, they weren't. I just spent the entire past hour, if you understood the English language, if you had the processing capabilities, you would know that, no, that person was not MS-13 at all. Sorry, just arrived. Yeah, well, you're a fucking moron, okay? Not confirmed by the detectives either. The detective that wrote the erroneous report literally was subsequently suspended from the force like a fucking couple weeks after he sent in that report. The report itself had 2 key pieces of evidence that suggest that Abrego Garcia was MS-13. Do you know what those pieces of evidence were? I just covered it earlier. One, that he had a, Chicago Bulls hoodie? Ridiculous. That's not a fucking indication that anyone is an MS-13 member at all. And the second piece of evidence was a confidential informant, which, by the way, was not even a confidential informant. It was just one of the other guys at Home Depot that the detectives had actually nabbed, that falsely claimed that Abrego Garcia was a member of an MS-13 gang that was based out of Long Island. Abrego Garcia had never been to Long Island. So how the fuck was he a part of a Long Island MS-13 gang when he had never been there? There is no more an open shut court case than this one. It's fucking ridiculous. And yet people who are severely mentally backwards, mentally stunted, refuse to reckon with the reality in front of them and instead just go back to the same old dumbass takes where they're like, nah, I don't care, dude. He's a MS-13 gang member. They rape children. He was raping children. In your mind, you have to fantasize about this guy being the big bad, because otherwise, God forbid, you entertain the truth that this person is not a member of MS-13 and he was falsely fucking shipped off to El Salvador, even though a previous immigration court had decided he cannot be sent to El Salvador specifically because of how not MS-13 he is. I like to think that the cognitive dissonance demonstrated here by a lot of people who try to defend the administration's actions, especially when it comes to immigration enforcement, the reasons why they fantasize about how violent and dangerous this person was not only because they have this white supremacist dog in them that caused them to think every person that's brown is actually a fucking child rapist MS-13 gang member, but also because deep down they know that if a person who is clearly innocent is shipped off into a slave labor colony overseas with no means of returning this person, that's kind of fucked up. So they just don't want to believe the fucked up thing. So they delude themselves into thinking, no, it must not be fucked up. Even when the government admits that they fucked up. That part that scares me is that trans people are next. Every single day I watch all this happening, knowing my number's about to be called. You're fine for the time being, I think. But, anti-trans legislation is already popping off all over. Maybe not deportation.
To pressure the administration.
The Supreme Court and/or the federal district court actually needs to enforce its order.
Abrego Garcia's lawyer spoke with our Lindsay Davis, and he says he personally has worked with the Department of Homeland Security to bring back clients from other countries after winning their cases in court. Quote, he said, "We're not asking anybody to do anything illegal. We're asking them to follow the law." George?
Terry, this is very likely to go back to the Supreme Court absent any evidence that the administration is actually trying to get him back.
Absolutely. And the problem that the Supreme Court has is that they have no enforcement mechanism for the order that the administration is under. They have to count on the president to obey it.
Terry Moran, thanks very much.
In today's Capitol Close-Up, we welcome Maryland's Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen to discuss the latest developments.
Yeah, I really like what Chris Van Hollen is doing, and I really hope that other Democrats take notice of it and also participate in this. I think what he's doing is good. And also demonstrates bravery as well. He's technically putting himself in harm's way by doing this. If he actually follows through on this and goes to El Salvador, much respect to him. I think that it is time for doing exactly this.
Regarding Kilmer Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man wrongfully deported to El Salvador. Senator, it's always a pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Steve, good to be with you.
So a lot to get through, obviously, in a short amount of time, but let's focus right now on Kilmer Abrego Garcia. I know you reached out to the embassy here in D.C., the embassy of El Salvador, to try to request a meeting with the president of El Salvador while he is in D.C., meeting with President Trump. Have you had any success?
I've not. I reached out to request that meeting to talk about the, as you say, illegal detention of Abrego Garcia. We've not heard back from the president at this point in time.
You also mentioned if you didn't hear back, then you'd be willing to go to El Salvador. Is that still the case?
Yes, it is, Steve. I'll be going later this week. If he's not released, we still hope that he will be released. But I think it's important that we go to El Salvador to show his family, his wife, his mother, his brother, his kids, that we're not giving up on this because, as you indicated, the Trump administration has admitted that this was done in error.
This is the first time I'm not even joking when I say this is the first time I've felt even a modicum of confidence, and competence coming from the Democratic Party. Okay. This is what our public servants are supposed to do. They are supposed to uphold the law no matter what. They're supposed to defend their constituents no matter what. Abrego Garcia is a constituent. Okay. This is brave. This is bold. This is what the expectation is from all Democrats. I do not care about his other takes. I don't care about anything right now with the exception of this initiative. Okay. He is right. Is the idea that any adversary is MS-13 the American equivalent of they're all Hamas? Yes. I worry they will fumble it like they only care about this case because it breaks the law. No, this is a very, very important thing. This is a very important thing that they're doing. It's a very important step that they're taking. Okay? And by the way, this is in some ways not dissimilar to how Doctors Without Borders operates. Like when you're a white guy, when you're a white American citizen, when you're a white man who's an American citizen, for example, you have a certain set of privileges that that puts you at a higher categorization as a target by any state, okay? When you're a fucking senator on top of that, you have literally the top level priority. So things that other foreign nations can do to you reflect on America as a whole. Do you see what I mean? He's a congressman. What the fuck? Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Protective presence is what they call it for the olive harvest. This is incredibly important. Like, I think this should be, is your arguments optics, guys? But unironically, because I agree. No, this isn't just optics either. This is putting your body on the line. You're using your privilege as a shield. You're using it as at the very least, as a way to refocus people's priorities and attentions to this incredibly unjust deportations regime. Do you see what I'm saying? This is actual action. I think that a competent Democratic Party would quite literally send an entire coalition of people armed to the gills with immigration attorneys and civil rights litigators down to El Salvador on a mission all together, okay, and make themselves impossible to deny, make themselves impossible to avoid. That is precisely what should be happening here.
And you can't just send somebody off to a notorious prison in El Salvador and say, whoops, that was a mistake. And that's why the Supreme Court, by a 9-0 ruling, said that the Trump administration had to facilitate his return.
So a couple of things. One, to your last point of sending someone to this notorious prison, is it more of an argument in your favor that this is someone who was not necessarily deported, but deported to the prison? How much of an impact does the prison make as opposed to someone being deported to El Salvador?
Well, both. I mean, he was here under protective status, and this is why the court, both the federal district court and the Supreme Court, determined that he can't just be essentially abducted from the country, that he gets his due process rights. That's a fundamental value that we have in this country. That's why the courts have been unanimous in their rulings here.
So now there's this legal limbo.
Yeah, if something happens to a U.S. senator, it becomes an international incident. It reflects poorly on El Salvador, and Trump looks weak if he doesn't respond to any provocations by El Salvador. Exactly. Do you see what I mean? Like, this becomes a major issue of consequence for the Trump administration if, as the American president, he literally lets El Salvador, a much tinier, much less powerful nation, dominate not only American citizens like this, but literally a fucking senator. Do you see what I mean? Huh? Üç. Yok, üç. Do you see what I mean? Nah, they'll just say the senator was a terrorist. No shot. I don't think Americans will stand for it. I disagree that Trump will look weak to his base. He'll just support it. They'll love that a Democrat is being hurt. No. I think you guys are wrong, and I think you're misunderstanding Trump's base in general. Yes, there will be the Asmongold coalition, but they are far from it's an unknown senator. Dude, it's a senator. What are you talking about? Why do you think the cartels don't touch American citizens and literally turn around and apologize when they accidentally kidnap or, God forbid, kill an American citizen? What happens if an American citizen is harmed by any citizen, like a fucking traveler, okay, a tourist, accidentally gets kidnapped by the cartel? What do? They assassinate the fucking cartel members that actually did wrongdoing to the American citizen. Why? Because the American passport is a reflection of American hegemonic power, okay? That's a literal random American that we're talking about. Not every country is like Israel, okay? Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants, but other countries cannot get the Israel exemption, okay? You are crazy. This is not Rashida Tlaib either. This is not Ilhan Omar. This is a fucking white guy, dude. A white guy from Maryland. What are you guys talking about? The same principles, the same fundamentals that allow Americans to turn a blind eye to all this injustice because it's happening to brown people, white nativism, white supremacy, is the same principle that will cause them to pay close attention to a fucking white man, senator from Maryland, going to El Salvador. You can't do certain things to a guy like that. I think the old rule set is dead, my guy. No, this will cause tremendous instability, okay? What is happening in chat, by the way? Like, you guys are so pessimistic. Okay, you guys are so fucking pessimistic that you're like, what? What's the alternative? That he do nothing? What is happening here?
That Kilmer Abrigo Garcia is in. The president of the United States is saying he can't do anything about it. It's up to the president of El Salvador. The president of El Salvador said yesterday at the White House he can't do anything about it. He doesn't want to do anything about it. His contention is that this is a Salvadoran citizen who's being held in El Salvador, and he considers him to be a terrorist. President Trump could do something about it, but at this point he says he's leaving it up to El Salvador. Okay, so that's the backstory there. The Supreme Court said that you have to facilitate this. He's caught in legal limbo right now. So even by going to El Salvador, Senator, what can you do? What plan might be in place now if this is someone who is caught between the presidents of two countries, neither of which is making moves to bring him back to Maryland, your jurisdiction?
Well, you can call it legal limbo, or you can call it outright defiance of a court order. And that's what President Trump is doing, is defying a court order. Everybody knows that if he makes a request to the president of El Salvador to bring Abrego Garcia back, that would be complied with. After all, we are paying the government of El Salvador the money to keep these individuals detained. At the same time, the president of El Salvador, when he claims he has no power to release him, it's absurd. And this throwing around the term terrorism when this person has never been convicted of crime just shows the lies that we're hearing. I mean, that was just such an outrageous, bizarre episode at the White House the other day, where everyone's sort of saying, you know, I'm not going to let him go. I'm not going to try to let him go. I mean, this is in defiance of a court order. This country has stood for the rule of law and due process. And I'm going to go to El Salvador to try to see Abrego Garcia and also talk about his release. I will point.
You underestimate the anger, Hasan. Mike was right. The Democratic base is reaching a boiling point. What are you talking about? This is why I'm saying senators like this and actions that are taken like this is actually a good thing, because it fucking causes people to pay attention to what's going on. What are you saying right now? That this goes along with the anger and resentment and frustration that people experience. This is quite literally the point.
And out, Steve, that the Congress has to approve funding.
This is infinitely more directionally appropriate than what fucking Cory Booker was doing, okay?
From the United States to El Salvador, and I'm not going to support one penny if this Marylander continues to be illegally detained there.
Senator,
when you're a member of Congress, you have tremendous power, okay? I know that Donald Trump is actively trying to undermine the legislative body, and the Republicans have actually taken a lot of initiatives in that direction and have successfully undermined the legislative body, but you still have some fucking powers in your hands, okay? As a senator, you can just get a coalition together and try to revoke any sort of like foreign aid going to El Salvador, for example. Like, these are things that you can advocate for. You can veto the pre-existing aid that's going to El Salvador. You can fucking try and veto Trump's $6 million scheme, for example. Like, there's a lot that you can do. They have power. If they didn't have power, Trump wouldn't be actively trying to undermine the legislative body's power to begin with. Okay, 25% El Salvador GDP is U.S. aid. There you go. Shout out to Jim Jones for popping a senator at People's Temple on foreign land, ironically proving your point because he got flamed for it and investigated. Yeah. Oh.
I want to get some more right now in our top story, the legal saga over the fate of a Maryland man mistakenly.
Like, the very fact that this story is becoming a story, you have to understand something. If you're in here, if you're in this community, you've heard me talk about the deportation regime for quite a while, nonstop. I've offered endless coverage to this issue. So you're obviously very well aware of what the fuck's going on. But average Americans, if you recall my conversation with Ested Herndon of the New York Times, average Americans are not fully focused on the deportation side, and they're utterly oblivious to the cruel deportations regime that Trump has implemented. They're utterly oblivious to the violation of due process. They're utterly oblivious to the violations of the First Amendment on the anti-Israel student kidnappings that are taking place. All of this stuff is happening as the public has not been able to focus on it at all. Meanwhile, this is the story that finally tilts the scales in our direction because people are covering it. The mainstream is consistently covering it. It's becoming a point of contention. This will change the 2080 issue into a 50-50 issue and then inevitably turn it into a 2080 issue in the other direction. This is how it happens. People do not magically have this information beamed into their brains. They have to see it. They have to understand why it's like cruel, why it's unjust. And all of those liberals that we mock here on a daily fucking basis will play a formative role in getting the broad awareness campaign going. Okay? That's it. That's it. Even your fucking MAGA parents need to see this reality and go, I'm turning sour on this stuff. I don't like it. That's how it goes. That's why I still actively yell at the Democratic Party despite not believing in them, because I want them to actually make a fuss. Because if they make a fuss, then the media covers it. And when the media covers it, then inevitably more people are aware of what's going on. They demand their congresspersons to make even more of a fuss. This is how change happens. It doesn't happen with, the revolutionary violence in the way that you think it's going to happen overnight, okay? That's it. This is the unfortunate, sad state of affairs. Change is marginal. It does not happen overnight, and it happens only with unlikely allies. You have to keep pushing over and over and over again. This is why I laugh whenever dumb fucks who are neoliberals keep claiming, Hasan, you always have pie-in-the-sky ideas. You just want perfect to be an enemy of the good. And it's like, no, I don't. I understand that, but I want there to be some good. I understand how this system works a lot better than many of these fucking Democratic Party dick riders do, okay? This is precisely the reason why I will go out to bat and actively entertain politicians who I'm at odds with, regardless of my differences in agreement, differences in opinion, because I know that they have a lot of power still. They have a lot of power to get older people and people who vote and people in other positions of power to pay attention to these sorts of fucking issues. That's why I want Bernie Sanders to actively make more of a fuss in his fucking rallies. Okay?
Deported to El Salvador. The White House doubling down right now on its refusal to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to the United States, despite a U.S. Supreme Court order to, quote, facilitate his return to the U.S. while also not infringing on the president's ability to conduct foreign affairs. Let's get some serious analysis right now from the former U.S. District Court Judge Shira Scheindlin. Judge Scheindlin, thanks so much for joining us. Here's what President Trump said about this case on Friday. Listen to this.
This is going to change. I'm telling you right now. Chatters, up until this very moment, immigration was not at the forefront. People did not care about this, okay? Now you have national polls coming out with disapproval reaching the highest stage on immigration, Trump's strongest aspect, okay? Trump won on immigration, right? Democrats were fucking terrified. Democrats were fucking terrified of what Trump was doing on immigration. They were like, oh, yeah, we're going to be the immigrant deporters, actually. Trump is not serious on immigrant deportation. This is just the beginning. I don't know why people don't trust me when I talk about this shit. I've been doing this professionally for fucking 10 years. It wasn't that long ago when you had liberal wine moms talking about fucking abolishing ICE, dude, under the first Trump regime. Because they recognized the cruelty, because the media started covering it. They were like, what the fuck are you doing? What do you mean child separation as a deterrence? That's insane. That's torturous. That's not American. That's un-American. People do not pay attention to politics. And a lot of people do not understand the impact of the policies that they're advocating for, okay? People don't care about facts. People don't care about logic. People cannot comprehend what the vision that they want for the future to actually look like once implemented, okay? Only after this vision is implemented do they go, oh my God, I was wrong. This sucks. And there is a very obvious example that is in front of us. Tariffs. Trump ran on tariffs. He said tariffs is the most beautiful word in the English language. People were like, yeah, I love tariffs. I yelled about how tariffs are fucking tariffs and the way that Trump is trying to implement them are fucking idiotic over and over again for almost a year, and certainly over the course of the past couple of months. And yet people did not listen. People did not understand it until it became a reality for them, until They were like, oh my God, the prices are going to go up. How did they start recognizing that? Because the media started covering it that way. Because politicians started yelling about it. Because they started fearing for their wallet. Once implemented, they flipped very quickly, if you noticed. So please, turn on TTS. No, I will not.
President Trump is now saying something very, very different. Is he defying a court order?
Well, he certainly isn't facilitating the return of Abrego Garcia, and that's what the court order requires him to do. I can't find any act he's taken that facilitates that return. I hear narrow construction that facilitate means, oh, I'll send an airplane if they want to let him go. And they, El Salvador, doesn't seem to want to let him go. But I think that's disingenuous at best. The president of the United States has a lot of power. El Salvador is a little country. The president could say to the president of El Salvador, I want this guy back. And that would be the end of it. Then he'd be on a plane.
And they've done it in the past, by the way. They've done it in the past. So it's not like they haven't done this. I want to stress this again and again and again. They have successfully facilitated the return of people that were falsely deported to both El Salvador and other countries as well. So the very notion that this is outside of their scope, outside of their power, is ridiculous. It's wrong. It's completely made up.
And then he'd be returned. So I think the judge today is going to be very stern and is going to say to the lawyers for the government, what have you done to facilitate the return? And they're not going to have an answer.
What's the likelihood that he's dead? I hate this. I hate this argument. I don't want to entertain it. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. This is like, what do you think this is a productive measure to like fantasize about whether or not he's been assassinated in CCOT? It's not. It's not productive at all. Shut up.
Sir, they're going to say, we can't get into foreign policy. That's foreign policy. And I don't believe that for a moment.
Right, that they're seizing on what was also in the Supreme Court opinion about the president having the ability to conduct foreign affairs and how the district court judge should really factor that in the decision. But
we don't know, and there is no reason. Hasan, you might be too R-worded to understand the farm of the U.S. What? Too R-worded to understand the farm of the U.S.? What the fuck are you saying?
The bottom line here, right, is that the White House says Abrego Garcia is under the control of El Salvador. The Salvadoran president says he has no power to release him. So who determines this man's fate?
Oh, I don't think the El Salvador.
Why are y'all too scared to admit it's even possible? It's not fantasy. It's a reality. That is a possibility. Why are y'all so scared to admit? Because it's completely irrelevant to the point of contention here. Okay? It's unproductive and completely irrelevant to engage in doomerism at this very moment. It is a pure speculative fantasy in the direction of nihilism too. That's why it's dumb as fuck. Please stop. Please stop entertaining this. Please stop engaging in this baseless speculation.
The El Salvador president doesn't think he has the power to do it. The El Salvador president said, I won't send this terrorist back. I think he does have the power, but I think he's made the decision that the man is a member of MS-13 or of the I can't say it right, but the other terrorist group. Right. Thank you. But the fact is there's no proof at all. There's no evidence at all that he's a member of either. So that seems to be just another excuse. The U.S. has said, we made an error in sending this man out because there had been an order called withholding of removal, which means he can be removed. But he was. So we've admitted an error. We're not telling El Salvador to do it, and we should be. And of course, the El Salvador president has the power to do it if he wants to. But I think he thinks he's working with President Trump to not return this man. So yes, I see it as defiance, and I think the judge will see it as defiance. Then the question is, what can the judge do about it? Is she going to consider contempt proceedings? If she does, and if she holds the government in contempt, that brings it back to the Supreme Court, because there would be an appeal to the Fourth Circuit, then there would be the Supreme Court, and we'd hear from them again as to what's going to happen here.
As you know, Judge Sharlin, the Trump administration is claiming that the U.S. Supreme Court's ruling only meant they had to remove, quote, domestic obstacles, not that they had to work with the government of El Salvador to try to bring Abrego Garcia home. They seem to be taking advantage of the court's vague language about, quote, facilitating his return. Do you think that argument will hold up?
I don't. I think they're trying to spin it favorable to the government. Each side here has claimed a victory, which is kind of interesting, but a 9-0 decision that brought every member of the court together, to me, is very clear. It means he didn't get due process, he has to be returned, and you have to facilitate that return. So I do think that the judge, as I said, will have very little patience for the government's position and will consider, what can she do about it? What can the court do? Is she really without power?
Right, that's a big question. Before we let you go, Judge, I want to get your thoughts on President Trump freezing more than $2 billion in funding to Harvard. And just moments ago, in a post on Truth Social, Trump now says the university...
You are wrong on this one. Not one single hog will be won over by what CNN or anyone else outside of their own media cocoon says. You are still assuming that Republican lawmakers fear the wider electorate. There will not be free and fair elections. By the way, I have my own academic expertise in the study of fascism, and I'm 20 years older than you, so no more pulling the I'm the expert card. Okay, dude. You got it. Thanks. Don't worry. This kind of stuff has the capacity to have the Joe Rogans of the world be moved in this direction against Trump as well. You do not know what will happen. So stop fantasizing that there's nothing that we can do and that there's no change that can happen and that marginal improvements in getting people to be directionally focused on one of the most glaringly obvious, unconstitutional, fascist implications of policy from the Trump administration is a bad thing. Okay, it's bad. I'm 50 years old and I wrote my expertise is in fascism, so shut the fuck up and be a doomer is ridiculous. How is that in any way, shape, or form different than Fukuyama thought, where no more history will happen. No more history will happen. History is done. We ran out of history. Yeah, revolutions were a thing of the past. They will never happen again, ever again. So what should we do? Adopt a nihilistic framework and just be like, yeah, it sucks.
University should lose its tax-exempt status and be taxed as a political entity. Is this constitutional?
No, it's not. And what Harvard...
Yeah. Also, how can you say that something will not change public sentiment when Israel is right there? 2 years ago, Israel's approval rating was fantastic, okay? It's not like Israel wasn't an apartheid state 2 years ago. It still very much was. Look at Israel's approval rating now. It's in the shitter. It's in the dumps. Now, you might say the public is swayed in one direction, but that doesn't mean that the administration will follow through and be moved by the public opinion. And there's some truth to that. Okay, there's some truth to that, certainly. We're experiencing it right now. But there's only so much that the public can take until they say enough is enough. Okay, my job is to get you to that point. My job is to get as many people as possible to that point where they recognize that we are all frogs in a pan boiling right now. Okay, my job is to show you that we're in the pan and the water is boiling already.
It has to do is what the law firms have done that are resisting Trump's orders. It will have to become the plaintiff in court. It will have to go to court and ask for an injunction and try to stop this order and take it through the court system because it is not constitutional to lose its tax-exempt status. Yes, federal funds can be withheld by federal employees, that's for sure. So sooner or later that can be done. But it is inappropriate to talk about taking away its tax-exempt status. I don't see that. But Harvard has taken a position that I think it had to take because it's faculty.
This is also good. Lib institutions actually fucking pushing back on Trump's ridiculous agenda is also a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Then the media starts talking about it. Okay? It's not a bad thing at all. It's significantly better than the alternative, which is what Columbia did. And Harvard did this too, by the way. They initially were playing ball with the Trump administration. The law firms were playing ball with the Trump administration. They should never have done that. They should not have conceded an inch. Okay? And they did. They folded initially. And it's not like Trump's appetite for complete control changed in the process because you are not dealing with a reasonable force. So remember this, okay? All of these liberal institutions, these organizations, liberals in general, the people that go to Bernie rallies, I'm never going to cast them aside as they're just libbed up. Who gives a fuck? Okay. I will work with anyone and everyone that will fight back against this administration. This is how you build coalitions. This is how you successfully try to claw back power from this administration until it's far too late. So until you already have created a fucking vanguard, a militant vanguard force that is armed and equipped with the copies of fucking the Little Red Book with AK-47s, shut the fuck up. You are not doing anything. You have no vision of change. You just want to fucking complain.
Faculty very much, 800 faculty members, I'm told, urge the university to stand up and fight this clearly unconstitutional order, as are the unconstitutional orders directed to the law firms.
Judge Shira Scheindlin, thank you so much for joining us.
The president taking this even further, saying that he's asked Pam Bondi to now study the law, potentially sending, he would say, violent U.S. citizens, deporting them out of the country to El Salvador. Legal grounds for that are what?
Non-existent, Kate. I mean, I think it's worth reminding folks, one of the complaints that we had in the Declaration of Independence at the beginning of the American Revolution was that King George was sending criminals to faraway prisons. It's almost like history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. There's no legal authority to send a U.S. citizen to serve a U.S. criminal sentence in a foreign prison. And, Kate, it would be pretty striking if there was, because that would mean any of us could be effectively disappeared.
That's the point. That is literally the point. That's what they want to do, by the way. That is what they want to do. Okay? I've been right so far on every single thing that I've said on what this administration is going to do. I've been right about this since fucking 2017, 2018, as I talked about it back then as well. And that is the goal here. Okay? And if you trust me on my assessment on all of the surrounding things that I'm talking about, then trust me on the assessment that in terms of building a broad popular coalition that will actively try to undermine this administration's agenda, you need to have fucking liberals on your side as well. Okay? That's it. That's where all the momentum is. You look at all the polls that are conducted right now, and these fucking stupid ass liberals still say Kamala Harris is the best possible candidate. They do not know what is good for them. Okay? It is up to you to convince them. And you can't do that by sitting on the fucking sidelines and constantly complaining about how fucking dumb they are. Okay? That's it. This is a powerful force here. There's 35 fucking thousand of you in here right now. It is up to you to convince your parents. It is up to you to convince your neighbors, to show them the way. And you can't do that if you're an annoying little fucking asshole who's constantly fucking complaining about everything and being a nihilistic douchebag. Okay? That's it. Lock the fuck in.
Into a prison with no U.S. legal constraints, with no potential human rights limits, no matter what. And that's a pretty scary proposition just arising out of this one immigration case.
Which is why getting your take is important, and also the fact that the president says he's asking the attorney general to then study the law when there is no legal grounds for it is noteworthy. Let's take it back then. I remember hearing you describe the Supreme Court's decision with regard to the Abrigo case as maddeningly vague. Is that then what's happened now, the necessary result of that vagueness? I mean, is the Trump administration continuing to ignore a judge or a justice's ruling just exactly what they were going to do, given how vague it was?
100%. I mean, Kate, I think a lot of us, at CNN and elsewhere, were saying Thursday night when the Supreme Court handed down its ruling that by switching from what Judge Zenas had done, which was say you must return him by a date and time certain, to this, wishy-washy word facilitate, the court had created exactly this wiggle room. And, Kate, maybe the Supreme Court was hoping that the Trump administration would take the hint that that decision was unanimous and would actually try to exert some pressure, diplomatic pressure, financial pressure on El Salvador to comply. I think we now know, even if we didn't last Thursday, that that's not going to happen. And so to the question of, so what's the next step in court? I don't doubt for a second is going to order the government to take more aggressive steps to facilitate Abrigo Garcia's return, to put diplomatic pressure to put economic pressure on El Salvador. You know, if the Trump administration says, you know, we tried and we can't, one, Kate, that's a pretty stunning concession of impotence on the part of this administration. But two, I think the other piece of this is that's going to create a lot of pressure on federal courts in every other immigration case to not let anybody be removed from the country until we're absolutely sure that all the I's have been dotted and all the T's have been crossed.
Now I want to play for you how President Trump's aide, Stephen Miller, is trying to interpret the Supreme Court's decision, how he believes it leaves them with no obligation to do anything further. Let me play this from yesterday.
Yes, it was a 9-0
in our favor.
In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court
This is like such an insane interpretation. The court being unnecessarily vague is straight up what happened with the ICJ and Israel's genocide in Gaza. It gave them leeway to say, oh, well, we're not doing anything genocidal anyways on Impel Down style, new comma land in Sikot. Okay, good luck. You should meet up and do something with Jean-Luc Mélenchon. He's in the U.S. at the moment. Wait, really? What the fuck's he doing here? Dude, by the way, lying is so OP, as always. Lying is the most OP, okay?
Has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, then we could deport him a second time.
Well,
no version of this.
Holy shit, look at that. Under Trump, Immigration and Customs Enforcement is becoming the modern-day equivalent of Gestapo and works tirelessly to deport children, doctors, and political activists, not the violent criminals they're supposed to apprehend. As from 2018, this is also an even earlier video that I reposted in 2018. So it's like, it's older than 7 years ago. It's probably 8 years ago, as a matter of fact.
For the communists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a communist.
ICE is Gestapo, a state-sponsored law enforcement division created to wreak havoc in our communities, separate families, and punish people, well, overwhelmingly people of color, for the crime of wanting to pursue the American dream.
When you commit a crime against this country, enter the country illegally.
Look who it is. Look who it fucking is, dude. Obama's favorite Harkonnen, melted candle wax piece of shit, Tom Homan.
You should be worried.
ICE terrorizes your neighbors with its indiscriminate exercise of force and has less to do with violent criminal apprehension than ever before. You don't target jaywalkers when you're trying to end violent crime, so why do ICE targets range from teenagers in middle school to little girls with cerebral palsy on their way to the hospital? And no, I didn't misspeak. ICE literally apprehended a child with cerebral palsy.
A 10-year-old girl with cerebral palsy faces deportation after her ambulance was stopped at an immigration checkpoint while on her way to get emergency surgery.
Do you feel safe? I feel much safer knowing that this criminal is getting deported.
Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a socialist.
And it doesn't end there. Just look at Long Island, for example. Remember at his State of the Union where Trump made it seem like Long Island had been overtaken by Salvadorian murder gangs raping and killing indiscriminately? And by the way, MS-13 has been responsible for a high number of murders in the area, I will admit that. And violent criminals and gang members who are here illegally should absolutely be deported. However, ICE has used this statistic and Trump's constant fear-mongering to justify what The Intercept calls the new school-to-deportation pipeline. Now, in the Long Island school system, undocumented minors are not protected by the law, and they can be reported for insanely trivial things like a scribble on a notebook or for wearing a Lady Gaga t-shirt, which no one should be punished for. Lady Gaga's great. And if you're not documented yet, even if you're waiting on your
rare HasanAbi position change, no, I've said the same thing back then as well. If someone has done a crime, I say this right now, if someone has done a crime that is so heinous that it warrants deportation, that's fucking fine if they're an undocumented migrant. As long as there's due process and as long as it is appropriate to do so. I say that today. My attitude has not changed on this. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean Lady Gaga? No, I like Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga's great. Whatever. Who cares? It's entirely dependent on what the crime is, okay? And what the punishments are. If someone has done a rape, for example, I'm more comfortable putting these people through the process. If someone has done a rape as an undocumented migrant, I'm way more comfortable making sure that the courts go through the proper process, the proper proceedings, and find this person guilty, okay? And then after that, it's up to immigration courts and it's up to the fucking process to determine whether or not it's appropriate for this person to be deported knowing full well that they are still going to serve out their sentence overseas or here, doesn't fucking matter. This does not mean it's appropriate to fucking send them to CCOT in any, in any case. That's not my argument either.
Green card to arrive, you basically have no rights.
Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a trade unionist.
And ICE not only deports children, which is already incredibly inhumane, they also target immigrants who are involved in political advocacy. They detain activists for absolutely frivolous reasons. For example, citing a 10-year-old driving infraction, ICE arrested Eliseo Dorado, who is the husband of a sanctuary church leader in Colorado. Last year, ICE detained and threatened to immediately deport dreamer Daniela Vargas right after she spoke at a rally opposing a proposed state anti-immigration law. But what does the director of ICE, Thomas Homan, have to say about all this?
I'm enforcing laws that they've enacted. I'm enforcing laws that the president signed.
Yes, I say we should prosecute crimes instead of giving a free flight home. Exactly. That is not at odds with my statement here. I have said over and over again that if there is a crime so heinous that it warrants deportation after due process has been implemented, after someone is charged and convicted, then that's fine. The notion that someone is alleged or accused of a crime, which means that it warrants deportation, is ridiculous and completely fucking unacceptable, okay?
Except that's not exactly the case, because the authorities always enjoy a great deal of discretion over which laws are enforced and how severely. The laws and enforcement in the previous administration kept ICE in check, directing agents to steer clear of otherwise law-abiding residents, even if they were undocumented. So basically, grandma doesn't get the boot for a broken taillight because that shit is inhumane. Yet, even with those directives in place, the Obama administration still deported more people than Trump in his first year. But there's one area ICE has nearly tripled its enforcement on: non-criminal immigrants. Now, under these new directives, ICE happily targets low-hanging fruit, severely increasing the amount of legal permanent residents, since to a racist shitlord like Donald Trump, these are just numbers on the board.
Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out, because I was not a Jew.
It doesn't matter if you're a law-abiding legal
public defender here. Our undocumented inmates have ICE detainers. Once convicted, ICE can take them, or typically after sentence is served, ICE takes over. That's how it works now. Well, used to. Yeah. Usually the deportation comes after the sentence is served, for the record.
Permanent resident. Even if you're here legally and ICE doesn't like your tone, or if you have a tiny smudge on your record, they will target you for deportation. It doesn't matter if you were brought here at the age of 1 and 29 years later your 5-year-old son is battling leukemia. ICE will first tell you you're not a priority when you submit an application for sanctuary, then they'll detain you years later. No one is safe. Community leaders and business owners of immigrant backgrounds are subjected to intense scrutiny and get detained. Even doctors aren't safe.
A doctor has been arrested, detained by ICE after living in the U.S. for nearly 40 years.
This guy escaped Poland at the age of 5 and was a legal permanent resident for 40 years. He was nabbed for 2 crimes committed in '92 when he stole property worth under $100, and then he broke property over $100, and the offenses were later expunged from his record anyway. But that didn't stop ICE from deporting him.
Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me.
Now, I know I'll be criticized up and down for this comparison I've made linking ICE to Gestapo, but it's one that you have to understand. Yes, ICE isn't rounding up immigrants to gas them to death, but that's not how the Gestapo started off either. We live in a time when ICE is actively trying to become a U.S. intelligence agency to get warrantless surveillance powers. History is riddled with examples of horrific, inhumane abuses perpetrated under the veil of following and enforcing the rule of law. Don't forget that Gestapo was also enforcing the laws of their land at that time. Laws of the land change with time and progress, and it's up to us to stand for that change we want to see. It's probably why Holocaust expert Robert Galatly described the Gestapo as a reactive organization, which was constructed within German society and whose functioning was structurally dependent on the continuing cooperation of German citizens. So if Americans want to stop our very own...
Being a socialist political commentator is just fucking relitigating Groundhog Day. I feel like I have spent the last fucking decade just repeating the same points over and over again to, albeit an increasingly larger and larger audience. But sometimes I think about how fucking insane that is. Because this video, with the exception of me being like much younger, is almost damn near verbatim identical to everything that I say right now. That's why whenever people fucking ask me like, oh, how, like, whenever journalists or media people ask me like, how do you do commentary in real time so fast without like an entire team of producers? I'm like, because the fucking issues haven't changed. I've done the research for the past 10 fucking years. I've flushed out the talking points for the past 10 fucking years. And considering that in the past 10 years, nothing has changed and things have only gotten worse for the exact same issues over and over again, my commentary hasn't changed in the past 10 fucking years. This is why I also laugh when people say I'm a fucking grifter, or, laugh when someone who started entertaining the notion of like right-wing reactionary politics because it became fashionable, because they can fucking gain prominence off of it, comes around and says like, I'm a drama slop tuber and I think Hasan is stupid. He's a doo-doo head. He doesn't know anything he's talking about. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? The fuck?
Own modern day incarnation of the Gestapo. It's up.
There is not a lot of commentators you can fucking point to in any sector, as a matter of fact, that has this level of fucking consistency.
Up to us to speak up. It's up to us to speak out and resist. I'm Hasan Piker. Please share this video.
Anyway, here, you can show this. It's a fucking short video from literally, I think it initially was from 2017, but you can fucking show this. I want to be wrong. I've never brought up my own area of academic study until today because it's coincidentally relevant to this one specific area. It was not some ego thing. It is also the first time I can recall I've truly believed that you are mistaken. My point is made in good faith. I repeat, I want to be wrong about this. Okay. There is, given my role here, there is no reason for me to push people to succumb to reactionary nihilism. Okay. Especially when things are moving in that direction. Here's Senator Chuck Grassley, okay, one of the most right-wing, oldest Republicans in Congress. I think he might be literally the oldest, having an exchange with constituents on immigration and border security.
Border security? Yes. I believe very strongly in my Christian faith. I preach on Sundays.
Oh, it's coming up as the next video? Oh, look at that. All right, we'll get to it in a second.
Legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador.
Deportation is okay in some cases. It's just lib harm reduction. Dude, under hyper-specific instances where someone has done a crime, a heinous crime, and have served out their sentence, deportation in the aftermath of that is perfectly fucking warranted. There is no reason to have a silly back and forth here. It's ridiculous. Okay? The point here is due process. Yes, deportation to a torture prison is completely unwarranted, for the record. That is not allowed. This is precisely the reason why, for example, Norway has a no extradition policy to the United States criminal justice system. If you are caught in a Norwegian, by the Norwegian criminal justice system, for example, they won't extradite you to the United States because they understandably consider the U.S. prisons to be torture facilities. They think it is inhumane for a criminal to be extradited to the United States of America, to be tried in U.S. courts of law, to go to U.S. prisons. And that's perfectly warranted. Okay? Many countries have this non-extradition policy to the U.S. for that reason. Did you know that? America should have this as well.
Just want to get your take on his interpretation here.
I mean, Kate, it's not a very long decision from the Supreme Court. It's about 2.5 pages. It doesn't say anything like what Stephen Miller said it says. Folks can read it for themselves and see that. I think it's quite telling that Stephen Miller has to try to spin the decision as saying literally the opposite of what it said in order to justify what the Trump administration is doing. But Kate, if we step back for a second, there's a larger point here, which is no court has ever actually determined that Mr. Abrego Garcia is a member of MS-13, as the Trump administration claims, that he was properly removable. And so we're at the point, Kate, where if this is an argument that anyone finds persuasive, that means they can do it to us too. They can say, I'm a member of MS-13. They can say, Joe Citizen is a member of MS-13, and use that as this justification for removing them, disappearing them right into the Salvadoran prison. If that's a world in which
I follow just to tell you I hate you. I hope you get better, chatter. It seems like you already unfollowed before you could respond to my retort, but I don't know what has warranted you to say such things here, especially in today's commentary. But if you follow again and wait for 10 minutes, maybe you can elaborate.
Again, I think the key is courts are not going to take that lightly. And I think the result will instead be courts imposing far more onerous restrictions on the government's ability to remove folks from the country in the first place, ironically thwarting, right, the whole sort of justification.
To follow up on
Trump considering sending U.S. citizens convicted of crimes to El Salvador. By the way, we're moving in that direction already for Americans. Okay, first they will say we are removing Americans that have done heinous crimes to El Salvador, which is completely and utterly ridiculous. Okay, that's fucking insane. Then anyone and everyone that they consider to be a terrorist for political dissidents, for example, will also be removed there. And once they've already decided that you are removable to El Salvador and there's no way of extracting you back, it's done. It is de facto an exterminationist policy. It is a prison. It is a slave labor camp. It is a place where you will be disappeared to with seemingly no way of retrieval. Do you understand that? Do you understand how fucking psychotic that is? Wild that we are in the 3rd month of the Trump administration and we're already entertaining this. Logs, please, logs. Long-time member, I struggle to speak up lately because I'm also vulnerable under the admin. I'm not sure what to do. Be safe.
immigration, deporting American citizens to Central American prisons. Is it legal, or do you need to change the law to do it?
Well, it's another question that the president has raised. It's a legal question that the president is looking into. And he talked about this yesterday when with his meeting with President Bukele in the Oval Office. He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime who nobody in this room wants living in their communities.
You're interested in border security?
Yes.
Chuck Grassley is a young, vibrant 91 years old, a Republican from Iowa, having an exchange with a Republican constituent on immigration and border policy. This is part of the reason why I said that you will have MAGA moms and MAGA dads also change their attitude on this. Why do I believe this? Why, oh, why does HasanAbi Piker believe that even Republicans will actually have a change in attitude on immigration? They voted for Donald Trump. He is basically, he ran on Hitlerian border control policy. Why do I still believe that older Republicans will move away from the cruelty of this policy, the cruelty of Trump's immigration deportation regime? Because I've been doing this for 10 fucking years. And what I saw in this process is two things, two fundamental things you could take home with you, no matter what. Number one, Americans are oblivious to the impact of what kind of policies that they're defending until it fucking happens. And two, if there's enough fuss about said policies from the Democrats counter messaging against it and the media consistently covering it, everyone starts recognizing that cruelty, okay? This process is twofold. This is why I've been fucking screaming at the Democrats for years at this point that they should have been making a way bigger fuss about the reactionary, right-wing, white nativist, anti-immigrant agenda that the Republicans have presented. And yet they let the Republicans dominate the fucking media landscape in perpetuity with no fucking pushback. And that's how we arrived at Donald Trump using anti-immigrant agenda as a fucking weapon to wield against the Democrats. And the worst thing that the Dems did was agree with the Republicans on the matter. The notion that immigrants are actually responsible for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of fucking murders. That is crazy. They leaned into it. They normalized this sentiment.
Believe very strongly in my Christian faith. I preach on Sundays, and I believe very strongly in we welcome the stranger. Because anyway, the least of these we do to Jesus. And that is what we been taught, and that is what the gospel tells us. And I think turning away people who have come here for asylum is one of the most shameful things we are doing right now. Yep. I just want to know,
does this group of individuals strike you as a squishy libs, dude? Do they? They're Chuck Grassley constituents in fucking Iowa. This video is proving you wrong. She'll still vote for this if there are any elections left. Dude, shut the fuck up. Leftists love looking at gift horse in the mouth and fucking complaining about the teeth, okay? Shut the fuck up. What is wrong with you? Oh my God. Some of you are just fucking hipster ass gatekeepers. You do not want change. You do not understand what requires for change to happen. You do not understand how people's attitude about certain things that they might have voted on will change over time. And you literally just want leftism to be some fucking hipster ass bullshit. You want to gatekeep it, okay? Not everyone's going to be a fucking card-carrying Maoist, okay? Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, you're so goddamn annoying. Be fucking pragmatic. Recognize that tides can change, okay? It's not going to happen overnight. How can you even say this? How can you even say this when the issue of Israel is right in front of your eyes? On the domestic front, the issue of tariffs is right in front of your eyes, where people quickly change their attitude about tariffs, okay? As soon as they were supposed to be implemented, everyone was like, whoa, I don't want this. The fuck are you doing? What do you mean my prices are going to go up? What the fuck? How did that happen? And the same principle goes for Israel. People went from Israel's the greatest, most moral democracy on the fucking planet to, oh my God, they're killing babies on a fucking daily basis. This is unacceptable. It's happening with our tax dollars. I don't want that shit. Why? Why do you want no one to be on board with how you see the world? Every single fucking thing that I do is so that there are more people in here, that there are more people who are aware of what the fuck's going on. And slowly but surely, they fucking change their attitude. They change their worldview. They start recognizing the errors of their ways, the errors of their thinking. There's a terrible comparison. What's happening in Israel is so egregious. The reaction to it has been so underwhelming. Oh. So we're just supposed to forget about everything they did? What? Everything what? Who did? This old lady? You don't know what the fuck they've done. You're just fantasizing about what they've done. Shut up. Please. Oh my God. You guys are such fucking losers, dude. Holy fuck. Some of you are literally brain broken. I've talked quite a bit about being a leftist, meaning that you're going to take a lot of L's, okay, in your life. I didn't realize that some of you think that it's only about taking L's. So much so that when you actually see a W in front of your fucking face, in front of your eyes, you still go, no, I want this to be somehow a loss as well. It's not good enough. I know it's not good enough, but things take fucking time, okay?
for you as a senator, as my elected senator, is there anything you can do so that we can follow international law better, or just...
Unc speaks the truth. I've been sub for a year. He has shifted me so hard from my previous beliefs. His methods are tested. Let Unc cook. Yeah, it's ironic because the overwhelming majority of people in this chat are also just like you, but they forgot their old ways, okay? And it's very important for them not to lose sight of who they were and what they've become in their fucking worldview. When has there ever been a community this fucking large and this active that is outwardly socialist, okay? In any sector of media, mainstream, independent, doesn't fucking matter. It has never existed. Part of the reason is because I have tirelessly told annoying fucking purity spiral behaving losers to shut the fuck up. In America, I'm saying, okay? Not the USSR or China or whatever the fuck you're talking about, okay? In the United States of America, the heart of empire, the place where capitalism thrives.
The ideals of our country to be a place of hope for others, where they can come when they are searching for a home because they have no place else to go.
Take down the Statue of Liberty.
Legally, under our laws, we can we welcome refugees. That's legal status.
Senator Grassley, we're not right
just a minute until it's quiet so I can hear you.
Oh, Senator Grassley, right now we're not. I mean, that right now we're not. These changes have been taking place, and that's what concerns me so much. It hurts. Yeah.
Okay.
So with laws.
I would welcome refugees, and I would welcome people that need asylum.
Are you going to bring that guy back from El Salvador?
Yeah.
Are you? Yeah. Why not?
Well, because that's not a power of Congress.
The Supreme Court said to bring him back.
Judges are. The president isn't upholding the Constitution. He's defined the Constitution. You're on the Judiciary Committee.
Trump don't care.
If I get an order to pay a ticket for $1,200 and I just say no, does that stand up? Because he's got an order from the Supreme Court and he's just said no.
Yeah. He just said screw it.
I'll be able to answer your question.
You ignored my letter.
Guatemala or El Salvador is an independent country. The president.
Speak up, please. We can't hear you.
The president of that country is not subject to our U.S. Supreme Court.
The Trump wanted to bring him back. I'm pissed.
If we're paying him to keep him down there, we don't have to pay him.
Why are we paying the housing people who don't have control? The next subject here.
Excuse me, Senator. Senator, excuse me, on that same subject.
Hey!
Excuse me, Senator Grassley, on that same subject. The Constitution, the framers of the Constitution, said that every person, not citizen, every person within the jurisdiction of the United States has due process.
Look at these radical socialists, dude, at the Iowa Chuck Grassley town hall. Look at all these card-carrying DSA members. You see that? Bunch of HasanAbi heads in the room, dude. For the record, some of them are liberals, okay? Some of them are not MAGA voters, but it doesn't fucking matter. These are like 70-year-old Iowans, okay? At a Chuck Grassley town hall.
And we would like to know what you, as the people, the Congress, who are supposed to rein in this dictator, what are you going to do about it? These people have been sentenced to life imprisonment in a foreign country with no due process. Our government cannot do anything. Why won't you do your job, Senator?
Yeah. Get it, swine!
Obey the Supreme Court. Trump's not obeying the Supreme Court. He just ignores them.
Yeah, screw it.
These are also the people that care about process more than anything else. You got to remember, take whatever victory you can get from whatever perspective you can get. Some of them truly do care about, from a Christian perspective, some of them truly do care about, like, doing right by their neighbors, okay? Some of them, on the other hand, care about the due process element. Some of them care about the procedural element. It doesn't fucking matter to me, even this much, as long as they're moving the needle in the right direction. I don't care.
I'd be okay with that.
Let the senator answer.
What is a constitutional crisis? What does that consist of? A constitutional crisis.
I mean, due process is important? Yes, of course due process is important. I meant, like, they care about the Supreme Court's wishes being violated. You know what I mean? Like, there's many different reasons as to why people find themselves in this room, but it doesn't matter that they're not fucking... It doesn't matter one bit that they're not all card-carrying Maoist third worldists, okay?
When you have a president who ignores the Supreme Court, you have a Congress who fails to rein in a third branch of our government.
That's right.
Who is now violating our Constitution. You took an oath. I do solemnly swear or affirm. Do you remember that, sir? Yes, sir. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of office of which I am about to enter. So help me God. Sir, will you act upon your oath?
Yeah, I thought that I was, when I answered, I'll wait till the clapping's done. I thought when I answered this guy's question, I was doing what the Constitution requires. I'm trying to recapture the constitutional authority of Article 1, Section 8, one of the 18 powers of Congress, to regulate interstate and foreign commerce by introducing the bill, which is a bipartisan bill, to make some of the mistakes that Democratic Congresses made in 1963. That's
Congress as a whole.
That's what I'm doing.
Congress as a whole,
Yeah.
bipartisan, has the power to act, to bring
Can you wait till they be quiet?
Congress as a whole, bipartisan, has the power to act to bring the executive branch to heel.
Yes.
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 Now,
And they're not doing it.
introducing a bill, yes, that's one thing. But as a whole, the power of Congress to bring that executive branch to heel when they are behaving the way we're seeing, that power exists within you and your other members of Congress. Do you speak to your other persons in the House of Representatives of your party? Do you communicate with them often? Do you discuss any of this with them? Do you hold any concern that Congress will be the next branch that Trump comes for because he is coming for the judicial?
The only tool that you know the Constitution gives Congress to do in regard to disciplining the executive branch is impeachment.
And you missed that opportunity in his first administration. You had two opportunities for that. That was probably one of the only reasons we're having this situation now.
And what he's done an impeachable offense.
He ignores the next election.
The House initiates.
Yeah, he's not that old man's not wearing a MAGA hat, by the way. He's wearing a "Make Lying Great Again" hat. I think he is a libbed up old man. He's not a MAGA voter.
Yeah. Would you remember what I started with? I said that the way I conducted the meeting in Hampton, I was chastised before because I didn't allow anything other than people to complain about Trump. So I'm going to go through this list and then we'll go back.
Look at demonstrators gathering.
This is another insane story as well. We talked about this yesterday. Mosen was honeypotted by the federal government, where they literally said, "Oh, you have a naturalization ceremony. Please come in." And he went in as a green card holder who was in the process of naturalizing to become a U.S. citizen. They used the naturalization ceremony as a way to bring him in to an immigration facility and have 4 cars filled to the brim with ICE agents apprehend him. For what, by the way? The crime of hurting little old Israel's feelings. Understand something. This is one of the most insane stories, okay? And this happened in Vermont. I expect Bernie Sanders to engage in similar action to Chris Van Hollen as well, and to put direct bodies in the line and to organize and to do protests. Yes, it was a naturalization interview. According to Akela Lacey of The Intercept, Akela interviewed Mosen the night before this happened, and he said, in the best case, this is my naturalization test, and I become an American citizen tomorrow. And in the worst case, they do what they did, where they come in and they apprehend me, and they come in, they apprehend me, and they put me in a detention facility.
Today, who are speaking out against this move. Let's turn things over to Fox 5, Richard Giacovas, who's live at Foley Square, where people are gathering as of right now. Richard, how's everything looking there right now?
Bianca just wrapped up. We'll start with Mohsen Madawi, who thought he was taking his first step towards becoming, or another step towards becoming, a U.S. citizen and getting his citizenship. Instead, at his naturalization.
Dude, this stuff is literally turning my roommate anti-Semitic. I try to talk home down about a lot of it, but it's so hard with Israel equating themselves with Judaism. I know. I keep warning about this, which is a secondary consequence. It will become a primary consequence eventually. And that's when it's, that's when it's all is lost at that point. But yes, the Trump administration is simply using the institutional power and institutional influence that pro-Israeli lobby organizations have to erode the First Amendment protections from the Constitution. They're using it as a fucking weapon, okay? A lot of the pro-Israeli groups, both in the United States of America and in Israel, both, do not care about the anti-Semitism that this creates because this association benefits them, because then Jews are fucking terrified of anti-Semitism in the West. And if they're terrified of anti-Semitism in the West, they will do everything in their power to defend Israel or literally move to Israel. That's the greatest thing that could ever happen. If this turns anyone anti-Semitic, it's on them. Let's not infantilize people. Come on, dude. Come on. Israel is living out the dreams of David Duke, okay? The arguments that David Duke has presented, Israel is basically literally using as a forward-facing as a forward-facing front, basically, to all of these fucking Americans that have never even entertained this notion. What are you talking about? It's not even an infantilization at this point. It is the expected outcome. Dare I say, the deliberate outcome of Israel's actions, constantly tying itself to Judaism. What is the expectation? That some fucking cornbread dude in Arkansas is going to look at all of this and not think, oh, Jews surely seemingly control the American media and the fucking American politics? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what's the expectation here? That they're going to be like, you know what? I've been a fucking dumbass on a lot of issues, but on this issue, I'm going to be super woke.
Interview yesterday. Family didn't hear from him for hours, so they contacted his lawyers, only to find out that Madawi was arrested and detained at an immigration center.
ICE off our campus now! The first student!
Hostak of you explaining why Israel
An
wants
Israeli government conference on anti-Semitism is falling apart. Why is it falling apart, you might ask?
Yeah, here, this is, I talked about this before, yeah.
Because they invited too many actual anti-Semites. The International Conference on Combating Anti-Semitism was supposed to be a PR win for Israel. Instead, it turned into a masterclass in Zionist hypocrisy. Even some of Israel's most loyal defenders are backing out. Why? Because the guest list is a who's who of far-right European politicians known for actual anti-Semitism. But of course, this is not new, says Mondo Weiss. Zionists have been cozying up to anti-Semites for over a century. Herzl, Eichmann, Mussolini, and the wild fascist history they don't teach in Birthright. Theodor Herzl, Zionism's founding father, literally wrote in his diary, the anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends. That was not a metaphor. Because the Zionists supporting Israel erases all sins. You can deny the Holocaust, praise Nazi collaborators, attack Jews in your own country. Just don't criticize the occupation.
Sorry, I'm stupid, but isn't that the same as people associating ISIS with Islam? Aren't those people just stupid? It is exactly, ironically enough, I think I mentioned this not here, but in the longer conversation that I had over this, it is exactly like associating ISIS with Islam. The difference, however, is that there was a concerted media effort to associate ISIS with Islam, and it fucking worked in spite of what Muslims in the West and Muslims in the fucking MENA region were saying. Do you see the difference? It's Israel and pro-Israeli groups that are making this false association. They are personally making this false association. The example quite literally would be if people like myself, for example, in the Western world, were like, I'm a Muslim, and if you fucking attack ISIS, that means you hate Islam. How dare you be Islamophobic? And Muslims in the West propped up organizations that defended ISIS's right to fucking do all of this violence. And then they funneled billions of dollars into American politics, okay? And had Muslim scholars consistently talk about how ISIS is actually awesome and it's the only true way to implement the Islamic Caliphate, which is the God-given right. Like, there is no real comparison here because none of that happened for ISIS, and yet people still made that false association because that false association was beneficial for America's agenda in the region. That was a deliberate way for the American government to make this false association so that they could justify all the death and destruction and destabilization in the region. Do you see what I mean? And the other side of this story is that obviously this conflation, regardless of how many percentage, what percentage of like Jews in the West associate Israel with Judaism or say that all Jews are Zionists or whatever, it still doesn't fucking change the reality, right? That no, religion is not
religion is something totally separate. It's subject to interpretation and is totally separate from the actions of a fucking apartheid state. They're just masquerading as a religious organization. It doesn't matter how many fucking American Jews believe that they love Zionism or love Israel. I don't give a shit, okay? The truth is still the truth. And even then, there is no monolithic understanding of Israel amongst American Jews anyway. But there is a deliberate attempt, on the other hand, to suppress Jewish voices that are anti-Zionist. Just like there's a deliberate attempt to suppress non-Jewish voices who are anti-Zionist and not anti-Semitic, people like myself. If you are anti-Semitic, on the other hand, and anti-Israel, then you are much easier to take down. You're much easier to take down because you can just like present those guys, the guys like Candace Owens or Dan Bilzerian, as like bad faith actors. Clearly they hate Israel because they hate Jews. After all, they reveal that information. What people don't understand in their short-sighted attitude, though, okay, Zionists in general, what they don't understand is that this is creating an environment where the top voices that are against Israel are anti-Semitic. And if you think you can silence anti-Semitism at a certain point, you're fucking wrong. It is unironically propping up anti-Semitism as the primary mechanism to be anti-Zionist. If you think that the American government will be permanently controlled by people who are interested in the defense of Israel, you are wrong. Okay? Things can change. Especially bigotries are a very powerful motivator for people. Things can change very quickly against Israel. This doesn't even necessarily mean it'll be good for Palestinians, mind you, okay? Because the very same people who are anti-Semitic and anti-Israel are certainly not fans of Muslims anyway.
Dozens have gathered here in Foley Square today to what they say is another legal arrest of a student at Columbia. Madawi is a student at Columbia University and a permanent U.S. resident. He was placed in handcuffs by ICE agents yesterday, with his lawyers claiming the Trump administration is looking to remove him from the country. Immigration officials arguing that pro-Palestinian demonstrators like Madawi have been responsible for a rise in anti-Semitism. Madawi has been an outspoken critic of Israel's military campaign in Gaza. He has also taken part in organized student protests on Columbia's campus last year, only to step back prior to those encampments being set up and students taking over school buildings. Madawi has organized student protests and even co-founded a group with Mahmoud Khalil that celebrates Palestinian culture, history, and identity.
We are out here today demanding the release of Mohsen Madawi. We have been out in the streets for every student activist that has been illegally abducted and detained simply for protesting the genocide in Gaza. We're here to say that protesting a genocide and an occupation is not a crime.
Now, according to a petition filed in court by his lawyers, Madawi has held a green card here in the U.S. for the past decade, and he was set to graduate this semester. A lawyer in Vermont, though, says Madawi is to remain in the U.S. until his decision. His lawyers are still trying to find out where exactly he is. We're live right now in Foley Square. Richard Giacobas, Fox.
Yeah. Speaking of there's an update on Kilmar. On Abrego's case, Abrego Garcia's, my comment about Al Jazeera featured doc that got mod blocked for the name. Oh, the Zionist Lobby, the documentary. We watched it before. One of the things that happened in the process of Mohsen's unjustifiable apprehension that I found insane to top it off with like the endless sequence of cruelty, violence, and the horrifying nature of all of this was that the Zionist accounts, the pro-Israeli accounts, all over the timeline, all up and down the timeline. You're hearing my father using the blender in the background, if that's the sound you're wondering about. Okay, all up and down the timeline, they were trying to claim that Mohsen Madawi was actually some Palestinian militant, and for the purpose of claiming this insane statement, they engaged in yet another instance where Zionism is just simply racism. Okay, they engaged in yet another example that proves that Zionism is racism and nothing but. Here it is. Eyal Yacobi and numerous other pro-Israeli accounts, just like Eyal Yacobi, did this thing where they posted, breaking, Mosen Madawi, a Columbia student, has just been detained by DHS. Before anyone says that he's being arrested for speech, this is his Instagram account. So 2 things here. This is not the right guy. And secondly, peaceful protest equals militancy? No. Wait, what? Peaceful protest equals militancy? What the fuck are you talking about? This is not even him. This is a totally different guy whose name is also Mosen, who lives in Palestine, who lives in the West Bank. Secondly, why in the ever-loving fuck would this be proof enough for someone to be a bad guy, especially in the United States of America? Especially in the United States of America, where everybody has a fucking weapon. What do you mean? The only argument you have here, if you believe this, is, well, he's a brown guy with a gun, so obviously he's a fucking terrorist. That's it. Is the Ethan Klein conundrum, where he was like, well, Rashid is posting with guns. Clearly he's a fucking terrorist. Yemen has the second highest gun ownership per capita rate on the planet after the United States of America, of course. How fucking insane. And yeah, he said, we have terrorists walking amongst us. And it's so funny because everyone was like, dude, you're lying. This is not the same person. And he just kept repeating this WashingtonFreeBeacon.com article, which is ridiculous. It's literally not him. This reminds me of the time when Israel knowingly lied about what Arabs were saying, what like Arabic lettering looked like in that fucking famous case where they were pointing to a goddamn calendar to say, this is a terror calendar. And everyone was like, that's just days of the week, man. Because they know that most of the supporters of Israel don't know Arabic and don't care to learn Arabic or trust anyone who does know Arabic. So that's precisely what is happening here. They're just like, they're literally doing the same shit where they're like, nah, this is him. They're relying on the racism that pro-Israeli people have, or the nascent racism that exists, the Islamophobia that exists, to make this assertion. Okay? That's literally what's going on here. This is not the same guy. How the fuck do you think you can get away with this? Like, it's insane to me. And look, people correcting the record are getting 1.7 thousand likes. Meanwhile, this fucking lie, this like insanely racist lie, the laziest propaganda you could ever fucking engage in, has 28,000 likes. 28,000 likes, correcting the record, 14,000 likes. It's not the same fucking person. What the fuck is happening? No community notes, no interest in the truth whatsoever. They don't even look alike. Malson sen, okay. Ananı sikerim senin. Madawi's attorney said to her knowledge, this is not his account. Again, this literally does not look like him. What are we doing here? It does not look like him at all. What are people saying? He was on 60 Minutes. Wazam Kazem was the leader of Hamas in Jenin. Mazra Masharka, Mosen's cousin, and was described by the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade as one of its most prominent field commanders. Mosen, a Columbia student, wrote, we saw him as a leader of a fierce resistance fighter. When we talk about terrorist ties in support of Colombia, this is what we mean. Again, that's not the argument that they're making. And secondly, and I repeat this, and I hope people understand this, that guy, as a leader, okay, in Jenin, not of Hamas, mind you, okay, that person has every right to have guns in his fucking hands on his own internationally recognized country. What the fuck? It is Israel that does not have a right to occupy the fucking West Bank. Every time Israel, an Israeli occupying force soldier, a terrorist, okay, a real fucking terrorist, is operating on the West Bank against guys like him, they are the ones who are illegally doing things. These people not only have a moral responsibility, but a legal one to defend themselves and their own fucking internationally recognized land. Oh my God. I don't care if this hurts people's feelings, if this breaks your fucking brain when you go, how dare these guys defend themselves in armed resistance? It does not matter what your social conditioning is in this circumstance. These people are not only engaging in internationally recognized legal action against a fucking occupying force that is illegally occupying the West Bank, but they're engaging in the moral action in this circumstance. Okay? It's just the truth. Sucks to suck. Maybe that breaks your brain a little bit because you're so fucking conditioned to assume that like state violence is appropriate, and anyone that's resisting against unjustifiable state violence is actually a terrorist, scary, bad, wrong. Doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Even if I vehemently disagree with that, what you're saying is still free speech. Wait, what? Why would you vehemently disagree with that? What do you mean? You're just like vehemently in disagreement of international law? Like what? Oh, what are we talking about? You can't disagree with international human rights. And the other thing that I wanted to mention here, by the way, this is not even the same guy, and it doesn't even fucking matter if it was the same guy, once again, because what he would be doing is legally recognized, but it's not the same guy anyway. These guys are racist fucking douchebags, just like Columbia Jewish Israelis account is trying to be like, well, this guy's a bad guy. He's a scary terrorist guy. Leader of Hamas in Jenin. The fuck do you mean, leader of Hamas in Jenin? Oh, you mean like the fucking spontaneous organized militia group in Jenin that is actively fighting against the occupational forces, that is engaging in terrorism in direct violation of international law? Those guys? I know it's hard. It's hard to shake people's attitudes here. I get it. I totally get it. You've been primed and conditioned into thinking brown guy with a weapon, that's got to be bad in every circumstance. But I cannot stress this enough, okay? I cannot stress this enough to you. That man that you think is scary is in the fucking right. What they are branding him as, a terrorist, is actually the Israeli occupying forces. They are the terrorists here, according to international law, according to morality, according to every sense of being and existence. Having said that, not the same guy anyway. There is no difference between a dude posting with this gun like this than a Ukrainian posting with a gun. Okay? Yeah, also, this is Mosen's actual fucking account. This chatter was disagreeing with you. Oh, I literally agree with you. I was just saying under false framework by which they judge violence, they have no grounds of deportation. Okay. All right. Just wanted to take this brief moment to talk about how fucking virulently racist Zionist Hasbara accounts are. Okay? They're just fucking monstrously racist Nazi pieces of shit. And I will never stand down from saying the fucking truth, no matter how much they try to claim that it's scary. Ooh, you're being anti-Semitic. How dare you compare defenders of Israel, the most moral nation on the planet, to Nazis? Because they fucking are, okay? They are. They are Nazi propagandists. Israel is a Nazi country currently engaging in the modern version of the fucking Holocaust, and everyone and anyone, regardless of their religious background or worldview or perspective, is behaving exactly like Nazi propagandists did if they are defending this fucking country, okay? No nation has a right to exist. People have a right to exist. And nations that are engaging in apartheid and ethnic cleansing certainly do not have a right to fucking exist. No one will make the argument that apartheid South Africa has a right to exist. No one would make the argument now that Nazi Germany has a right to exist. How dare you disband Nazi Germany? What are you doing? How dare you? No. And Israel, as a genocidal apartheid nation built around the fundamentals of fascist principles, of ethno-religious supremacist exterminationist policy, does not have a fucking right to exist. Get the fuck out of here. Rhodesia did not have a right to exist. What a ridiculous crock of shit. It's so shocking that we're at like 18 months of this fucking genocide and people are still turning around and being like, oh, well, this seems like a good argument to me. Ajak, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. My Qatari Emirate Oilers are in the chat. Spreading the anti-Semitism and paying for it. The check is cleared. Once again. All right. Let's switch gears back to... let's cover this and then we'll get back to... Qatari Cat with 100 gifted subs. Goddamn.
Arrest. So turn around.
He's not resisting.
First, there was Mahmoud Khalil, arrested at Columbia University in New York on March 8th.
Then there was Tufts University student Rumeysa Ozturk, detained by ICE agents on March the 25th in Massachusetts. And now, Mohsen Madawi, another Columbia student, who went for a US citizenship interview in Vermont. But he was handcuffed and detained, another student part of the Trump administration's clampdown on higher education. Channel 4's Unreported World met Mohsen last January.
The university has been biased against the pro-Palestine groups.
He grew up in a Palestinian refugee camp and had been a green card holder for 10 years. He was a key voice in protests at Columbia's campus against the war in Gaza.
Of Columbia University, systemic discrimination against the pro-Palestinian voices. Shame on you, Columbia! Shame on you!
While Mohsen was not part of the encampment and occupation later that year that saw police make...
That would be a good rant to post on TikTok for people to easily be able to reference HasanAbi hint hint editors. Yeah, that is a good rant. You're right.
Arrests. That moment was pivotal. For pro-Palestine groups, it was an assault on free speech and protest. For others, it was a hostile disruption of university life with accusations of anti-Semitism.
Every country in the world has to take back people that are illegally in another country.
That cause was taken up by the Trump team, who vowed to deport so-called student radicals, with Marco Rubio saying he's revoked hundreds of visas of people he's deemed lunatics.
If you come to this country as a student, we expect you to go to class and study and get a degree. If you come here to vandalize a library, take over a campus and do all kinds of crazy things, we're going to get rid of these people.
The Trump administration has facilitated the arrest of students like Mahmoud Khalil on the basis that his presence as the leader of pro-Palestine protests is a threat to the foreign policy of the United States.
Houses in Gaza have been destroyed.
Mohsen's lawyers argue that's what he's also being held for, a clear violation of his First Amendment free speech rights, along with no evidence that he's behind any anti-Semitism incidents on campus.
He was beloved by so many people. He worked night and day to try and build bridges between communities that were incredibly at odds, and made progress in doing so and brought people together who otherwise never would have sat in the same room. So there's tremendous grief right now and anger.
The White House recently called for changes from Columbia, threatening to withhold $400 million in funds unless they adopted a formal definition of anti-Semitism and hired an internal security force. But while Columbia agreed, Harvard has resisted demands from the White House. The Trump administration sent a letter to Harvard calling on the university to allow more government oversight and enforce changes to not just tackle anti-Semitism on campus, but also end all diversity, equity and inclusion policies, and regarding international students, prevent admitting those hostile to American values. In a response from Harvard's lawyers, the university said it had already taken steps to address anti-Semitism on campus and said it will not surrender its independence or relinquish its constitutional rights. Neither Harvard nor any other private university can allow itself to be taken over by the federal government.
This is an important and unprecedented moment. I've never seen anything like this in my experience fighting for free speech and academic freedom on campus.
The Trump administration has now said it will freeze $2 billion in funding to Harvard, with free speech campaigners saying this is a major showdown.
There may be serious allegations of anti-Semitism, but the way to adjudicate serious allegations of anti-Semitism is through the legal process, not through unilateral demands and directives from the federal government. And unfortunately, the Trump administration is just not following the law.
Yeah, it's also fucking bullshit, dude. It's complete and utter bullshit. Half of these universities have tenured professors that are literally open out and about neo-Nazis, okay? And they have, in the past, straightforwardly allowed out and about neo-Nazis who even participated in fucking Charlottesville as an organizer to actually continue their studies at Columbia University. One of the fucking organizers of Unite the Right, the Charlottesville hate rally on Trump term 1, straight up went back to Columbia, and Columbia allowed him to graduate and continue their studies remotely because they were worried that he might get fucking harassed on campus. Isn't that crazy? That fucking university's like, oh, Israel, you want me to divest from Israel? That's a bridge too far for me. They don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. They don't give a fuck about Nazis. It is ridiculous. The only thing they care about is anti-Israel statements, okay? Anti-Semitism is simply what has institutional
influence. They're using that as the weapon here. And the real goal isn't to weed out anti-Semites anyway. It's not even just to weed out people who are anti-Israel. That's a part of it. They want to create a chilling effect on free speech against any sort of criticisms against Israel. But beyond that, they also want to fucking erode the First Amendment so that they can erroneously claim what you're doing is prosecutable. Speech is prosecutable. And the government can take action against it. I talked about this a lot. Yes, Project Esther. Tariq Kenny writes for Al-Shabaka, talking about Project Esther, the Israel lobby's most desperate and authoritarian effort yet to crush Palestinian solidarity and make criticism of Israel illegal in America by teaming up with the most far-right elements of the Trump admin. Trump's return to office has supercharged a crackdown on Palestinian advocacy in the U.S. Project Esther, the Heritage Foundation's latest initiative, seeks to criminalize, defund, and dismantle the Palestine solidarity movement. Framed as a fight against anti-Semitism, Project Esther is in reality a coordinated assault on dissent. It calls for federal, state, and private actors to suppress pro-Palestinian voices through censorship, surveillance, and lawfare. While unprecedented in scope, this isn't new. For decades, U.S. law embedded anti-Palestinian bias, conflating advocacy for Palestinian rights with terrorism, and conflating valid criticism of Israeli occupation, apartheid, and genocide with anti-Semitism. Project Esther, an outgrowth of the now infamous Project 2025, is just the most brazen expression of that legacy, now fused with Trump's broader authoritarian turn. And it's a strategy of desperation by people who have lost the wider public debate on Israel-Palestine. The plan's core strategy, label all Palestine solidarity groups as Hamas support network. That opens the door to using anti-terror laws, RICO charges, and immigration policy to target students, nonprofits, and human rights advocates. Project Esther isn't just an attack on Palestinians, it's a test of U.S. democracy itself. It aims to chill free speech, erode civil rights, and outlaw a movement that's gaining public support across generations and political leanings. It is also a blueprint for a much broader assault. And you want to know something so crazy? Here is Biden's anti-Semitism envoy on deporting students. I'm coming down right smack dab in the middle. I don't oppose many of the things that are being done. I just wish they would be done more deftly before people fucking tell me that Biden's administration was different. Dude, you say you are truth, then you defend Hezbollah. Two things can be mutually bad at the same time. You are as disassociate from reality as people who believe supporting Palestine is the same thing as supporting Hamas. Hezbollah is literally holding my country hostage, and you get on here and defend them. Yeah, dude, you're right. The only fucking militant force against Israel's unjustifiable bombing campaign of your country is the bad guys in this equation. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, no. People that go, dude, I can't believe you defend Hezbollah. I can't believe you defend Hamas. Like, what are people supposed to do? Just fucking eat the bombs? Like, what do you mean? Yes, you, for the record, can be Lebanese and be this stupid. Okay? People who are just like, yo, you don't understand. Israel would never do this kind of stuff. Israel would never do this kind of stuff if it wasn't for Hezbollah. Really? Because Hezbollah was fucking formed because of Israel doing this kind of stuff. Same with Hamas, as a matter of fact, and rose in prominence due to Israel's actions. Same with Hamas's popularity that has increased due to Israel's actions. Yeah. He chattered to the please liberate me, Mr. Netanyahu. My people yearn for freedom. Yes. Isn't that Hananiah's position? Yes. The white supremacist Palestinian Richard Hanania. Yeah. Lipstadt, who remains silent as the richest man of the world, allied with neo-Nazis, goes out of her way to attack kidnapped ICE students. Yeah, former Ambassador Deborah Lipstadt supports parts of the Trump administration's visa crackdown, but says it must be done thoughtfully and with due process. How fucking insane is that? I was raised to see Lipstadt as a hero for her battles against David Irving. That she simply wishes for Trump's ICE to kidnap students with greater deafness is an insult not only to modern civil liberties, but to all those who were legally disappeared in the Shoah. I don't oppose many of the things that are being done, she said. I just wish they would be done more deftly. Lipstadt's open encouragement of Trump with the tut-tutting that these kidnappings, which nakedly flaunt the First Amendment, should be done properly, speaks to the open contempt the Biden admin had for these protesters. The former ambassador stressed the importance of legal integrity, especially in cases that intersect with speech and the right to protest. I'm not a lawyer, and I don't play one on television, she said. But however the law is applied, maybe it's different for someone with a visa, someone who has a green card, or someone who has citizenship. But I just hope that the proper due process is applied. In other words, do it properly. She's like, yeah, if you fucking criticize the beautiful state, the nation state of Israel, you should be deported. But, you know, through the proper channels. What a psychopathic crock of shit. Baba, bana napkin verir misin bir sürü? Yeah, do fascism properly. Through the appropriate channels, please.
Napkin verir misin bir sürü? Lipstadt's encouragement for fascism to act deftly calls into question the nature of the Holocaust education. This is why you defended the 6 million in court, to wish for someone to come along and make the trains run on time. Sağ ol babacığım. Yeah, if only Hitler followed through the procedural nature of the procedural nature and abided by some of the rules of engagement here, then it would be totally fine. Well, except he did. He did do that. The Nazis did do that. They changed the laws. What happens to the Holocaust is illegal? It was. That's my point. David Grossman here is stating that the nature of Holocaust education is bunk if the entire purpose of Holocaust education revolves around simply the procedural elements. Yeah. Me, when I get deported to a Salvadoran death camp, I'm happy that this was being done deftly. Yeah. Was it illegal to be Jewish? Yes, it was. Yes. Race laws, Nuremberg race laws is precisely why technically the Holocaust was legal under German law. Chad, did you think that Nazis didn't set everything up legally before doing the Holocaust? I know. Chatters are literally reliving exactly the steps that the Nazi administrators took, down to the liberal concessions being made from institutions and organizations of the rise of Nazi power. And they're like, wait, I don't understand. I thought this was like overnight. Like one day we will all be aware that this happened. That's not how anything works. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Protests have taken place across the country since students became part of the administration's clampdown. Trump supporters claim it's a legitimate attempt to combat discrimination and violence on campus. Critics say that it's just a front for a White House wanting to control everyone and everything in America.
Kieran Moodley reporting. A little earlier, I spoke to Andrew Crespo, a law professor at Harvard, vowing to stand up to the White House. And I asked him if the government wasn't right to try to eradicate anti-Semitism and promote viewpoint diversity.
Anti-Semitism is vile. It has no place in any society. But let's be really clear. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is about authoritarianism. We know that from what the Trump administration has said and from what it is doing. When Donald Trump ran for president, he said that he was going to try to break the backs of American universities because he didn't like what they were teaching. He claimed that we were all Marxist leftists and that he wanted to make sure that what was taught in American universities was what he wanted to be said, that his message would be the syllabus, that these universities would become Trump University as opposed to Harvard University. The reason they want to do that is because they know, just like we know, that across the globe and across time, one of the central bulwarks against authoritarianism in countries is the core institutions of their free society. The press, the courts, the legal profession, universities. Those are the
So you don't
institutions
accept that this is about viewpoint diversity, that he believes there's too much, liberal thought or on the left thought, as we would say here.
Universities thrive on diverse opinion. I teach every year standing up in front of 200 students. The amount of diversity in that classroom and viewpoints is something that is what makes it so exciting to teach these students. What is inconsistent and incompatible with what Trump is saying and what he's talking about is he wants to dictate what he thinks counts as viewpoint diversity, and he wants to be the final judge of what is spoken. Let's be really clear. He doesn't want viewpoint diversity. He wants universities saying what he wants to be said. He wants to control the ideological agenda of the country, and he wants to do it by trying to bend universities to become echoes of what he wants to be said.
We've talked about this being a costly strategy. It is also a risky strategy, perhaps. We've seen the president take on the media, law firms, other universities. We saw Columbia essentially give in to the demands when its funding was threatened. Are you worried about standing alone here?
I'm not worried about standing up because Columbia is a really valuable lesson. Columbia was threatened with $400 million. The money was taken away. Columbia acceded and basically, gave in to those demands, and it didn't get the money back. Instead, it saw more funds frozen. Yep. The price of capitulation is further bullying. What is needed is to stand up. But you're absolutely right that standing up alone is dangerous. The United States government is powerful. It's certainly more powerful than Harvard University. Where this goes is what you need is to have broad, coordinated solidarity across these sectors. You need moral leadership and coordinated moral stands, not just by one institution that's being targeted, but by entire sectors. Higher education as a sector needs to stand up. Law firms as a sector need to stand up. And we're starting to see that. We're starting to see encouraging signs of real leadership and moral courage. That's why our faculty chapter filed this lawsuit last week. We are trying to show that there is the capacity for courage, and that courage courage inspires more courage. These types of attacks are unconstitutional, they're undemocratic, they can't stand, and they will be contested in courts, and they will be contested by the American people.
I mean, there's certainly, at the moment, doesn't look like much chance of President Trump himself standing back or standing down. He said today on Truth Social that you could lose your tax-exempt status and be taxed as a political entity with the phrase, remember, tax-exempt status is totally contingent on acting in the public interest. He's not backing down, is he?
He doesn't seem to be backing down right now, although the president does change his mind rather frequently. My hope is that when he sees how the courts react, and I hope that the courts will actually uphold the First Amendment values that we are trying to vindicate in our lawsuit, that he will respect those court rulings.
The reason why they came in through the Israel side was precisely why Colombia immediately caved. Because there are a lot of people who are fucking psychotic enough that are wealthy alumni that will be on board with this kind of thing. That's the only reason why Israel is the point of contention on this. And anti-Semitism is the weapon to wield. Okay? If there were enough white supremacists who care about defending Christianity that are institutional donors to these universities, then that's what he would use as an entry point. It's just that there are plenty of people who have financial ties to Israel or a direct interest in defending Israel's position, whether through rabid Zionist ideology or whether it's because of, like I said, immediate material needs, that Israel is a great entry point into this conversation of dominating universities.
This is an essential moment to try to defend the core of the First Amendment in American universities. What Donald Trump is threatening, whether it's removing tax-exempt status, removing billions of dollars, it is plain and simple retaliation and punishment and coercion to try to get private actors, like teachers and their students, to speak differently or to speak less. Our Constitution does not allow that, and that's why we're fighting back against it.
Professor Crespo, thank you very much for talking to us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
How you doing?
Fine, thanks, Caroline. A follow-up on Harvard. The president floated on Truth Social, I believe, the possibility of removing tax-exempt status. How serious is that threat, and are there other universities he's considering? And then a follow-up question on foreign policy. Can you give us an update on what the president hopes to come from the next round of talks with Iran?
Sure. First, when it comes to Harvard, as I said, the president has been quite clear they must follow federal law. He also wants to see Harvard apologize, and Harvard should apologize for the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on their college campus against Jewish American students. There were professors who said that he had engaged in discriminatory behavior against Jewish students. Of course, you had the former president of the university saying bullying and harassment depends on the context. You also had an encampment on Harvard Yard that we all saw play out before the cameras. The university failed to impose formal discipline on any students for this anti-Semitic conduct violations, including the occupation of a campus building and the disruption of classes with bullhorns. The president believes Harvard should apologize to its Jewish American students for allowing such egregious behavior. As for the tax-exempt status, I would defer you to the IRS for any updates. I do want to answer your question on Iran. Of course, the maximum pressure campaign on Iran continues, but as you know, the president has made it clear he wants to see dialogue and discussion with Iran while making his directive about Iran never being able to obtain a nuclear weapon quite clear. And the president spoke to the Sultan of Oman today, who helped facilitate these talks. I have a readout for all of you. He held a call with the Sultan.
I really have to thank HasanAbi for opening my eyes as a Jew to Zionism and the harm, especially of Palestinians. It has allowed me to inform my father, who went to the kibbutz as a kid and as a leftist, has now, until now, been neutral on Israel. He's now an active anti-Zionist advocate, as well as his sister. They both grew up with parents who survived Auschwitz. Hell yeah, chatter. I mean, this is why I do what I do, baby. I still don't understand. America is shit reel's lapdog. Can you please explain? No, it's not. I know that things that this administration does make it seem as though that's the case. It is not the case, okay? Israel is a favored client state and has a status higher than any other client state. But make no mistake, these people don't give a fuck about even criticism against Israel, okay? They care about it as far as like they want to strategically stop people from chirping about Israel, but the real reason here is that they're using the long process of the pro-Israeli lobby, the long and convoluted effort engaged in by the pro-Israeli lobby in basically creating mechanisms of influence in the United States of America. They're using that pre-existing weapon, basically, driving it to its logical conclusion to undermine the First Amendment, to undermine due process. It's not going to stop at criticizing Israel. If you think that this administration, if it is successful in prosecuting anti-Israel speech and eroding successfully the First Amendment, first against non-citizens, then against citizens as well. If you think that they're going to stop at like, oh, it's just about Israel. If you say anything else, if you say fuck America, you're fine. You're delusional. Israel has played a very important role in the Cold War. Israel has played a very important role as an espionage, as an arm that can, test out our weapons, as a unsinkable aircraft carrier in an otherwise resource-rich region, a mechanism of permanent control in the area, plays a very important role in our grand desires in this resource-rich region that controls the flow of petroleum, the most important commodity of all. We will never place the same level of faith and trust in Arab allies as we do Israel, no matter how much we give them, no matter how much money we take from them and sell them weapons. They will always be dangerous and unpredictable, as opposed to Israel, because at the end of the day, those nations are still comprised of citizenry that hates Israel and hates America. So in times of instability, there is a likelihood that the Arab nations and their population could revolt, and the dynamic could shift very easily, as it did in Iran, okay? Whereas that won't happen to Israel, because Israel is tied to the hip to the United States of America. Israel's continued existence as a violent aberration in the region, from its inception all the way down to contemporary Israeli politics, its apartheid, the maintenance of its apartheid, the genocide that it engages in, could not happen without Western support. Israel is that valuable to American state interests in this region, and therefore, even at times when Israel itself harms American assets, harms the American agenda, when Israel steals American classified information and ships it off to Mossad, even then we turn a blind eye to it. USS Liberty, we turn a blind eye to it. Why? Because that's how valuable Israel is. You understand? Speaking of Israeli assets, a real meeting of the minds took place in Israel, and I wanted to show this to you. Jonathan Pollard, former U.S. intelligence analyst who served 35 years for espionage for Israel and was later pardoned by President Trump, meets the champ Floyd Mayweather in Jerusalem.
Stupid. I never would have gotten in the ring with you at all. At all. Just throw the towel in.
How you doing?
I'm alive. Thank you for coming. It's very important.
40 years?
35.
Wow.
5 years. By the way, everybody saw me. Trump, what does he do? Takes care of us. No, the lesson is you don't talk. Oh. You don't talk. Stupid. I never would have gotten in the ring with you at all. At all. Just throw the towel in.
How you doing?
I'm alive.
Mayweather can't read, so I don't expect much from him ever. Yeah. I'm not going to say anything else about not being able to read. Some context for those of us who don't know what the fuck's going on. Floyd Mayweather is on a state-sponsored trip to Israel to fucking glaze Israel. And in that state-sponsored visit, he ends up talking to Jonathan Pollard, former U.S. intelligence analyst who famously stole classified information and leaked it to Mossad, and then was promptly prosecuted and was imprisoned for 35 fucking years until Donald Trump released him from prison, put him on Sheldon Adelson's private jet, and flew his bitch ass to Israel. Hasan, have you ever been told, don't talk bad about Israel, free Palestine? Yes. What do you mean?
Thank you for coming. It's very important.
40 years?
30.
Yeah. Just a real meeting of the minds, yeah.
I never...
Even Zionist Hosberg accounts are like, better to amplify voices than Pollard. He should be keeping a low profile. Anyway, yes, he stole nuclear secrets, yes, and gave it to Mossad. It's so funny because Jonathan Pollard is another guy who was like, didn't he say something along the lines of basically relitigating dual loyalty tropes, but as a positive? I might be misremembering, but I feel like he got caught and was like, every Jew should be loyal to Israel and Israel only. Another fucking thing that Nazis love bringing up. That's not dual loyalty. I mean, yeah, that's not even dual loyalty. It's a singular loyalty, but that's what dual loyalty means anyway. Let's continue.
Of Oman today, and he thanked him for hosting the first direct meeting between the United States and Iran and emphasized the need for Iran to end its nuclear program through negotiations. The two leaders also discussed the United States' ongoing operations against the Houthis and emphasized that the Houthis will pay a severe price until they end their attacks on maritime traffic in the Red Sea. As you know, an additional negotiation between Steve Witkoff and Iran's representative has been scheduled for Saturday. And since these are ongoing negotiations, I have nothing more to add on that.
So let's talk about Ivy League colleges. And we know that the anti-Semitism raging on some of the most elite institutions in our country has to be addressed. And as soon as Barnard got raided, a couple of...
Oh, Pollard claims Jews will always have dual loyalty whether they know it or not. Dude, just do blood libel at that point. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? Sick, dude. Thanks. Jonathan Pollard be like, no, you don't understand. Behind closed doors, we think all of the Goyim are cattle. Trust me. It's not just the Kahanas. We all think this. Like, just straight up, that's anti-Semitic? Yeah, of course. Yes. Yeah, Jonathan Pollard be like, yeah, we love rubbing our hands against one another as we entertain the notion of poisoning wells and kidnapping children. But yo, this was really funny. The hostages' family should have been jailed to shut them up. Says former U.S. citizen who was an Israeli spy. I remember this. Yeah. The hostage families are getting in the way of Israel's genocide, which is why they need to shut the fuck up and know their place. He's a pretty crazy dude. If Israel's an American client state, why would they even arrest him for spying? Why was it even an issue for them? No, it is because Israel's a client state and not the state that controls America in the way that a lot of fucking people perceive it. That they, of course, arrested him because there is literally a limit to that allegiance. No, it's not to keep up the appearances, chatters. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Sure, accidents happen. USS Liberty gets fucking lasered. That's one thing, okay? America expends its military on a regular basis. They're probably more upset at that point that the fucking scrap metal is not usable on the ships rather than the actual people that were killed in the process. Okay? But the reason why you can't, there's a level to what you can do, okay? You can't just steal as a U.S. Navy intelligence analyst, steal nuclear secrets and give it to fucking Mossad. This is why I always say there's like two different mindsets in the CIA. Either people who fucking absolutely hate Israel or absolutely love Israel. Obviously, it's not a secret which side wins in that regard. It's the people that love Israel and understand its position that are always the domineering forces within our intelligence communities. But there's still plenty of fucking people who despise Israel for doing shit like this on a regular basis. Same thing goes for the State Department as a whole. Anyway, I was dead set against these kidnap posters because each one of them was a poison dart, said Pollard. Pollard is a convicted spy who spent 3 decades in North Carolina prison for providing top secret information about the U.S. to Israel. The former Navy intelligence officer, using his top secret and sensitive compartmented information access to national defense information, provided Israel with thousands of pages of U.S. intelligence on military and technical intelligence on the Soviet Union, Arab states, and Pakistan. Pollard's immigration to Israel in 2020 was the culmination of years of lobbying by the Israeli government to secure his release. Yeah, Donald Trump basically fucking gift wrapped Pollard's ugly ass and shipped them on, remember, Sheldon Adelson's private jet. It is so nakedly a graft, dude. It is so transparent how the Trump administration is more up for sale than any other administration prior or since.
Straight up. Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like American administrations are not notoriously corrupt, but the Trump one is so nakedly corrupt. Anyway, let's continue.
Of months ago by anti-Semitic activists from Colombia. They knew the president, this was his first opportunity to address it. So he took $400 million from them. And he said, do these 5 things or 8 things if you want to get it back. And they're still in discussions. When it came to Harvard and the threats against Harvard to straighten out their curriculum, to straighten out the anti-Semitism on their campuses, to start complying with some regulations that the administration put out, Harvard pushed back. And they said,
I'm not kidding when I say this. The Trump admin would do a better job of propagandizing this if they only focused on woke DEI shit rather than Israel.
we will not. And the president answered back last night by saying, if you will not, we're taking $2.5 billion from your grant system.
So there's this task force that is.
Here's the problem. When you push them on Israel, the administrations will gladly deal with it, as Harvard did. When you push them on DEI, that's where you maintain public support for controlling universities. But that's when you lose the universities, because the universities will literally fucking kill their own students for being anti-Israel. But the universities will also still maintain a woke veneer and will defend DEI to the death. And that's what happened at Harvard.
Trying to get that money. Harvard, essentially, they've come back and they've said, you know what the administration is asking us to do is unconstitutional. It also flies in the face of our First Amendment rights. The president of Harvard, a fellow by the name of Alan Garber, sent a letter to the community to explain it. He said, although some of the demands outlined by the government are aimed at combating
For those of you who think Harvard refused this week. Harvard did not refuse last week. Before this week's symbolic stance that Harvard took, Harvard quietly, I keep saying the name wrong, shut the fuck up, I know. Harvard quietly took out their head of Middle Eastern studies, a Turkish professor. I covered it. They conceded on a lot of the combating anti-Semitism and not academic receivership, but like things close to academic receivership. They did that. But once the administration came after DEI, they were like, nope. Yeah. It bears, David Austin Walsh is correct. It bears repeating that Harvard, like most other elite universities, was perfectly comfortable with the suppression of pro-Palestine speech at the behest of its donors, the Biden admin, and congressional Republicans for nearly 2 years. Obviously, this is infinitely preferable to the nakedly authoritarian alternative, but I fear that we will see the emergence of a self-exculpatory academic liberal narrative, much like that which emerged after the Red Scare about the integrity of the ivory tower and the necessity to purge at least some students, faculty, staff, even if the orders from the Trump administration went too far. And they did do this. They already did do this. I don't even think David Austin Walsh is aware that they did this. I read the report on the Crimson or whatever, the Harvard newspaper. I read it to you a couple weeks ago. While Harvard finally took a stance, and I welcome it, make no mistake, the reason why Harvard took a stance now is because Harvard already quietly conceded on a lot of the anti-Palestinian measures that, and a lot of the pro-Israeli measures that the Trump administration had demanded out of Harvard. They did all that shit. And then the Trump admin wanted more, and they were like, okay, we're not touching the woke shit. That's it. I'm sure a chatter can link the subsequent news reporting on this.
Anti-Semitism. The majority represent direct governmental regulation of the intellectual conditions at Harvard. We have informed the administration through our legal counsel that we will not accept their proposed agreement. The university will not negotiate over its independence or its constitutional rights. So they've been hit with this $2.2 billion federal freeze. But here's the thing. I would imagine this is a battle that Harvard's going to fight, because while that's $2 billion, they've got an endowment at Harvard of $53 billion. So they've got a pile of dough they can rely on if they're going to fight this.
So the president's freezing $2.2 billion on grants, $60 million in contracts. President Obama applauded this because it's his alma mater, but Elise Stefanik also graduated from Harvard, and she was on Sean's show last night sounding off about it. But here's my question, Lawrence. Why should police officers, why should teachers, why should...
Isn't that weird? Party affiliation doesn't even matter. Everyone graduates from Harvard, Yale, Columbia. Isn't that strange?
How interesting. Why is this guy always at diners? Dude, that's where he is.
Good bricklayers and
He's
our
the
blue-collar
diners guy.
workers and the people in Detroit making our cars, why should they have to pay for schools that will continue and allow anti-Semitism on their campus? Because that's what happens. These are tax dollars. Harvard does have this huge endowment, and let all of that money go to community colleges. Let it go to Mike Rowe, who's starting trade schools. Allow that money to go toward individuals who are working hard in America and never would have gotten into Harvard or can't afford Harvard.
You're exactly right, Ainsley. They are not only anti-Semitic, but they allow people in on these visas that essentially hate the country. They want to redo what America is. And they have been very vocal about the people that have been deported by the president as a result of them violating their visa.
I want to point out something here, but one of the people of German descent that escaped to the United States of America, that was a formative scholar who also was an anti-Zionist, was a Jew by the name of Albert Einstein. Okay? It is fucking wild. A socialist Jew by the name of Albert Einstein. It's kind of crazy that we have this idea where we're like, yeah, no, if you are, like, basically this administration, if implemented the same policies back then, would have deported Albert Einstein. And Albert Einstein is just one person. I'm just simply using him as the tip of the iceberg. Like, think about it. The dude wrote about how socialism was awesome and directly wrote about how the people, the Zionist factions that were trying to build a nation state of Israel, not alongside the Palestinians that already lived there, but by exterminating them, were fucking terrorists. They were Nazi fascists. That's what Albert Einstein said. He would literally get deported so fucking fast. Can you imagine how fast Albert Einstein would get deported right now? Oh my Lord. They'd be like, get the fuck out of here. Oh, you think you got an American citizenship? First of all, you're Jewish, okay? Secondly, you're German. We're sending your ass back on the first boat to Germany, the Nazi Germany, bitch. That's what they would fucking do. It is crazy.
Second thing is they don't want cops on their campus as well. A lot of these campuses shun law enforcement, don't want them there, and feel like they're an enemy to the American people, which we know is untrue. Let's talk with some of the diners right now and see what they're... Go ahead.
One of the lawyers fighting for Harvard is Robert Hur. Famously did the Hur report on Biden. And the other one's a conservative, too, so they think they have an advantage there. I would say this. They're going to have to evaluate. They're going to have everything under scrutiny. Why they're taking so many international students. What countries are contributing to their institution. What is in their curriculum. They're going to have to expose it all because the administration is just amping it up. Princeton's also fighting. Columbia's capitulating as of now. Maybe when they get a permanent president, they might change. But go ahead, Lawrence.
Yeah, you're exactly right, though, Brian. Let's go find some folks to talk to. Hey, how you doing, sir?
Doing great, man.
So Harvard, they're not going to comply with the administration.
Dude, what the fuck does a random dipshit at the Embassy Diner in Bethpage, New York have to say about Harvard? Why would I care about what these old fucking douchebags, these old Hitlerites have to say about Harvard? Who cares? Like, what a stupid piece of news. Like, I don't care what these guys have to say about anything. The only thing maybe that I would care about is, like, I don't know, is the soup good? That's the one thing you can ask these fucking douchebags that would at the very least be somewhat entertaining or interesting. Do you like the soup here? What's your favorite side dish? The fuck do you mean? You're like, oh, the administration is taking a lot of legal action against woke college campuses like Harvard. Do you think this violates the First Amendment or no? It's like, I don't care what this fucking old douchebag's take is, man.
They said get rid of the anti-Semitism. The people that hate our country, that want visas, we're going to...
Oh, man, thank God. Yeah. Even then, he has to literally fucking prop the question up as like, sir, these people have said that they would strap themselves with TNT directly on their chest and come and bomb the Embassy Diner while you are in it. Do you think that these people should be deported promptly? It's like, yeah, I don't know, man. You led that question so hard. I feel like it's impossible to say no to that.
Start revoking those visas. Harvard, as a result, have said, well, we don't want the money then. We're not going to negotiate with the administration. Where do you stand on?
I stand 100% behind Donald Trump's decision to not fund them. People that work against this country are totally wrong. The woke need to wake up, okay, and get on the right side of what's going on. 1 minute they're saying one thing, next minute they're saying the other thing. They're doing a lot of flip-flopping, and I'm totally against it. You know, this is our country. We need to stand up for this country. I was a 9/11 first responder. I love our cops. I love our military, and people need to do the right thing by us first, and that's it.
What about you? A lot of people agree with you too, sir. He's talking about 9/11, and you see these people protesting in the middle of the street. Some of them are not even American citizens.
What does this have to do with 9/11?
They want to overthrow a lot of the government. Some of them have been extremely anti-Semitic. Is the president making the right move here?
I love him. I think he's doing a great thing.
These guys, once the cameras are off, are literally like, you know, I was there at 9/11. It's the Jews that did it. Meanwhile, over here, they're like, anti-Semitism, unacceptable. We must stop it.
I'm behind him 1,000%. The man doesn't really make too many mistakes when he talks. He was right about most things, and I'm for him 100%.
Thank you so much. It's been a great time here with a lot of these folks right here. They've been talking about some of the issues that matter to the country so much, and this is one of them. We got to protect our country, and it starts with these children that are on these college campuses.
Hey,
guys.
Lawrence, look over your right shoulder. That's the town supervisor, Joe Saladino.
Right.
One of the funniest, or rather, one of the most insane sequences of events that took place on 9/11 is I don't know why they even say this, but like the false notion that all the Jews were not in the tower, okay? And no Jews died on 9/11 because it's like Israel did it, blah, 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 which is, one, wrong, okay? A shit ton of Jews died on 9/11. It's literally in fucking Wall Street, okay? And two, one of the most insane sequences of events that took place is going to literally destroy your brain, okay? You know whose company did not survive 9/11 in its entirety? Howard fucking Lutnick. Howard Lutnick's company, his I forget what it was. Hold on, what the name of it is? That's right, Howard Lutnick, Trump administration's the United States current Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. His brother died on 9/11. Okay. I need you to understand how insane it is, though. Cantor Fitzgerald is the name of the company. I'm going to put you on some game about Howard Lutnick. In 1983, Lutnick was hired at Cantor Fitzgerald under the mentorship of the firm's founder, B. Gerald Cantor. In 1990, Lutnick became president and chief executive of Cantor Fitzgerald. After a medical incident involving Cantor in 1995, he entered into a legal dispute with Cantor's wife, Iris, over Cantor's succession plans. Lutnick was appointed chairman of Cantor Fitzgerald after Cantor's death in 1996. This guy's a real fucking shark, okay? So he seizes control over Cantor Fitzgerald, invested significantly in technology, establishing an electronic trading platform known as eSpeed. And in the September 11 attacks, Cantor Fitzgerald lost 658 employees, including Howard's brother, Gary. But oh boy, what he did is so in-fucking-sane. First of all, from what I understand, Cantor Fitzgerald was dog shit in general, but Howard Lutnick successfully sued, okay? Let me see if I can find it real quick on what he did. He created the Cantor Fitzgerald Foundation and then donated $1 million to it. The established Cantor Fitzgerald Relief Fund, which began donating $5,000 to families with one or more children on October 2001. Cantor Fitzgerald donated $4 million to the fund in September 2002. Okay? From what I understand, he literally fucking successfully sued the government, I think. Let me see if I can find it. My dad worked for him before 9/11, and most of his coworkers died, and my dad still voted for him and Trump. That's crazy. Let me see if I can find the actual insanity here. Hold on. Lawsuit. 9/11 settlement distribution stirs ire. It was United or American Airlines that he sued. 9/11 settlement distribution stirs ire among Cantor insiders.
Some executives at Cantor Fitzgerald are steaming mad at their boss, Chief Executive Howard Lutnick, for quietly pocketing a chunk of the $135 million settlement the company received from American Airlines. He fucking pocketed the awards after successfully suing American Airlines over negligence related to the 9/11 terrorist attacks that killed more than 600 of the brokerage firm's employees. I'm telling you, man, he is a fucking pure psychopath. Do you understand how evil you have to be? That's Trump's Secretary of Commerce, baby. That is his guy. Some people inside Cantor believed that the money would be distributed to the families of the company employees who died in the attacks or put into the firm's general coffers. But during a conference in March, Lutnick told senior executives the bulk of the money would be distributed among the firm's partners, according to one person on the call. Further, the person said each partner would receive $2 for each partnership unit. The source also said Lutnick is widely believed to own the biggest piece of the firm's partnership shares, thus entitling him to possibly tens of millions of dollars from the settlement. I have no idea how much he made from this, but he's the biggest trading partner, the source said. Speculation in the firm suggests Lutnick took anywhere from $15 million to $25 million from the settlement. A spokeswoman for Cantor would not deny he was entitled to receive millions of dollars, and neither she nor Lutnick would deny the speculated amount. All the money for the business interruption recovery related to the American Airlines case went either to strengthen the support to overall business or over 600 Cantor partners, precisely proportionate with the exact stake in the company, Mr. Lutnick included, the spokesman said. For 5 years, Cantor's partners provided 25% of the firm's profits to the 9/11 families, a total of at least $180 million, in addition to 10 years of health benefits. How fucking nutty is that, dude? Yeah. I told you the payoff was sweet. How do we get here? From the weirdly false assertion that like no Jews died on 9/11, all the way to Howard Lutnick's firm losing 600 of their employees on 9/11, only to have Howard Lutnick, Trump's current Commerce Secretary, successfully sue American Airlines for their negligence that led to 9/11 in his eyes, successfully suing them for hundreds of millions of dollars, and then taking the largest share of the fucking bounty. God damn. Anyway, fun facts with HasanAbi once again. Yeah, and also the very fact that like how he got in control over the company itself is also a little suspicious too. A real art of the deal kind of guy, baby. A real shark. Old school, cartoonishly evil sleazeball.
We want to turn now to more news.
Speaking of old school, cartoonishly evil sleazeballs, here's an old school, cartoonishly incompetent geriatric man, Joseph Robinette Brandon. You might have forgotten about him. You might have thought he was dead. He is very much alive, it seems. He is back. He is back. Biden prepares for first post-presidency speech.
This afternoon, President Biden set to make one of his first public appearances since leaving office. He's scheduled to deliver remarks on Social Security in Chicago. This comes as Democrats warn the Trump administration is making cuts at the agency that provides those benefits. The president has repeatedly said he won't touch Social Security benefits. So we want to bring in ABC News political director Avery Harper with all of this. And Avery, this is an interesting first event back for President Biden. Why choose this event, and what do we expect him to say?
All right, well, this is going to be at a conference that is for an advocacy group that is about strengthening and protecting Social Security. We know that for Democrats, that has been a strong part of their messaging, the concerns that they've.
I really hope he says he's running. He's going to run again because his job in Israel is not done. This Trump guy, he didn't do enough Israel, and he didn't do NATO. Look alive. Watch me. I am alive. And I'll be back. I'm back again. Gonna protect Israel. Gonna protect Ukraine. I'll show that thug Vladimir Putin what's what. I'll do NATO. 10 times over. I'll make Ryan Ruth's legacy a long-lasting one. I have it on good authority. I got 1,000 NATO-trained Afghan troops ready to go in my command. Took them over from my favorite supporter, Ryan Ruth. I guess both Trump and Biden have called the president of Ukraine a dictator for different reasons. Trump because he loves Vladimir Putin,
And Biden, because his brain was melting, and he was like, President of Ukraine, Vladimir Putin.
Raised about what the Trump administration says, or what the Trump administration could do to Social Security, especially some of those concerns that there are about DOGE cuts, things like the possibility of office closures, changes to how people have to verify themselves in order to receive their Social Security benefits. Those are concerns that folks say could impact how people receive those benefits. And so we expect to hear President Biden and former President Biden speak to that tonight. Also interested to hear what more he might say about this current administration. We know that President Trump has said a lot about former President Biden and his administration and about the what it meant for the current state of this country. So interested to see what he will have to say about this current administration.
Avery, you and I talked on the air yesterday about those events we've seen from Bernie Sanders and AOC in these events.
I did the nativization of Finland. Man, I miss doing the Brandon voice, chat. Have y'all noticed? I really fucking miss doing Brandon voice. It's been so long. I'll do 9/11, Jack. I'll do 9/11 9 times over. Yeah, it's like Grandpa. He's gonna tell us how he did AUKUS, dude. I can't wait for him to talk about Five Eyes. Watch me.
Events to combat what they say are, quote unquote, fighting oligarchy. They are much younger. They are fiery kinds of events. You see some images there. Does that stand in contrast to what we expect to see from Biden today?
Hopefully his defense of Social Security is as passionate as his defense of the state of Israel. Nothing will be as passionate as his defense of Israel. I'm telling, dude, Trump likes Israel because Sheldon and Miriam Adelson give him money. It's that simple. Okay? If there was an equivalent to Sheldon and Miriam Adelson that had that level of motion, that level of power, and was like, you are going to dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece, sure, he wouldn't be able to go up against all of the institutional power that Israel has and the State Department interest, but he certainly wouldn't be this aggressively in favor of Israel. Okay? Biden is a die-in-the-wool, straightforward ultra-Zionist, which is extra crazy because he's fucking Catholic, which means he, out of all the Christians, is the least likely to be Zionist. It makes no fucking sense. I will never understand the amount of support that Biden has in his heart for Israel. Not true? Dude, come on. In comparison, Catholics, an Irish Catholic in comparison to the average American evangelical, the average American evangelical outflanks fucking Jews in Israel about what Israel should be doing. Mike Huckabee is more radical in support of Israel than that's how fucking insane Mike Huckabee is. In comparison to other Christian sects, like Catholics are not supposed to be this fucking diehard for Israel at all. The Pope literally called it a fucking genocide. What are we talking about? He's Irish Catholic too, on top of everything else. It makes no goddamn sense. His faith and loyalty in Israel is insane, okay? It's real.
Today, and what does it say to you about the different elements in the Democratic Party right now?
Well, listen, I mean, Bernie Sanders is just about the same age as President Biden, but we do see him and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez bringing out progressives across the country as they make that their stops.
I like that they're basically saying, like, yeah, he's just stealing Bernie's shtick.
On that tour. The last stop was in Idaho, and where they brought out thousands of people to come and listen to their speech there. And it's important to note that that is a state where Trump won by more than 30 points. And so there are people who are coming out to hear these messages. I think the big question is if this could be a sustained movement. You know, a one-day event is very different than, you know, keeping people encouraged and encouraging them to come out to vote next year in midterms and beyond. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there.
Avery Harper, my friend, thank you as always.
Now to President Trump's tariffs. The administration taking steps to implement new tariffs on semiconductors and pharmaceuticals. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, is at the White House with the details for us. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning. And the White House is laying the groundwork for the president to invoke national security to impose new tariffs on semiconductors and on pharmaceuticals. This could have a big impact on Americans across the country. Semiconductors, traditionally made outside of the United States, are used to power everything from cars to smartphones. And on pharmaceuticals, the raw ingredients used to make most medicines are also made overseas. Experts warn that could drive up the prices on over-the-counter drugs like ibuprofen. But the president is insisting that all of that needs to be made here in the United States. And some tech companies, including NVIDIA overnight, have responded to his demand for manufacturing here in the United States. But it will take time for those productions to get up and running. Meanwhile, the White House, the Trump administration, continuing these negotiations on trade with other countries. The vice president says there is a good chance that the U.S. will reach a trade agreement with the UK, but not at the negotiating table is China. Those 145% tariffs on Chinese imports are still in place, Michael.
And Rachel, it's a new day and it's a new lawsuit for President Trump over the tariffs.
Exactly, Michael. Now, this time it is a group of small businesses that are suing the Trump administration over these tariffs, saying the president does not have the power to impose them, calling his reasoning that this is a national emergency, a quote, figment of his imagination. Now, the White House is pushing back, insisting that.
Folks, you know, it's no surprise that he did a hell of a job when I asked him to be commissioner of the Social Security. And the reason I did that, it was not an ordinary transition for a governor.
Bro, he looks so dead.
I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I knew he needed someone with some guts, some toughness, who'd fight for every single penny that it needed, that would try to restore the integrity of the system. And to everyone here today, I want to thank you, all of you, very much for this award. It means a great deal to me coming from you. And I mean that sincerely. It means a great deal. You're in the front lines every single day. You're helping. You're advocating for your fellow Americans, Americans with disability. It's a big deal. We talk about what happened in the physical side of it if we didn't have Social Security. Think of what the psychic calm gives so many people who just don't know where to go, don't know how to traverse what needs to be done, or alone. Last fall on the White House lawn, we celebrated the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. As a United States Senator 400 years ago, I was looking back on it. God almighty, I've been doing this 50 years. It's hell turning 40 years old, anyway. But back in the year 1990, I was the co-sponsor of the Americans with Disabilities Act as a United States Senator. In my view, and I suspect many of you, it was one of the most consequential civil rights laws in American history. That's what got me involved in politics in the first place. Delaware, like Maryland, was one of those states, it was a slave state. We had all the vestiges of what was going on back in the day. We were one of those states that still, I remember moving from Scranton, Pennsylvania down to Wilmington, Delaware, and Cole died. My dad moved back to where we could get a job. And I remember I pulled into, my mom would drive us on the Filton in Philadelphia, and we lived in an apartment complex. And she'd drive us it was only about half a mile to Holy Rosary School in Claymont. But it was so dangerous, she wouldn't let us walk up because of Access Road. And I remember pulling into the parking lot.
Dude, this is crazy.
I'd never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time when I was only going in fourth grade. And I remember seeing the kids going by at the time called colored kids on a bus going by. They never turned right to go to Claymont High School. I wondered why. I asked my mom, why? So in Delaware, they're not allowed to go to school, in public school, with white kids, honey. That sparked my sense of outrage as a kid, just like it does. I mean, and these young kids right here can tell you things affect them when they learn about something that's really just unfair and unjust. You know, my dad was an honorable man. And my dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, your job's about a lot more.
How is he not dead yet? I don't understand. I really thought he would have been dead by now.
It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, that's what you're all about. That's what the legislation's about. It's about dignity. Simple dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity, regardless of their standing, regardless of their economic situation, regardless of who they are. Making sure that more than 60 million Americans who are living with disabilities are treated with dignity is who we are as Americans. That's what it's about. I mean it. Dignity at work, at school, in their communities. In every corner of American life, laws like the ADA need advocates like you. You're the ones that keep it going, God love you. You fight like hell every single day to make sure the law is respected and your clients' rights are protected. So from the bottom of my heart, I mean this. I give you my word as a Biden. From the bottom of my heart, I say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for your commitment to the dignity of all Americans, because that's what ultimately this is about. Folks, today I want to talk to you about an issue that's front and center right now for millions of Americans. Social Security. You know, some of you may know the Democrats have declared today the Save Social Security National Action Day. National Day of Action, I should say. We know just how much Social Security matters to people's lives. Everyone in this room fights for people with disabilities who rely on Social Security to survive. To survive. Not just the physical side, it's the mental side. It's the mental side. You make sure folks get the benefits they earn after a lifetime of hard work. The work they do is more than just a profession, what you do. It's a calling. It's not just a profession. And Social Security is more than a government program. It's a sacred promise. We made it today, a sacred promise. 73 million Americans receive Social Security. From their first paycheck through their entire life, they pay into Social Security. And in return, they count on Social Security to be for them when they're going to need it. Folks, must never, ever betray that trust or turn our backs on that obligation. That's why during my presidency, we protected Social Security and made it stronger.
His audio dial is busted. He just keeps yelling randomly or whispering, so it's impossible to fucking regulate the audio.
Lowest staffing, she referenced it. Lowest staffing levels in 50 years. And demand was going through the roof because of my generation and the baby boom generation, reaching the retirement age. So the demands on Social Security increased significantly. Our administration secured nearly $2 billion to reduce the backlogs and improve customer service. We slashed wait times for folks in need who are calling the 1-800 number. We got it down to under 13 minutes. It used to be 3 times that long when we took office. We made it easier for people to get help with their claims online. We reduced how long it takes to review a case. We fixed the appeal system to make it uniform in all 50 states, which made a difference. We strengthened the anti-fraud measures to protect people's identities and to make sure benefits are going to people who actually they belong to. By the way, those 300-year-old folk getting that Social Security, I want to meet them because I like to figure out how they live that. Hell of a thing, man. I'm looking for longevity because it's hell when you turn 40 years old. But as a result, by the time we left office, we had improved every single line of customer service, from applying for disability to filing an appeal to reporting fraud. It all became more efficient and more effective. And I'll bet it made your jobs easier, too, in the process. Now, these achievements may not sound so glamorous to most people, but you know, they're absolutely essential. In my view, one of the most important jobs of any elected official is to make sure the government works for the people, works for all people. It's understandable. They can understand what it is. And then we keep our promises to the people, to all the people. That's exactly what we did, thanks to all of you. I also signed into law the Social Security Fairness Act.
What's the point of this speech? Literally nothing. It's an exercise in masturbation, and predictably, liberals are actually masturbating right now. The fact that this has 13,000 viewers is shocking. Okay, you might say, "Oh, Cory Booker got 100,000. Who cares?" But the very fact that this has more than 10 viewers is unironically yet another instance where I don't have a lot of faith in the Democratic Party's base of support. There shouldn't be more than a single person watching this. To be fair, you have 36,000 viewers watching it right now. Yeah, and it fucking sucks.
5 years and then wait around and be...
But he's dead.
I will not go further or get in trouble, but look, folks. Can you imagine the chaos it would have charged? Every 5 years, Congress is going to step up. You imagine this Congress stepping up? They threatened to raise the retirement age as well. Now, that might not be a hardship for someone working in a comfortable job. But if you're on your feet all day, you're doing manual labor all day, you're working with a disability, it's a very different matter. And then they even tried to face forced cuts on Social Security during the negotiation of the debt ceiling. These are wonderful guys. Last time this guy had the job, he raised the debt ceiling because of an enormous and profligate tax cut to the super wealthy. And then he said, look, then they started talking to his colleagues. Well, maybe we can do something about Social Security, but we got to do something about the debt ceiling. How are we going to we can find the money in Social Security? Unless we do what they wanted to cut Social Security. Not on my watch. We refuse to go along with any of that. Look, Americans have always been able to count on these benefits. And let me pause a second here and say this. We talk about the physical needs that Social Security provides for people, particularly people, hardworking people, people retired, people on the edge. But the psychological impact is profound, profound. You're a man or a woman, you're 70s, 80 years old, you're not in good shape, you have a disability, and you hear the check may not come. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night? We lived up in Wilmington in a 3-bedroom split-level home in a new development, 40 homes, with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. And I remember our headboard was near my dad's and mom's room. And you could tell when Dad was restless. I remember asking one night my mom, what's the matter with Dad? The next morning, she just found out that we're not going to provide insurance anymore where he works. Well, imagine if you're somebody who's been struggling your whole life. You literally count on Social Security to buy your food, just to get by. And you hear the threats, what may happen. Many of these beneficiaries, that's their only income. If they were cut or taken away, it'd be devastating, devastating for millions of people. And the psychological pressure we put people under by having this debate is absolutely devastating.
Okay, I got to spice this up a little bit.
That's why we work so damn hard to make Social Security Administration stronger than it's been in years. And that's why I asked the governor to take over, by the way. But look what's happened now.
Where the fuck are my bookmarks? Oh, here.
Fewer than 100 days.
Chad, I got to spice this up.
This new administration has made
You'll never believe what happens in 019.
So much destruction.
Look
it's
at this.
Breathtaking. It could happen that soon. They've taken a hatchet to the Social
Watch
Security
what happens at 19 on the 19th second.
Pushing
it's coming.
7,000 employees. 7,000 out the door in that time, including the most seasoned career officials. Now they're getting ready to push thousands more out the door. Already we can see the effects. For example, thousands of people use the Social Security website every single day to check on their benefits and submit their claims.
What
now,
the fuck?
The technology division of Social Security Administration has been cut in half. And so the website's crashing. People can't sign on to their accounts. What do you think it does to that woman's
It's one of the
alone?
stupidest things I've ever
74
seen.
years
dude.
checking, just not able to even find out she can't even find out what that disability claim is she has. She can't file a new disability claim.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Told incorrectly for benefits of ended. Folks, imagine
This
the panic
is so
that causes
disrespectful to
if
Brandon.
you're a retiree living alone with only Social Security to depend upon.
It didn't work on my friend's Pitbull. Just
now
a heads
people are
up.
Overwhelming the phone lines. They're showing up at the local Social Security office, tearful and frantic, and told, "Do you have an appointment?"
What the fuck? Why does he keep yelling randomly, dude?
Give you a personal example.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to lighten the
Cap
mood
it
a
all
little
off.
bit.
Serious people are now generally concerned for the first time in history.
They did that to Commander? No, they didn't.
History,
yeah, this is
Social Security benefits.
people
may
are
be
saying this
delayed
is
or
Commander.
Folks, let's put this in perspective. In the 90 years since Franklin Roosevelt created the Social Security system, people have always gotten their Social Security checks. They've gotten them during wartime.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
During recessions. During a pandemic.
You needed it. You needed that pick me up after Biden fucking put us to sleep. Jesus
for
Christ.
the first time ever, that might change. would be calamity for millions of families, millions of people. But the current Secretary of Commerce doesn't seem to get it. Or based on his comments, he doesn't seem to even care. Many of you saw what he said the other day. And by the way, he's a billionaire. God love him as my.
Yeah, he says ACP behind him. He's the American Communist Party. He's a MAGA communist now.
Billionaires, not he's paying. But when he talked about the possibility of the Social Security checks not going out this month, he shrugged it off. Here's what he said. He said his 94-year-old mother-in-law wouldn't complain, wouldn't bother her. She's probably a lovely woman. No kidding.
Can you believe this guy was the president, dude?
What about that 94-year-old mother living all by herself? Doesn't have a billionaire in the family. Or all the retirees who depend on that monthly check to feed themselves.
How is he still going?
Disabilities.
How is he still going?
What about all those people? That's who you fight for. So those who desperately need you. And folks, it's not just the Secretary of Commerce. We heard how others, empowered and emboldened by this administration, talk about Social Security. One of them called it a Ponzi scheme. A Ponzi scheme? What the hell are they talking about? People earn these benefits. They paid into that benefit. They rely on that benefit. And no one should take it away. You know, Franklin Roosevelt had a different view. He was president coming out of the Great Depression. He and all his colleagues saw great suffering, so much poverty. He also took steps to raise standard of living for ordinary Americans, including creating Social Security. He himself was from a very wealthy family.
Never forget that this man's unimaginable selfishness and also insane loyalty to the state of Israel caused both a genocide to continue and subsequently his love and loyalty for Israel's endless appetite for baby murder caused Donald Trump to become the president. Like, I will never forgive this demon. Okay, I will never forget, and I will never forgive this fucking asshole. This piece of shit is directly responsible for Donald Trump and the mandate that he seemingly got, okay, to erode the due process, to shred the First Amendment, to fucking engage in deportations for people who have hurt the feelings of Israel. All of that, his administration set up. This fucking asshole, I hope every single day that he is alive is more painful than the one prior.
Now.
If there was any sort of karmic justice, if there was any God, if there's any karmic justice, if there any sort of thing like that, if there was any sort of divine justice, this asshole would be feeling the pain. But of course, because he's fucking demented, he doesn't even get to understand what happened to his legacy. He probably in his mind still thinks he's fucking president.
My friend Governor O'Malley knows what they're really up to. He says, and I love his quote, they want to wreck it so they can rob it. They want to wreck it so they can rob it. And why do they want to rob it? In order to deliver huge tax cuts to billionaires and big corporations and keep it going. They want to make permanent the 2017 tax cuts, which overwhelmingly benefited the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations. That's going to cost $5 trillion. Where are they going to get $5 trillion to pay for it? Other than continue to run the deficit up. Well, where they always do, by running up the national debt, number one, and then by taking the money from someplace else. What are the two big pots of money out there in raw numbers? Social Security and Medicaid. Well, from other programs that people rely on and have paid into. Republicans, or these guys, are willing to hurt the middle class and the working class in order to deliver significant greater wealth to the already very wealthy. Who in the hell do they think they are? I really think just basic decency. Who do they think they are? I think anybody should go out. They can make it $1 billion a year. They can, fine. Pay your fair share. You know what the average, we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know the average federal tax they pay?
I'm going to talk about 4chan after this.
8.2%. Anybody want to trade that number? What you're paying?
Is he missing a tooth? I don't know. It looks like it. I saw that too on the left side of his mouth, right?
I'm sorry, so long. It's just, anyway. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania as a kid.
All right, I'm done. Fuck this asshole. All right. I will never forgive and I will never forget. Also, speaking of fucking assholes, here's Barack Obama. Harvard has set an example for other higher ed institutions, rejecting an all-lawful and ham-handed attempt to stifle academic freedom, while taking concrete steps to make sure all the students at Harvard can benefit from an environment of intellectual inquiry, rigorous debate, and mutual respect. Let's hope other institutions follow suit. Great. 300,000 likes. Fantastic. Awesome. Where the fuck have you been, dude? They're blackbagging people. They're blackbagging people. No statements from Barack Obama. Or simply, this admin, Obama's very own ice guy. Really expect Barack Patriot Acto Bobby to say something? Yeah, no, I don't. I want to cook him a little bit, though. The admin, led by Obama's very own ice guy, is blackbagging people for hurting Israel's feelings or simply because they're brown. Harvard itself first quietly conceded to the admin's demands on Israel, only to take this bold stance once they demanded more. Now he chimes in. Yeah. The admin, led by Barack Obama's very own ice guy, is blackbacking people for hurting Israel's feelings or simply because they're brown. Harvard itself first quietly conceded to the admin's demands on Israel, only to take this bold stance once they demanded more. But of course, now he chimes in. Yeah. Oh, bummer, dude. Oh, bungler. He's back at it again. That's why I get so mad when people are like, oh my God, a third term? Get ready for Barack Obama to win. I'm going to evict at that point. Yeah. There it is. Totally silent about every one of Trump's depredations until the stock market and Harvard are affected. That's our Obama. He chimed in to defend the institutions too. Yeah, he was like, imagine if I did this. It's like, yeah, it would have been fucking dope if you did that, dumbass. If you actually follow through on your campaign promises and shred some of the institutions at the behest of a larger fucking, I don't know, leftist goal, a progressive goal that you ran on, and actually fucking had a broad populist mandate on, by the way. Unlike Donald Trump, Burdock No Bummer actually did, in the heels of financial collapse and 8 years of the war on terror, or 7 years of the war on terror, coming off the heels of complete financial collapse, actually had a veto-proof majority and the broad popular mandate and an army of organizers, Obama for America, that were ready to actually apply pressure to every fucking Republican or Democrat, apply real popular pressure to every fucking Republican or Democrat that did not want to do his agenda. Obama could have been the black FDR, okay? He could have run for 8 terms if he wanted to after that. But no. He wanted to do podcast deals. He wanted to have Jay-Z and Beyonce entertain him at his birthday party, where David Axelrod would get the cut. Classic Bardock No Bummer. What is this? Confirmed? What? Hassan's favorite Twitter user? What is this? A-Up Lovely? Really touched by this? Thank you. Agree with everything that Twitter user A-Up Lovely says, and if you don't like it, you can get fucked. What? Why did this post? What? Hassan's favorite Twitter user, A-Up Lovely? What is the... Oh my God. What is going on, dude? What the fuck? There's a non-zero chance he talks about you tomorrow and threatens to sue. I think every ounce of pain I've endured through my life would finally be justified if I could get in a courtroom with Ethan Klein. Oh my God. A-Up's shit posts about you are so good. The context is what? Ethan Klein, you are the laughing stock of the world because you and your war criminal wife are unable to stop feeding your children dog shit and murdering your pets with your incompetence and taking heroic doses of Ozempic to look like Russell Brand undergoing futile chemotherapy. Followed by Hassan, by the way. You shouldn't be friends with Israelis. You shouldn't be polite to Israelis. You should eat Israeli food or go to Israeli restaurants or dance with Israelis in clubs or associate with any Israeli person at all. Anything short of permanent, unconditional hostility is betrayal. Yeah. What Ethan doesn't know is that I don't only follow A-Up Lovely. I am A-Up Lovely. Right. Oh my God. This has 40,000 likes. Holy fuck. Dude, every time I think like this kind of sentiment, like no one knows the crazy shit that Ethan is engaging in. No one is aware of it. Okay.
And then I see a post like this get insane, go viral as fuck. And I'm like, oh my God, I guess more people are aware of the things that Ethan has been doing. He's talking about Owen Jones there, which is the funniest part. Yeah, I saw some of the Owen Jones attacks. Okay. I don't agree with you, Lovely, on that. I don't know the full details of what Owen Jones has done, but I get why, especially a British person would, especially a British socialist would despise Owen Jones for what he did to Corbyn. Okay. But I don't know. I think everyone plays a different role in this, and Owen Jones, for the most part, is fine. Like, I think it's all right. He's fine. He's just I don't have any smoke for Owen Jones. I think he went to a gay party. Yeah, I have not followed the drama, but I love people shitting on Owen Jones and H Production. Like Ethan Klein does Hosber on a regular basis. Owen Jones, on the other hand, at least uses a lot of the space and a lot of the platform that he has to call out Israel. He does. See what Daniel Mate has to say? Bro, don't fuck with Ayup Lovely. How can I fuck with Ayup Lovely? Once again, I have to say, I am Ayup Lovely. Oh, it's me, Ayup Lovely. Hello. I've been posting. Yeah. The reason why you can't dox me is because I've been in broad daylight and public all along. Hello, mate. You need to know that the sex party Owen Jones went to was called Butt Mitzvah. Oh, what is going on? You suck at accents. Sorry. Right. You sure appreciated it while I was portraying this accent as lovely when I went on my favorite podcast, Chapo Trap House, and started my very own new podcast, Ayup Lovely and Friends, Bangers and Mash. I'm Ayup Lovely. Put the beans on the toast and the fries in the chippies in the bag, lad. I don't know. I assume that's what they talk about. Scrounges. The podcast Scrounges. I made it. It's my podcast. I'm Ayup Lovely. Where we talk about Yorkshire, spotted dick, bangers and mash. Things like that, yeah? Bunch of proper geezers talking about England. It's coming home, lads. That sort of thing. I think, like, Ayup Lovely's gonna be East. Yeah, I hope not. I hope he doesn't come after me. I already have bad empanada up my ass. I don't want Ayup Lovely to come after me either. Oh no. What would butt mitzvah even be? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't know what happened with Owen Jones. I think, again, he's a bit squishy, but I think you have to be a bit squishy to a certain degree in order to maintain a platform in mainstream media in general. And I think that squishy people who are still pro-Palestine play a decent role in moving libs in that direction as well. But then again, I don't fully understand British media and that dynamic in general. So I don't know. But like as a diehard Corbynite, as a Jezza head, okay, as a loyal servant of the Hezbollah's favorite politician, Jeremy Corbyn, I am his favorite commentator, HasanAbi Piker, and I will always ride with Corbyn. For real, the only good thing about being British is Jeremy Corbyn. I'm not gonna lie. No, there's some cool British people out there. Come on. You are correct. He would have been blackballed long ago. He's imperfect, but he gets to go on the telly, so you take what you can get. Yeah. As a loyal member of Hezbollah, not long before June 2017 election, Jones explicitly called for Corbyn to quit. After Corbyn did far better than anyone expected in that election, Jones admitted he'd made a mistake. This man just wants a career. Yeah. Corbyn, another infinitely vindicated politician. More vindicated than Bernard, as a matter of fact. I would go so far as to say that. England will never truly understand the pivot point that it had
in its endless history of colonialist bounty, expansion, genocides, they had truly an opportunity to right at least some of its wrongs with Jeremy Corbyn, and then they fucked it all up, and now they're being punished by God with Brexit, and also being further punished with terrible British food and horrible British weather in general. Okay? I cannot think of another more historic bag fuck up. I was mixing James Corden with Jeremy Corbyn, and it really made this whole conversation incredibly confusing at first. That's crazy. How dare you? Anyway, I would have never talked shit about England ever again. Massive Corden head. What is this? New York City journalist only dated far-right men for a piece? That's crazy. Why would you fucking do that to yourself? All right, we're going to get to the 4chan story. But before we do that, did you cover the FBI looking into radical centrism? Document reveals FBI's new target, nihilists. What are nihilist violent extremists? Oh my God. What the fuck? Nihilistic violent extremists are individuals who engage in criminal conduct within the United States and abroad in furtherance of political, social, or religious goals that derive primarily from a hatred of society at large and a desire to bring about its collapse by sowing indiscriminate chaos, destruction, and social instability. Oh my God, what? The left has never been so fucking vindicated, dude. The FBI is a socialist institution, chat. Okay? They're literally arresting anybody but socialists at this point. They're like, we have so thoroughly dismantled any sort of radical left position in this country that there is no reason. Okay? It's actually the fucking radical centrists. Asmongold is fucked. Yeah, they're coming after him. Anyway, where else were we? All right, speaking of radical nihilists, we'll talk about this in a second, but before I do that, here is from DropSite's very own, meet Yaakov Roth, the DOJ, Department of Justice attorney, spearheading the U.S. slide into fascism, fighting for deportation for Mahmoud Khalil and for the right of the state to disappear people to El Salvador without criminal charges or due process. Yaakov is a longtime conservative and Zionist activist, defender of the Iraq War, and has an unhealthy obsession with Donald Rumsfeld, including a Facebook album with 50 photos of the man. Oh my God. This should render you ineligible for any sort of office. You should be instantly institutionalized for having 48 fucking photos of Donald Rumsfeld on your Facebook profile. What the fuck? Yaakov cut his teeth as a membership of the Young Zionist Partnership, sparring with students protesting Israeli violence on campus of York and Toronto. Another goddamn Canadian, bro. Get the fuck out of here. What is happening in this fucking stupid-ass country? Why are we letting in so many fucking Canadians? He deleted the Rumsfeld shrine, which means he probably saw this thread. Damn it. What is going on, dude? Send him to Arkham Asylum? Yeah, literally. At Harvard Law School, Yaakov was a board member of Alliance for Israel, a pro-Israel student advocacy organization where he organized protests against pro-Palestine speakers like Norm Finkelstein. Yaakov then clerked for Justice, oh my God, for Justice Scalia, one of several Orthodox clerks, according to Forward magazine. He would later join Senator Bob Menendez's defense in his corruption trial. Dude, a real who's who here. Menendez, as lawyer with corruption success at Supreme Court, the legal team, seeks dismissal of charges. Here's Yaakov with Ephraim Effie Aitam, Israeli politician in general, most known for ordering his soldiers to break the bones of a 21-year-old Palestinian prisoner, ultimately killing him. In 2002, he called Palestinians living in Israel a cancer. Yaakov Roth argued West Virginia versus EPA, which attacked EPA's regulatory powers, successfully argued for SCOTUS to gut federal anti-bribery laws, defended Chevron from lawsuit claiming the company's herbicide caused Parkinson's disease. Yaakov wants the U.S. to be a fascist state without free speech or due process, just like Israel. Unfortunately, so do many at the highest levels of the Trump admin. Oh, good. He was also instrumental in the scourge of prediction markets in the U.S. Without Yaakov's legal guidance and leadership, prediction markets in America wouldn't be where they are today. He was instrumental in helping Kalshi successfully sue the federal government to legalize election markets in America. He is arguably one of the best appellate litigators in the country. This administration is hiring the best, and we couldn't be more excited for him and his next journey at the DOJ. Yaakov Roth, the man currently attempting to limit non-citizens' rights to free speech, attempted to sue for the right of non-citizens to contribute to political campaigns. In the name of free speech, Roth is a Canadian. Oh my fucking God. Why? Why? What have we done? We've done so much to deserve this. We deserve all of the worst Canadians, okay? We deserve Canada's worst. It's always under every...
You know what? People will be like, oh, Jews control the media, Jews control instruments of power, or whatever the fuck. No, it's Canadians. It's specifically right-wing Canadians, okay? That's what it is. Under every goddamn rock, there is a fucking reactionary Canadian. What is going on? Elon Musk, you could make the argument, is Canadian. He came into the United States by way of Canada, okay? What the fuck? Why does Canada keep exiling their worst elements into this fucking country? Like that bald dipshit Shark Tank, Kevin O'Leary or whatever, or Ted Cruz, born in Canada, Steven Crowder, Jordan Peterson, Faith Goldie, Drake, Mark Stein, David Frum, exactly. Oh my Lord, Lauren Southern. Oh, I want to throw up. For every Pokimane, you give us like 1 million fucking David Frums. How is this possible? This is not a good bargain, okay? The real trade deficit we should be talking about is Canada fucking exporting their worst. Gavin McGinnis. What the hell? Take him back. My question is, how do so many third worlders come out of Australia? I don't know. That is a really funny question, though. USA stop being so right-wing? That's probably true. There's validity to this. Remember what you said about sending all the MAGAs to Florida? We're doing that. Canada is doing that with you. Yeah, except it's a real danger because your worst get elevated here and get into platforms of prominence and then become fucking successful rabid sociopaths. Okay? So then they deal a lot of damage globally because like there's a real limit to how much they can do from Canada because nobody takes Canada seriously. But when they come to America and seize the levers of power here, they can deal a lot of fucking damage both to Canada and everywhere around the globe. If they, ironically enough, if they stayed in Canada, their limit would be, their growth would be stunted. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. It's totally, yeah. They could just like stay in Alberta and be fine and wear t-shirts that say, I love to frack or whatever, you know, and wish for a day where America would forcibly annex the territory of Alberta, which is already spiritually so goddamn American, it seems. And I mean that as a pejorative for the people that don't understand. You could have just kept all of them in fucking Alberta, but no, they have to come to America and then unironically seize the levers of power and then fucking annex the entirety of Canada. Look what you did. Oh, anyway, AOC had her strongest ever quarter, raising over $9.5 million from 266,000 individual donors. AOC doesn't take a dollar from lobbyists or corporate PACs. Our top donor professions are teachers and nurses. 64% more first-time contributors. Yeah, AOC momentum is rising as Bernie is elevating her as like the spiritual successor of the movement. You know, I don't know what that will look like, especially considering that AOC actually has better opinions on stuff like Israel, for example. But then again, there's also issues with her instincts, something that I have criticized AOC for. Number one, for example, she gets duped a lot by, she's too woke for her own good and gets duped by people that will use emancipatory language. Okay? Like, she is too afraid to draw a line of demarcation and revel in the hatred of her ideological enemies. This was a problem with Bernie Sanders as well, and it's certainly a problem that persists with AOC on top of that. I would go so far as to say that on the issue of optics, for example, AOC was, and I'm not even talking about new Bernie, I'm not talking about Bernie of the last decade, but Bernie historically has not shied away from radical politics, demonstrating radical politics in action, as a matter of fact. This isn't to talk about his like Biden dead ender position or his liberal Zionist takes on Israel. I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking like in general, the space that Bernie Sanders has occupied is seemingly earnest because he has like 8 fucking decades of being that guy, right? And I think AOC listening too much to criticism from people online and being extremely online and getting attacked all the time and not being identifiable by specific policy positions will lead to a general election defeat potentially. That's a major issue, I think, with the likes of AOC. I like AOC. I am not shy about defending AOC when she does things that are defensible. I think I'm critical of AOC, but also simultaneously, talk about ranking all politicians, rating them on a curve, right? And I think in the fairest assessment, I don't think that's true. She's more popular than every other Democrat not named Bernie. No. You're mistaking what I'm talking about. I'm saying that AOC's instincts in terms of like when you have, especially when it's issues related to foreign policy, right? Like when you got her like doing programming with pro-Israel advocacy group under the auspices of like combating anti-Semitism, right? Like that, in my opinion, that is straightforwardly a mistake. I think that is a mistake. I don't think she should be doing that. I think she should just be like, no, we're not doing this. Like, we're not doing this at all, right? Like, I get why she's doing it, because she wants to draw a line in the sand to say, like, anti-Semitism is, of course, unacceptable, which it is. It is unacceptable. Yeah. She does, when she got scared after meeting Corbyn in 2019, that's a good example. Or when she got mad at Bernie, I think, for going on the Joe Rogan Experience. There's a lot of stuff, but no one asked for this criticism. You volunteer crit for AOC and give charity to stupid fucking hogs in your chat. What the fuck? Wait, what? No one asked for this criticism. Are you telling me I'm not allowed to criticize a politician that I think is like next up for left populism in this country? What are you, fucking insane? I criticize because I want her to be a successful politician. The fuck is this? I like that this person is doing the why do you talk shit about Kamala Harris? I guess you don't want her to win type shit, but with AOC now. Not saying that, but you go out of your way. No, I don't. I think you're a bit harsher on AOC than you are on people who are complete trash like Gretchen Whitmer. In my opinion, I'm a hater of all corporate Democrats, though, so maybe I think I should just be meaner to all of them. No, I don't think I'm harsher on AOC than I am on Gretchen Whitmer. Not even a little bit. It's not even a question which one I prefer over the other. The reason why I'm not saying AOC is bad. I'm saying I wish AOC was more of a fighter. I wish AOC had more aggressive stances on issues that you could peg her on. You know what I mean? That's what I want. This is not even a policy disagreement. I want AOC to be an active fighter and not shy away from having some hardened positions. Whereas I feel like the overall vibes that plague AOC plague the Democrats as a whole. She does have a position. She is a leftist. She's a progressive. That much is true, right? Everybody understands that. Some people hate her for it. Some people love her for it. But ultimately, I think that there is still that same identity problem, the same association problem with AOC that does not exist for Bernie. Bernie Sanders, on some issues, like on foreign policy or Israel, is not as radical as AOC is, as a matter of fact. And yet, Bernie Sanders doesn't get the same level of fucking attacks that AOC has received. Partially because AOC is too online, and she doesn't have the fucking 50-year track record of being known as a radical element within American politics that has caused him to look, understandably, as an anti-establishment figure, and has caused him a lot of goodwill in the eyes of the American public. And even then, I wanted Bernie Sanders to be way more aggressive when he was running. Twice. My major criticism of Bernie Sanders was that he was too soft. He loved Joe Biden. Like, that was a huge issue. You know what I mean? I wish AOC was more confident in what she has, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Because she has the opportunity to be the voice of this party, but I hope that she doesn't mistake that she has this position of prominence because she's played ball at times with establishment Democrats, and not because she hasn't. Because if you were to ask me, I would say it's because she hasn't played ball in certain instances, or because she is at least like had a position that is outside of the boundaries of establishment Democrats. That is part of the reason why she has this net favorability at the moment. Her association with Bernie Sanders as well. AOC fails to lead on issues sometimes.
She falls back on tested rhetoric instead of convincing the base to follow her ideas. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Like, you need a stubborn asshole, okay? You need a stubborn asshole. You can't rely on centrists to uphold you every step of the way. If there is supposed to be any sort of takeover, of the Democratic Party, if there's any support for entryism that remains, this is the last bastion of said agenda. And it won't happen unless someone basically fucking plays bully ball over and over again, plays bully ball and forces the Democratic Party in the way that Trump did to a certain degree into playing ball with her vision, with her agenda. Left populism. Running AOC is throwing away any progressive movement to the sharks. It's fine for the Zoomers and MSNBC watchers, but she has a Democratic Party label on her. And the reason Bernie does well is he protested for decades against the Democrats' selling of this country. AOC is doing selfies with Biden. Well, so is fucking Bernie, by the way, ironically enough. I think she actually does lead on issues, but people try and micromanage her to such an extreme that they don't do it to Bernie, even on issues where she is better. This is not me simping, by the way, just an observation. No, that's what I'm saying. No, that's okay. You and I are absolutely in agreement on this. There have been so many instances where I'm like, people that love Bernie Sanders. Now, this is a hard conversation to have right now because everyone is understandably upset with Bernie Sanders constantly saying Israel has a right to defend itself. But I remember a time like 2 years ago when virtually every single person that loved Bernie Sanders fucking despised AOC. And I always thought that there was more to it than just AOC is a Latina woman or whatever the fuck, and Bernie is not. And I think it was literally because people were hyper focusing on AOC being too accessible to online charlatans in general. She should be using her platform of communication for good, and she does in certain respects, but never to entertain criticisms coming from people. You don't deal with that sort of stuff. You're not supposed to deal with that sort of stuff. Yeah, she's one of the best 5 politicians in Congress on Israel, way better than Biden or Bernie. Exactly. I agree. 100%. Okay, I have to close this door. My dad and brother are here, and they left the door open. It's just like shining a fucking light in my face. Ultimately, I think she's better than a lot of the online left gives her credit, and MSNBC libs love her. Yes, I agree. MSNBC libs loving her is a good thing, and the progressive base loves her too. Okay? The progressive base of support that's like politically active, both outside of the Democratic Party and within the Democratic Party, actually love her. But I think all I'm saying is she should not be malleable. She should be more confident in both the power that she holds and be more confident in the positions that she believes in and advocate for them mercilessly. That's it. Leftists don't love her. Yeah, guess what? It doesn't matter. Leftists are fucking irrelevant, okay? What are we talking about? We're having a serious conversation here. What do you mean leftists don't love her? Who gives a shit? We're talking about electoral politics, okay? Oh, man, leftists don't love her. Okay, who fucking cares? You know? That doesn't mean anything. There's probably a benefit. But yeah, like, I always think of, does anyone have this footage? I want to show you guys something. I want to show you one of AOC's earliest campaign ads, okay? I want to show you when she first ran. Let me see. Is this the one? Yeah, I think this is the one. So this is The Courage to Change by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from 2018, okay?
Women like me aren't supposed to run for office. I wasn't born to a wealthy or powerful family. Mother from Puerto Rico, dad from the South Bronx. I was born in a place where your zip code determines your destiny.
It also wasn't just this ad. There was also some like BTS footage that I remember.
My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm an educator, an organizer, a working class New Yorker. I've worked with expectant mothers, I've waited tables and led classrooms. And going into politics wasn't in the plan.
It was from the documentary. I remember her saying some stuff in the documentary, if you guys recall.
But after 20 years of the same representation, we have to ask, who has New York been changing for? Every day gets harder for working families like mine to get by. The rent gets higher, healthcare covers less, and our income stays the same. It's clear that these changes haven't been for us, and we deserve a champion. It's time to fight for a New York that working families can afford. That's why I'm running for Congress. This race is about people versus money. We've got people, they've got money. It's time we acknowledge that not all Democrats are the same. That a Democrat who takes corporate money, profits off foreclosure.
Like, this shit was literally crack cocaine, okay? Actively taking a stance against establishment Democrats. Unafraid to very specifically call out enemies within the ranks. Not just talking about like orange man is bad. Everybody fucking knows that. All right? Every single time there has been a leader in the Democratic Party, they have done this. Obama did this. Okay? And it's so shocking. It is so shocking that they like this is something that we just kind of forget.
Things are accelerating so quickly. We released our campaign video on Tuesday. It just blew up. Before we knew it, we passed $200,000. And like, that's a race. But the question is, has this all...
How was AOC able to defeat the incumbent? Justice Democrats, shouts out the Chunk Weigert and DSA, and also Kyle Kulinski, and also the very fact that the Democrats were so secure in that position that they didn't even fucking care to like the incumbent at that point was, I think, like the treasurer of the Democratic Party. He was like the third most powerful Democrat in office and just did not even think that there would ever be a serious contender. Yeah. And she just straight up popped off. It was a real underdog story. People loved it. Like it was exactly what was needed for the time being. Wait, haven't you been yelling about creating the biggest tent as of right now? Why do you want her to be critical against the party in this moment? What do you mean? Creating a big fucking tent doesn't mean having shitty Democrats who have no constituency and simply have loyalty to lobbyists be a part of the tent that we're talking about. That's why I said do the Trump thing. The party itself is poisonous to the broader base of voters, Democrats included. Someone has to fucking litigate the resentment that people feel at the base of the party as well. So yeah, I think shitting on Democrats is unironically a good thing. Not across the board, but like actively saying, you're wrong. Here's an issue that is a gimme. I swear to God, it's a fucking gimme. And AOC has the power, influence, and prominence to do this. Okay? Israel. That's it. It's one issue where you could unironically just go, 75% of the base wants you to cut the shit out. They're blackbagging people in the dead of the fucking night for criticizing the goddamn apartheid state doing a fucking genocide. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing as a Democratic Party? This is the Republicans literally using the issue of Israel and cynically tying it to anti-Semitism to undermine the First Amendment, to undermine due process, to basically turn every single part of this problem into an immigrant enforcement problem, when in fact, immigrants are not even causing any trouble in this goddamn country. What the fuck are the Democrats doing? How are they not screaming on the rooftops about this? Sadly, that won't play to the masses. You're wrong. You're delusional. The masses are not pro-Israel. Please, stop. I don't think you guys understand how fucking angry and resentful people are towards institutional power, okay? It doesn't matter. It transcends above party loyalty. That's why there's a plurality of people that don't vote for a multitude of different reasons, but this is one of them, okay? That's how Donald Trump won. He fucking dicked down every single contender in the Republican primaries in 2016. He went after every single one of them piece by piece, ripped them apart. That's how Obama won against Hillary Clinton. The base wants a ruthless fucking fighter. That's what Trump did, and he was successful. That's what Obama did, and he was successful. Shitting on institutional Dems right now would unironically be a benefit, not a burden, especially on key issues, and then not be afraid to defend. Hasan, you're hot as fuck, but you're a bad person. Wait, what? Like a bad bitch? Like I'm bad. Is that what you mean? Thank you for saying I'm hot as fuck, though. Israel is an easy win, but it's not people's number one issue. What do you mean? It doesn't have to be people's number one issue. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? No, it doesn't have to be people's number one issue. I never said it is people's number one issue. I'm saying It's an issue where people are diametrically the opposite of Congress across the board. And if your goal is to drive a wedge to showcase your authenticity as opposed to other charlatans wearing suits in Congress, that's a perfect entry point. Okay? There's normies like Theo Vaughn who talk shit on Israel, but it won't make them vote AOC. First of all, you are oblivious if you think that, because we haven't tested this at all. This is one issue anyway. It's not like my major point of contention here. A lot of people, Theo Vaughn likes Bernie, for example. A lot of people like the issues that AOC represents, okay? And just like with Bernie Sanders, they like it because they're outside, or, well, not AOC to the same degree, but Bernie Sanders is seen as an outsider at a time when outsiders are necessary for politics because insiders have ruined everything. People wanted to destroy the systems that exist so bad that they wanted to fucking drive a mallet through the whole process with Donald Trump. Not once, but twice. Yeah. Also, AOC's at plus 62%. Fetterman is at minus 17%. To say that, like, Israel plays no role in this is ridiculous, dude. Come on. Fetterman is not only this, Fetterman's approvals are underwater, not only because of Israel, because he's also a fucking right-wing reactionary moron. A lot of you are so one note. You literally think like, oh, Israel means like Muslim voters. There's not that many of them. Like, don't be stupid. It has nothing to do with that. It is so much more than that. Okay? Criticizing Israel and being unafraid and uncompromising, unyielding in your position is not about Israel at all, as a matter of fact. It's about everything else. It showcases for Americans that you are unafraid and uncompromising on your values. Okay? It's a significantly larger point. It directly puts you at odds with 99% of Congress, which is already something that is unfavorable. You're crazy. And the worst possible thing you could do, the worst possible thing you could also do in this process is like when you are uncompromisingly against Israel, for example, and also yelling at the rest of Congress for it, in all of the popularity that you get, there are going to be people that, for example, come to you and say, oh, I guess you love Hamas then. And in that moment, you can't fucking yield, okay? And I feel like if push came to shove in that regard, AOC 100%, I can see her being like, no, I hate Hamas. Hamas is the most condemnable force on the planet. They need to go away. And I will vote for every bill that says we need to kill more Hamas. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that she wouldn't dance around that and basically offer a major victory that basically says, yeah, I'm in the wrong, and I'm sorry for ever criticizing Israel. There's a way to talk about these sorts of things without playing playing within the confines that Zionism is a permissible ideology that is like normal. Clarifying, I'm in no way defending Dems. I hate them. Just commenting on AOC critique. It's clear she knows what she's doing. I'm done. All right. You got me. You're right. She knows what she's doing. Good luck. I wish her the best. I've learned my lesson. There is no reason for me to offer critique to any politician. You're just literally doing Kamala Harris style argumentation for AOC now. This is not because I hate AOC. Why the fuck would I often collaborate with AOC if I did not like her? If I didn't think that she had a tremendous promise? It's ridiculous. It's crazy. My argument revolves around what I see within the base. The base also say they like fucking Cory Booker. Do you see me giving Cory Booker notes on what to do to win the fucking to win anything, really? No, because I know Cory Booker is an institutionalist hack. Why is Harris polling at 28%? Dems love losers? Yes, they do. Cory Booker hype is so 2014. Yeah. Anyway, let's get to this 4chan shit. It's ironic that chatters can tell you that and then simultaneously give you feedback on your commentary. Online leftists hate that you like AOC. Libs think you don't like her. No, libs don't think I don't like her. Everybody knows. But there are some people now being like, how dare you? These numbers may seem insignificant in their face, but considering just how deeply ingrained support for Israel has been in the U.S. thanks to decades of pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian propaganda, these shifts are huge. Look at this, dude. Look at this shit. 53% of U.S. adults have an unfavorable view of Israel. Are you kidding me? Democrats, 69%. Across the board, 71% for 18 to 49. 50 plus has a 66% disapproval of Israel. Like a 66% of Democrats have an unfavorable view of Israel. Are y'all crazy? Are y'all crazy? It's done. Someone has to be the one that drives the knife in because it's over, okay? And I think the person that drives the knife in is very important because if it's done appropriately, severing ties with Israel, at least on the legislative front, or at least like significantly diminishing ties with Israel and reconsidering our favorite client state attitude towards Israel, can either be done in two ways. It's going to either happen with a deeply anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist, or maybe even pro-Zionist, who gives a shit, Republican that benefits from the groundswell of anti-Semitic sentiment, and it will be a right-wing severing, okay? Or it can be someone like AOC, who is not anti-Semitic, but is certainly incredibly critical of Israel. What is this? Before you change subjects away from AOC.
Now, I want to say a word about my daughter. No, I want to say a word about Alexandria and why what she's doing is so important. And here's the story. 6 years ago, now I want to say a word.
Sigh, I'm imagining a Harris AOC ticket. Unfortunately, we don't live in a perfect world. The first woman president with a bright, young, talented vice president. Stop. This is fucking illegal, okay? This is worse cringe lib rage bait than anything. This is mathematically calculated to brick my brain. What you are writing, think before you type, okay? Because when you type shit like that, you are causing me to hard reset. Do you understand? You're causing my brain to hard reset. Sorry, can't respond right now. I'm reading Harry Potter. You enable these chatters whenever you're soft on AOC and Bernie? No, I don't. That person is fucking joking, and you're too neurodivergent to comprehend that. Jesus Christ. What's your excuse? I'm 127 and I can fucking clock that. How do you not clock it? Anyway, AOC Chuck Grassley. Anyway. Yeah, also, a federal judge has firmly rejected the Trump admin's argument of her directive that the government facilitate the release of a man mistakenly deported to El Salvador only means removing domestic obstacles that would impede his ability to return to the U.S. When a wrongfully removed individual from the United States is outside the borders, it is not so cut and dry that all you have to do is remove domestic barriers, U.S. District Judge Paula Zinnes said during a hearing Tuesday afternoon. The administration's understanding of facilitate, Zinnes said, flies in the face of the plain meaning of the word. Yeah, I'm a Chris Van Hollen head, okay? I even followed him. I'm officially in the tank for Chris Van Hollen for doing this. This is the right thing to do. And it seems that top House Dems are trying to send a delegation to El Salvador, which is also good. 2 members of the House Democratic leadership are trying to send an official congressional delegation to El Salvador in prison, where the Trump admin is sending deportees. Dozens of House Democrats have privately expressed interest in participating in such a trip to protest the Trump administration's deportation policies. But while lawmakers could travel to Central American country informally, a Republican committee chair's approval is needed to send an official congressional delegation, or a CODEL. A CODEL would provide the members with crucial oversight powers and security resources. You have Robert Garcia of California, Maxwell Frost, asked the House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer in a letter first obtained by Axios to authorize CODEL to El Salvador. They cited the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. A congressional delegation would allow committee members to conduct a welfare check on Mr. Abrego Garcia, as well as others held as CCOT, they wrote. Representatives Garcia and Frost said they were prepared to travel as soon as possible and would gladly include any Republican members of the Oversight Committee who wish to participate. It's great. If this is an 80-20 issue, let the Democrats die on their own sword, right? If the Republicans truly thought this was an 80-20 issue, they would let the Democrats go and then say, you see, these guys care more about undocumented immigrants than they care about you. After all, they went to go see these like rapist, criminal, drug dealer, murderers that are trapped in this facility. If the Republicans truly believe in what they consider an 80-20 issue, they would let the Democrats fall on their own sword. That's all I'm saying. I don't think they will, by the way. I don't think they will offer this delegation because they know it's not a fucking 80-20 issue, or it won't remain an 80-20 issue once Americans see the depraved nature of CCOT and who was being sent there. Anyway, Chris Van Hollen lead the charge along with Bernie to get weapon sales to Israel cut off as well. He's a lib, but he seems like a genuine guy. Ever since he traveled to Rafah, he's been pretty outspoken. Yeah, that's the greatest thing that J Street has ever done. J Street keeps constantly fucking
like anti-Israel pilling American congresspersons because they think like, oh, we can get them to moderate on a liberal Zionist position where they believe in a two-state or whatever, but then they see the depravity of Israel and they go, oh my God, we must dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece, like fucking like a bunch of very famous examples. Of course, it's dependent on, you know, definitely your lived experience as maybe a black man in the United States of America, for example, as opposed to a white man. But still, yes, Jamal Bowman is a great example of this. So is Ta-Nehisi Coates too. Van Hollen will depart for El Salvador on Wednesday morning. He said in a statement, the Maryland Democrat said he hopes to meet with Garcia and check on his well-being. Senator Cory Booker is also looking to lead a trip to the country and is still trying to iron out details of timing and who will join. Multiple sources familiar with the matter told Axios Bukele and Trump have refused to send Abrigo Garcia back to the U.S. In their letter, Representative Garcia and Frost said the Senate has already authorized Codell travel to CCOT and the House should be represented. A spokesperson for Comer did not immediately respond to the request for comment. Corey literally wants the clout. I don't care. It's good that he recognizes that. J Street does this shit, showing his Zionism. Yeah, of course. Guys, J Street is supposed to be an advocacy organization for Israel still, okay? It is simply a pro-Israel, pro-peace, pro-democracy advocacy organization. It's supposed to be the counterbalance to AIPAC, which is a right-wing, ultra-Zionist organization. That's it. Yes, J Street is liberal Zionism as opposed to AIPAC, which is ultra-Zionist takes. Okay? It's lib AIPAC. Make no mistake. I've never said that it's anything but that. J Street fumbles because they cannot help that the contradictions of Zionism are beyond the bounds of reason. Yes. Just like you can't be a liberal Nazi, okay? It just doesn't work that way. Ultimately, there's a higher order of priority for Nazism over liberalism. This is the issue that they face, no matter what happens. But, as I've said time and time again, if they're fucking sending congresspersons to the apartheid state to have them see with their own two eyes the utter depravity of the conditions in the West Bank, then that's great. Because Americans, I don't think, are aware. Until they see it, they're like, oh my God, this is shit that I read in history books. They don't understand it until they fucking see it. And then they're like, I'm horrified. Yeah. Where were we? What were we talking about? We got China's top official on Hong Kong affairs. Let those peasants in the U.S. wail in front of the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. Jesus Christ. I've seen enough. Democrats need to coalesce behind a Cuomo alternative, and that's clearly Zohran Mamdani. Poll after poll shows it. Energy on the ground shows it. No more messing around and spreading limited resources across multiple campaigns. Consolidate. Yeah, this person is correct. New Siena poll shows Cuomo at 34% and Mamdani at 16%. Okay? This is terrifying. Zohran Mamdani's greatest hurdle right now is a lack of name recognition. That's why I did that collaboration with him, hoping that it could, you know, help out a little bit. I don't think it was that helpful, but a endorsement from one of these like oligarchy defeating tours that Bernie and AOC are engaging in, where an endorsement for Zohran Mamdani will go an insanely long way. Okay, it would go an insanely long way. Why consolidate over turning out people who will rank Zohran second? Wait, what? Dude, do you not see how this is working right now? Do you not understand? Yeah, ranked choice voting is great. Okay, fantastic. But one party is seemingly the powerful one, and that's the one that's getting fucking unimaginable levels of clout and money from right-wing donors. Yeah, this poll has Cuomo 7 points down from where his team had him 3 weeks ago. The jump in rounds 2 ignores 20% of likely voters who are undecided. Yeah, by the 9th round, you would have Zohran at 36 to Cuomo 64%, potentially. Do you believe this poll? A sharp age divide is emerging within Gen Z in the latest Yale polling data. Ages 18 to 21 is R plus 12. Ages 22 to 29 is D plus 6. The youngest voters are breaking sharply from their older Gen Z peers. Yeah, I could see that. You have to remember, the difference between this and this is these guys were at least old enough to remember Trump won. These guys were babies. Okay? So when you're a baby and you have no recollection of Trump won, and all you knew was COVID, I think your brain is broken by a lot of different factors, and it causes you to also think foolishly that Trump could represent a good change. Fuck you, Hassan. I was like 10, bro. I was watching J6 go down live. What, in here? Anyway, let's look at China stuff.
The global financial markets have been
And
roiled
EU as
by
well. I
US
have to
President
pee.
Donald Trump's tariffs and the multiple revisions, delays,
this?
as well as exemptions and muddied explanations that have come along with them from the president and his top
From the
economic
president.
advisors. Now, there's been extreme volatility as investors wonder if the most impactful tariffs will really happen. The White House insists that they will. In the meantime, uncertainty reigns. Today on Wall Street in early trading, we're sitting well into positive territory. Dow, NASDAQ and S&P well above that 0.5% mark in the green. And this is quite important because we've seen real pressure coming through. But the last few days, we've seen some reprieve. And again, it has to do with the messaging from the White House. Meantime, European stock markets are edging higher today after President Trump said he's considering those exemptions on auto tariffs. Here's a look at the major indices late in the trading day. As you can see, all in the green. The FTSE up 1.2% and the IBEX up almost 2%. Now, the EU announcing today it is going to impose retaliatory tariffs on hundreds of American products, ranging from clothing to toilet paper, if trade talks with the US fail. I want to bring in Nick Robertson from London. He's on top of the story for us. And Nick, frankly, the Europeans have said if things don't go as planned and there's no negotiation and deal on the table, they are willing to embark on countermeasures. So give me a sense of what is happening behind closed doors, what kind of conversations are occurring, and whether the US and the Europeans can see eye to eye.
Well, they saw eye to eye yesterday, quite literally, because their top trade commissioner was in Washington meeting with U.S. counterparts, and he said, look, taking this opportunity of a 90-day pause on these U.S. tariffs. President Trump had initially said 20% on Europe on horizontal tariffs, taking it down to 10%, holding it off for 90 days. Okay. They're into these talks, but he did say this is going to be difficult. It's going to require both sides. And he also said that the tariffs were unfair. So he is back in Europe now, briefing ambassadors. This is how the EU works about the nature of and the result of and the content of those conversations. But what else is happening? And you just talked about it. Well, last week, the European Union took a decision on $23 billion worth of tariffs on the United States for... Okay, we've got to look at this very carefully here because it was 4 aluminum and steel tariffs that the US had announced back in February. That came about, this is your question about what's actually happening behind the scenes, coordination, conversations between the Commission and the constituent countries that make up the European Union. Everything is a discussion. Everything they say is done carefully. It's done, sort of to the agreement of all the different parties involved. So what you're talking about here, we got the details from the European Union today of the tariffs that they would have imposed today had President Trump last week not put a 90-day hold. The European Union saying this is what we would have targeted, this basket of goods, which includes, as you say, toilet paper, makeup. But that's not the end of it. What the European Union agreed to last week was a phased rollout of tariffs. So you have those tariffs that would have gone out today. They're on the 90-day pause. You have tariffs that would have gone out, 25% by the way, in May on beef, on other agriculture products.
I'm going to do 4chan after
a
this.
graded pain threshold going up, if you will. And then in December, soybean, a massive...
I'm going to do the 4chan hacker after. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do the 4chan stuff. God damn, everyone's freaking out about it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, from what I understand, the hacker 4chan has actually been hacked itself. Okay? The hacker 4chan has been officially hacked. And I don't know the full scope of this hack, but I want to look at some stuff that has come out so far. And it seems like there's some misinformation and some valid stuff that's come out. Let me see if I can find the 404 article. There's a Wired article, there's a TechCrunch article, there's a 404 Media article. Let's look at the 404 one. That's probably going to be the best one. Oh, shit. I have to sign up. God damn it. How do I escape the paywall for 404 Media? They're great, but does anyone have a link for it? Now is my time to shine. Since 2014, 4chan's poll has seen 226... Oh, you posted this? 226 million posts from Israel, a country with a population of 9.4 million. This gives us, rounding to the nearest whole number, 24 posts per person in Israel, to the most anti-Semitic board on 4chan. Even if we are generous,
And it should be 30 million posts to America's posted with Israeli VPN IP. Israel still stands at the top in both raw posts and proportion. Anyone with any knowledge of 4chan at all just knows how hateful and wretched poll tends to be, and especially how anti-Semitic most of the sentiments on the board are. You would also likely be aware of polls' connections to many far-right governments behind Trump. This one is a fake image, isn't it? The post from Israel is a fake image, I think. This is what I was talking about when I said some of the information that's come out is fake. Some of the information that has come out is real. Okay, so the most of the posts coming out of 4chan are coming directly out of Israel is fake. But from what I understand, there is still some interesting trove of data. Okay, that's fake, taken from the 4chan archive site counting flags, not IPs. All right, this is from 404 Media. The notorious image board 4chan is down following what appears to be a major hack of its backend. The hackers claim to have exposed code for the site, emails of its moderators, and a list of mod communications. This happened, it seems, as a part of a 5-year-long inter-image board beef between users of 4chan and Soyjack, another image board that splintered off of 4chan. It's still unclear what the fallout of the hack will be, but the notorious image board remains down, and a huge amount of data appears to have been leaked. Users struggled to load 4chan on the evening of April 14, 2025, according to posts on the image boards and forums. A few hours before that, the banned board QA reappeared on the site, and someone using the Hiroyuki account, named after 4chan's owner Hiroyuki Nishimura, posted, "Fucking Lamau, you got hacked, XD." Do you know anything else about the story? Okay. The Hiroyuki account was flagged in bold red as an admin, suggesting the person posting the message had control over a real admin account. The QA was a questions and answers image board on 4chan, pitched as a place to discuss concerns that affected the whole of 4chan. QA was in practice a board where various factions fought. Sojak is a popular meme you've probably seen before. He's a balding man, blah, blah, blah. We already know that. At about the same time 4chan struggled to load, someone on the Sojak plus ST posted a thread that claimed to explain what happened. Tonight has been a very special night for many of us at the Sojak party, the thread said. Today, April 14, 2025, a hacker who has been in 4cuck's system for over a year executed a true operation Soyclips, reopening /QA, exposing personal information of various 4cuck staff, and leaking code from the site. The thread shared images of the resurrected and defaced QA boards, as well as what appears to be screenshots from 4chan's internal moderation tools. Why do they talk like this? Because they're all 45-year-old dudes who still want to relitigate the glory days of Gamergate. Every single person in this story is an evil villain with seemingly no good guys, but let them fight. Okay? This is true autistic infighting. Like, this is the maximum autistic infighting that could ever take place. And those, and some, I think, are federal agents as well. 4chan predates Gamergate by a lot, but yeah, fair enough. Yeah, except it, I think, rose to its maximum prominence during the Gamergate era. Now there's a million different websites that are infinitely worse, seemingly. But, it's just awful. Let's continue. The screenshots included discussion about why users have been banned from 4chan, piece of its backend in PHPMyAdmin, the infrastructure that runs 4chan, other forums and image boards, and the traffic stats for specific boards. Elsewhere on the internet, someone said, "What the hell is a Soyjack?" This is a Soyjack. This is a Soyjack. I want to make fun of you for not knowing that, but honestly, I think it's way more normal to not know that, and it's actually way more damning that I do know that. Elsewhere on the internet, someone leaked the alleged list of moderator email addresses and a portion of what they described as source code for the site. 404 Media reached out to an email, the leaked list, and appeared to be for Nishimura, but did not hear back. It appears that 4chan was susceptible to a hack because it was running very out-of-date code that contained various vulnerabilities, according to 404 Media's look at the code and people sorting through the hack online. They were running on an extremely out-of-date version of PHP that has a lot of vulnerabilities and exploits, and are using deprecated function to interact with their MySQL database. Web Security 101, keep your code and software up to date. Yes, Soyjack is a portmanteau of soy and Wojak. I just Googled it and it didn't help me at all. Oh God, I hate myself for being like, well, that explains it. It's soy and Wojak. Duh. God damn it. I hate how fucking rotted my brain is. I used to get laid. What the fuck is wrong with me? Okay. This starts to answer the question of how this happened. But why did it happen? This all has roots in a 5-year-old meme fight. Soyjack.party, the site where a user began posting about the 4chan hack, was an offshoot of 4chan created as a joke about 5 years ago. Besides being a general cesspool, 4chan has long been a place that incubates memes. Lolcats, the Navy SEAL copy pasta, Pepe the Frog grew and spread on 4chan's image boards. From time to time, a meme is overplayed or spammed, and mods on the site get tired of it. 5 years ago, users spammed the QA board with soy jacks. Unable to quash the tide of soy-faced JPEGs, 4chan shut down the entire QA board. The soyjack-loving exiles of 4chan started a new site called soyjack.party, where they could craft open-mouthed soy boy memes to their heart's content. When 4chan was hacked on the night of April 14th, the QA board briefly returned. QA returned Soyjack Party 1, read a banner image at the top of the board. As of this writing, 4chan is still down. When you attempt to access a specific board, the connection times out. The initial connection between Cloudflare's network and the origin web server timed out. As a result, the web page cannot be displayed, the error says. So now let's get to the real investigative reporting. And by that, I mean random people on Twitter that are making shit up like this. 4chan got hacked, and all the stats they got from was hashtag poll. Most of the posts are from Israel. From what I understand, this isn't correct, and it's not about like VPNs or anything like that, but instead it's just like people using the flag. And if you know anything about Israel, or not Israel, sorry, if you know anything about 4chan, they love using the Israeli flag, okay? And not because they're pro-Israel necessarily, or some of them are. I mean, it's 4chan. There's every kind of insane attitude you will hear and hopefully never encounter if you're lucky enough will be broadly represented on that website. You know, Chudjack is based on the El Paso Walmart shooter. I did not know that. Here are the various Wojak depictions. This is the original generic appearance. NPC, Coomer, Doomer, Soyjack, Chudjack, many such cases. Wait, are you guys shocked by this? This is like entry-level shit for someone who frequents this side of the internet. And no, this absolutely does not pass the bus driver test. But yes, there is a fresh hell, a well of depravity that you are completely unfamiliar with. This shit is on Twitter. Chat is playing stupid. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is now completely on Twitter. That's the other side of this that's like really funny. Like groypers are a faction of 4chan poll, initially 4chan poll users that are neo-Nazis online that depict themselves with like a particularly gross Baron Harkonnen looking Pepe the Frog after Pepe the Frog was reclaimed by the wokes. A lot of this stuff is also on TikTok as well, I'm afraid to report. I noticed this a long time ago, but like a lot of the looks maxing shit is initially bodybuilding forums, then 4chan, and red pill forums that are adjacent to 4chan poll that are now all over the internet. TikTok is all over that shit. Looks maxing and red pill stuff. Even the fact that the red pill concept exists, that's like all, again, initially started on places like 4chan, if not directly 4chan. 4chan played a significant role in the dissemination of these memes. Okay? And people like Elon Musk love this shit. Anyway, ironic tweet regarding 4chan leak. What? The MISC on bodybuilding.com. Yes. Didn't it also play a huge role in January 6th? I wouldn't say on January 6th necessarily, but QAnon. QAnon initially started as a meme on 4chan, and then it turned into its own thing. It completely exploded in popularity beyond what the initial LARPers that claimed that they had Q-level security clearance, I think that's what it was initially, would have ever imagined there being like Barbaras and Debras all around the country, all around the world, as a matter of fact, that believe in this shit. It totally escaped containment. But yes, QAnon initially started as a meme on 4chan with someone doing Q drops, claiming that they had a high-level security clearance. That's real. That is a real thing. 4chan is the cause root. QAnon is the trigger that helped escape containment, the way I see it. So, what else? Bro, that was 10 years ago. I know. Look where we're at now. So much of what initially started off on 4chan, or even on 8chan, has basically become real world, like things that have real world impact, which is terrifying. Hi, Hasan. We are coming from the cute red hair with the Bernie T you took a picture with last Saturday. She can't stop talking about you ever since. Was the eye contact real, or is she Delulu? I have no idea what you're talking about, but I like that you're saying that because it shows that unlike what my naysayers claim, I do establish eye contact and I'm not autistic. There you go. Proof is in the pudding, baby. Misconnections ass post. Yeah.
You do not make a lot of eye contact, actually. Why are you in here, Maya? Ew, go away. I do. That's crazy. She just waited for the most opportune moment to hit me in the chest with a dagger. There's actually a common myth that autistic people do not maintain eye contact. They just don't know that they're supposed to break eye contact from time to time. I have the perfect amount of eye contact, and I break it in a perfectly healthy manner. All right, give me your best 4chan speculation posts on Twitter. What are we doing here? Come on, show me. Show me what you got. There's this. Elon's alleged unverified 4chan account leak calls themselves Antichrist, praises Hitler, God complex, anti-Semitic rants, New World Order agenda. I don't believe this at all, for the record. I don't think you can ever associate or identify a singular user on 4chan unless they are literally an admin. And even then, I think it'd be very difficult. This is fake, by the way. Here's the real statistic. What the fuck is this? I can't believe I just clicked on 4plebs on Internet Archive. What a risky click that I linked. Hold on. Oh, this is poll statistics of countries. Overwhelmingly from updated a day ago. Overwhelmingly total posts from the United States of America. Israel is lower on the list. Where's Turkey? What the fuck? I thought Turkey would be prominently featured on this. This is shocking. Where the hell is Turkey? Under Portugal? Are you fucking kidding me? At least we cook Croatia. Yasaklı oğlum bizde. Oh, really? I didn't know 4chan was blocked in Turkey. God damn. Even though it's blocked, y'all still beat Croatia? Let's go. The alleged Elon stuff is all from a single trip code user by the name of Antichrist, which is fairly difficult to fake. If anyone links it, that one's definitely a no-click zone due to the neo-Nazi images. Who's the least prominent? China, I suspect, right? Before 2014, these country codes were used for selectable flags. Nazi being the highest one. Marshall Islands, Northern Mariana Islands, Malawi, Gambia, Burkina Faso. All right, so we got anything or no? Y'all don't have anything else? So we don't know anything right now. The only thing we do know is that 4chan was hacked, and basically they limited, they leaked the info. They leaked the info of the admins. Yeah, no. This is government agents hanging out on the website that radicalizes kids to be Nazis, provokes them to acts of violence. Wow. 4chan founder Moot joins Google, but why? Crypto Cuttlefish stays winning, with analysts being all like, law, CIA hangs out on 4chan law. Reminder that Encyclopedia Dramatica was run by DOE counter-intel agents. Israel's been the most active yeah, this is not correct. Logging on and learning about another massive W for China. Important to remember, 4chan isn't only a grooming factory for Groypers, QAnon Nazis, but also organized early anonymous hacks where a ton of black hats and normies just participated for fun, got busted, it flipped in the feds. Suspected 4chan hack could expose longtime anonymous admins. Allegedly, the last post was Minecraft movie. That makes sense, though. Anyway, the mods' emails got leaked, as well as their IP. Their entire backend was leaked. The hackers also have info on the paying past users, but they're deliberately not leaking them. Behold the very last post on 4chan before getting hacked and shut down. Who the fuck pays for 4chan, dude? You gotta be the saddest person on the fucking planet. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Same people who pay for Twitter. Look, I don't pay for Twitter. Elon forced a fucking blue check mark on me, given how much of a, I mean, I guess that's sad in of itself, given how much of a fucking power user I am. But having said that, at least like all those accounts get to rise up in the algo, you know? On 4chan, paying for it gives you nothing, I don't think. That's basically it. 4chan was hacked. They leaked mod info. They leaked the site source code. Nothing that we already don't know about 4chan. There's speculation that because the site is so old, nobody actually runs the backend anymore, that it could stay down for such a long time. That's really funny. I feel like, oh, this was what I was looking for. The leaks from hacked private 4chan chat, originally posted on Soyjack. Grape Ape. Obviously, 4chan is, there has been a hack. The site itself has been halted until we can determine the damage. It's likely that email addresses have been leaked, perhaps IPs as well. You'll need to hold on to those email accounts in order for us to do a password reset once the site is back up, so don't delete them or anything. Hoping the damage isn't too bad. Shit is a little concerning. I used an active email when I applied because I was hammered. I think it's more important to worry about what your email address is connected to, e.g. if you use that email address for LinkedIn or Facebook or GitHub or whatever else. Stay safe out there. You can set it up, use the authentication app without needing to give your phone number. That's what I did. Go to manage Google account, go to security and set up a passkey. Okay. Bottom of baba. I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. If you're deleting or ban requesting threads, what is this just? Bonjour, have you met Claire Cash? Yes, you have. You took a pic with her at the Bernie AOC meeting. Remember that cute redhead with a Bernie shirt that makes you believe that a better future is possible? What the fuck is going on? Are you guys like, what is happening? Claire Cash raided you. Oh, thank you, Claire Cash, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Is this a meme? Like, why is everybody spamming this? Bonjour. Buongiorno. Lol, chatters are destroying their streamer. Oh my, yeah. What is this? Bonjour. Oh, this is Claire Cash. Haven't posted for months, but I'm coming back with this flex. Tom Piker, the ultimate babe of the Bernie Sanders at AOC rally. It was nice to meet you, Claire. Hey, I heard you made contact with the love of my life, Claire Cash. As much as I want to defend her honor, I can't. You two are perfect. Okay, guys, calm down, please. Okay. Warning, there's slurs on screen. Yeah, we're looking at 4chan. Of course, there's slurs on screen. All right. Not much on the 4chan story. I thought there was going to be more. I thought there was more leaks. I'm kind of sad. HasanAbi had gatekeeping the 0.5. Oh, I saw this.
With the Heliante, with the Helion, with the Heli Berry, with the Heli Burton, with the Heli Brian James, with the Heli.
Yeah, I reposted this. How the fuck did this get 48,000 likes? Jesus Christ. Wait, they did post it.
I waited all this time, now I guess it's time I cannot try. I'm moving things against it.
4chan being down means no conspiracies. Y'all are crazy if you think that there's no more conspiracies. 4chan already breached containment a long time ago. Look at Twitter, dude. Twitter basically is 4chan. Many parts of TikTok also have a lot of 4chan shit in it. That's me. Hell yeah. There is no 4chan is all around, okay? 4chan is now everywhere. The 4chanification of the internet is complete. This chatter one day will get me to look at the Google Maps El Salvador camp on the 20th of March. The renditioned are dead. Calm down, chatter. We don't know that, okay? Xi Jinping lays wreath at Ho Chi Minh's memorial in Hanoi. I wish it were me. What, like you want Xi Jinping to lay a wreath in your memorial? Or you want to lay a memorial at you want to lay a wreath at Ho Chi Minh's memorial? Update. Looks like the 4chan leaker was a non named Mexi Mutt. The leak dropped on a Sojak forum, just went through the thread. The apparent leaker somehow found the most flattering photo of Jim Watkins, owner of 8kun 8chan, and called him the bringer of light. I was here the day the storm truly began. Okay. That's still not that interesting. All right. Let's look at...
China has reportedly ordered its airlines to halt deliveries of Boeing jets amid an escalating trade war between the world's two largest economies. Bloomberg reports that Beijing has requested Chinese carriers also stop purchasing aircraft-related parts from U.S. companies. This move comes as China's President Xi Jinping visits Vietnam, Malaysia, and Cambodia this week. Beijing hopes to strengthen economic ties in Southeast Asia amid a 145% tariff on Chinese exports to the U.S. CBS News foreign correspondent Anna Corin is following these developments for us from Hong Kong and joins us now. Anna, great to see you. How important is this tour for the Chinese leader, considering the backdrop of the tariff conflict?
It's a critical trip. It's his first trip for the year, Errol. It was planned several weeks ago, but obviously of much greater importance since this trade war escalated. I mean, President Xi is there to, shore up trade partnerships and strengthen these alliances with countries in Southeast Asia. His first stop being Vietnam. That's where he met the Communist Party chief, To Lam. He also met with Vietnam's president and prime minister, and there they signed 45 cooperation agreements, one of those being a railway development. Now, today, President Xi, he said to Vietnamese officials, let me read it to you. He said China and Vietnam should strengthen strategic resolve, jointly oppose unilateralism and bullying practices, obviously making direct reference to the United States. As you mentioned, the US has hit China with 145% tariffs on all Chinese goods, with the exemption, obviously, of smartphones, I should say, and some electronic devices. Vietnam, meantime, has been hit with 45% tariffs, one of the highest range of tariffs, although has been given a 90-day reprieve. Now, when President Trump heard about Xi's trip to Southeast Asia, he said they are trying to screw the United States. From Vietnam, President Xi, he travels to Malaysia for a few days, and then his last stop will be...
How's Turkey's relationship with China? Unfortunately, not as good as I would like it to be. partially because the Turkish government, by way of NATO, is actively the Turkish government is everything. Okay, it's everything. Erdogan is, depending on the day of the week, a pan-Turanist who will restore the glory of the Golden Horde. On other days, he is a neo-Ottoman defender of the Caliphate. On some days, he is Israel's greatest ally. On others, he is Russia's greatest ally. Okay? Turkey is not just at the table, Turkey is the table. And for that reason, unfortunately, until recently, there wasn't a lot of motion with respect to dealing with China. Part of the problem there was, of course, Turkey's insistence of being NATO's strongest soldier and actively radicalizing and offering logistics to Uyghur Muslims that Turkey utilized in Syria alongside the other Salafist forces that it also actively radicalized and armed and offered training to. And that is, I think, a part of the long-standing American project of destabilizing China, albeit not one that they've offered too much money or attention to in recent years. This plays a role in the Turkish-Chinese allegiance in a negative way, of course, considering how much China has actively stamped out any sort of Uyghur separatism, considering Turkey to be a primary vector of radicalization for Uyghurs and the separatist movement. Having said that, however, there is a BYD factory that's opening up in Turkey, and that actually shows great promise. China is also interested in infrastructure projects that play a formative role in the One Belt, One Road initiative as well. One of the major hurdles there, of course, is Afghanistan still to this day, even though once Afghanistan was given back to the Taliban, China made great inroads to open up new pathways into Europe with a direct rail connection. Turkey would obviously play a role in that direct rail connection. I hope Turkey plays a role in that direct rail connection. That would open up new land pathways between China and the continent of Europe, of course. But like I said, Erdogan is the most loyal servant of American empire, and therefore, who knows where that will go. So we shall see. What else was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Showed CNN 10 to my students today. As far as CNN goes, they were glazing BYD. Chinese netizens making fun of your bestie. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt blames Made in China while wearing beautiful lace dress made in China. Blaming Made in China is her job. Enjoying Made in China is her life. That's funny. Besson is telling countries in negotiations to limit China trade and damage China's economy if they want to deal with the U.S. Yeah. What's China's deal against Muslims, or what's up with that, in your opinion? They enforced a incredibly aggressive surveillance regime upon the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang due to what they claim is radical separatist elements growing within Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang. And in an effort to stamp that out, they basically did re-education camps and a bunch of stuff that was horrifying and completely unacceptable. Having said that, of course, this is my personal assessment of the matter, which is very different than how Americans and Westerners, who are, of course, the most hypocritical deities on the entire planet, they consider it to be the highest stage of genocide that has ever been done. No one else has ever even come near that level of genocide. It's basically Adolf Hitler doing multiple Holocausts at the same time. Now, of course, in order for you to understand the severity, if you wanted to see like my metric, I have often said that if Israel treated the Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza in the same ways that in the same ways that China treated the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, the entire Western globe would be giving so many Nobel Peace Prizes to the state of Israel that there would never, ever be a peace prize given to a single other fucking force, a single other nation ever till the rest of time. They would literally be talking about how great Benjamin Netanyahu is, how beautiful, bold, brave, courageous, sexy, hot, lover of peace Benjamin Netanyahu is. And yeah, this demonstrates the obvious hypocrisy and the ways in which we treat our foreign adversaries as the greatest evil, as opposed to our foreign allies as the greatest force of good. I forget who it was that once said, no, the majority of the info about Xinjiang was not propagated by Adrian Zenz, even though he did play a big role in this propaganda. But let's be fucking real, okay? You don't have to defend the surveillance and re-education structure that the Chinese state created in Xinjiang. It was fucking ridiculous. And it would be ridiculous if America did it, except the reality is America does something so much worse, but that doesn't really matter because it's America doing it or America's allies doing it. It's the same principle that I maintain. It's like we look at Chinese conflict, right? The conflict that China engages in with a severe lens of criticism. Like we act as though boats, mega cringe, you're minimizing what's happening in China just because you simp for them for some reason. Holy shit. I think I am incredibly fair. If China did what Israel was doing in Xinjiang, we would have fucking nuked the Three Gorges Dam, okay? We would have killed 500 million Chinese people by now. If China was doing what Russia has done in Ukraine in Xinjiang, we would have nuked China by now. Do you understand what I'm saying? China plays patty cakes with Filipino Coast Guard boats as they spray them with water. And we fucking act like that is the most insane form of global conflict that has ever taken place. America nukes fucking boats, and we're like, yeah, that's fine. What do you mean? It's just like, yeah, it's America shit. What the fuck are you talking about? They do stick warfare with India on the border, and they fucking spray boats with the only country that, at the behest of U.S. empire, refused to engage in a mutually beneficial security cooperation agreement with China in the South China Sea, the Philippines. And the most impact that they have is basically military exercise, which America does everywhere around the planet, along with our allies, and also spraying Filipino boats with water. Yeah, China will bump a Filipino Coast Guard boat one time, and you will get 8 fucking Johnny Harris videos out of it. Israel will blow up an American naval vessel. No commentary. No commentary on that front, okay? Get the fuck out of here. My point is, make sure your criticism is even-handed. While China is more successful in the U.S. right now, I do think it's weird to act like they're some perfect place in comparison to the U.S. Obviously, they don't commit the same level of war crimes, but they're an empire responsible for lots of atrocities. Like, why can't we all agree China and U.S. both suck? Yeah, I think you're wrong. Like, unless you're talking about 5,000 years of Chinese history. Like, there's no, you can't make a comparison. It is like comparing America's success in maintaining a global empire to any kind of regional action that China has taken and placing them at the same level of severity is like, I don't know, comparing the Holocaust to one singular battle in World War I. You know what I mean? Were there atrocities? Certainly. One is far more over-encompassing and far more powerful than the other and had far more historic consequence and far more violence in literally 200 years. It's ridiculous. Anyway, kind of feels like whataboutism. Why would it feel like whataboutism if I'm offering criticism to both parties adjusted to the severity of the actions of both parties? Not even maintaining the metric that like America and its actions are the norm and therefore China is the most peaceful, most prosperous nation. Okay? Because if I were to use America and its actions as like what hegemonic superpowers do, okay, China would look like the most peaceful nation that has ever existed in the history of mankind in comparison to America, in comparison to what America does on a fucking random Sunday. Like, people talk about the Tiananmen Square massacre, right? Like, what the fuck was America doing at the time? We did the move bombing. Like, what do you mean? We basically nuked an entire city block in the middle of fucking Philadelphia near Drexel's campus. Okay? What are you talking about? And that's like one thing. It's fucking ridiculous, okay? Like, I think the funniest aspect of this, Bubblegum Bunny Girl, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Yeah. The inherent irony and why I'm so critical of the Xinjiang operations is quite literally because Xi Jinping personally said that they were doing their own version of internal security, war on terror.
It's the closest Xi has ever gotten to American-style cruelty, which is something that hurts my heart to admit and recognize. And of course, I will always be critical of such things. Not my Shayla, not my Xi, not my Xi Jinping. It was called the People's War on Terror and inspired directly by the U.S. anti-terrorism propaganda and exploiting minorities for labor. Like you said, it's not as simple as China good or China bad. History and politics is complex. Not my Shayla, not my Xi. Oh yeah, brother, you're never going to China. I think I'm very fair and balanced. Human rights for the U.S. are a battering ram, a moral justification for immoral actions. When Americans talk about it within their borders, prepare to lose rights. When Americans talk about it outside their borders, prepare for war. Oh, my favorite fake Chinese netizen is back. Top Xi, the Uyghur lesson. When the U.S. government chooses its target, their intelligence agencies rationalize it, their think tanks intellectualize it, their NGOs moralize it, and their media amplifies it. Manufacturing consent has been streamlined to perfection. I always knew Americans were ignorant of China, but now I realize they are ignorant even of themselves. We are not afraid of you. You are not who you think you are, and we are not who you think we are. Bro is simping so hard for China. It's a superpower. It took a lot of violence and exploitation to get here. Yeah, perhaps I understand politics is about who gets to do violence and how much violence they get to do, all in the effort of distributing resources and power, power being violence. So yes, there is not, point to me a singular example in history where power has conceded without violence. Go ahead. I'll wait. Like, what do you think is going on? What do you think borders are? Someone said FDR. Oh yeah, totally. It's not simping, but you're ignoring decent points. Like what? Please come up with a decent argument. Sort your arguments out. Yet we are here saying China is good. The AI shit undermines a good point. You can do much better on China. It's not simping, but you're ignoring decent points. What? Give me the decent points. George Washington. Oh, you mean the slaver George Washington and the Revolutionary War that was played over what? A game of checkers? That's how it worked? Anyway. Mention 4chan and you summon the Reddit demons? Yeah, I think so. People want me to talk about China while shoving in like every single historic wrong, including hypothetical wrongs that might happen in the future. Just like an unlimited number of negative criticisms anytime I talk about China. That's all it is. It's like if I were to talk about like, I don't know, American politics in any way, shape, or form, and have to constantly talk about how the founders were slavers and, you know, Kent State, move bombing, post 9/11 war on terror, colonial occupation of Hawaii. Like, it's just crazy. Yeah. Henry Kissinger, nukes, NSA, mass surveillance, Kent State, Church of Scientology, David Miscavige, Occupy Wall Street, May 4th, 1970 massacre, May 13th, 1985 move bombing, Red Summer, 1919, House Un-American Activities Committee, Trail of Tears. And then chat starts spamming that, and then the rest of the chat is like, Xinjiang, Uyghur, Tiananmen Square, overtaking Hong Kong. Like, yeah, it all comes back down to this. China hasn't dropped a bomb in 40 years. The U.S. have dropped a bomb on average every 40 minutes for the past 40 years. And you want to tell me that I'm supposed to hate these guys and that they're like just as violent as we are. If anything, they're not interventionist enough. But hey, guess what? I can't criticize them. I have no motion. There is no growing socialist movement in this country. So how the fuck can I sit there and be like, yeah, what you're doing, I would do better. That's it. That's it. That's all I can sit here and say. I think it's really funny when, like, even in places like India, when chatters are like criticizing India, and myself included, I criticize India too, but like there is a more robust and functioning socialist or communist movement in places like that than we do here. You know, we got nothing. Yeah, trying to criticize China for being a hegemon that commits violence to specific peoples is like trying to criticize Bernie for owning 3 houses. You can't criticize that from the perspective of someone who has done infinitely worse. Don't be aggro against their closest allies because their capital has told you so. A lot of these imperial core progressives become foreign war hawks when they just don't have to talk about free college. Yeah, no, that is true. I mean, Western chauvinism is incredibly strong, a motivator. I think it's also the fear of the unknown, but that attitude is changing. I mean, look at the younger generation that hasn't had enough time to develop like anti-China resentments and the social conditioning, and their primary social media is literally a Chinese one. So I think that there is going to be a generational change in terms of like how much anger and resentment and frustration they have to feel towards China, the fear of the other, you know? All of this is insecurities of a dying empire, okay?
This guy's terrible. Here, let's watch the new geo poll.
Europeans, Indians, Australians, South Americans, Arab. Europeans, Indians, Australians, South Americans, Arabs, Brits, Canadians, Africans say goodbye to America and say hello to China. That's right. 24 years ago, the map of global trade dominance looked like this. But guess what? Tariffs. With America pulling away from any foreign trade, for better or for worse, the rest of our countries are scrambling to get closer to planet Earth's new boss, China. So to introduce you to the world's new overlords and to signal.
My favorite things about libs is their reformist loving America view on progressivism in the colonizer slave country. Then they look to China and want you to condemn it like Nazi Germany. Yeah. No, it's great. Yeah. Adolf Hitler.
Signify this great shift in global dominance. I thought I'd compare the old goats to the new goats and give you guys a comprehensive answer to the question on everyone's minds right now: China or the USA? The first category shootout we got is population. Come on now, this one is a statistical landslide. America has 340.1 million people. China is
1.411 billion fucking people. Oh my god, fucking damn, Hernan!
4x, bro. 4x. And the craziest thing is that some Americans seem to be completely unaware of this. I mean, I know geography isn't these guys' educational strong point, but come on now, man. 4x is crazy. Category shootout number 2, trains. Now look, I know America was built off the railroad. These guys did pioneer the art of connecting a massive landmass using tracks. And
also, ironically, in large part built by the Chinese. At least some parts of the American connective tissue.
Rail cars. But my god, are those days gone? My god, are those days over? America has genuinely fallen behind every single country on earth in terms of rail systems. Bro, I'm pretty sure Sudan has a better train network than the USA. So I was joking, but turns out it actually does. Just have a look at these rail maps, man. This is what you guys could be. In China, everyone gets the train, and it's ridiculously fast to travel like astronomical distances by rail in this country. Because you know how fucking fast these goddamn trains go? Dude, we're talking 4.
I'm so mad. I just like, this shit makes me so upset. This makes me so goddamn upset. Fuck. This is also the other reason why I get so annoyed with people who are like anti-China hawks, where I'm like, I want America to be like China, dumbass, and not in like the bad ways. And it seems like the only direction that we are heading towards is not the cool shit, not like developing infrastructure, but instead more authoritarian measures, as though we are being dominated by a global superpower on a regular basis. When we're not, we are the global superpower.
430 miles per hour. Okay, here's 4 options. Guess what is the average speed for an Amtrak train in the USA? Wrong. You are wrong. Amtrak's long distance trains in the US average even lower than all these options at around 48 miles per hour. Bro, Loki, I reckon there are humans in China that can run that fast. I'm not even joking. You know what the funniest thing is? America actually tried copying China and invested shitloads of money into their very own high-speed bullet train. However, because the train tracks are so poorly maintained in this country, because oligarchs like Elon Musk lobby against public transport in favor of fucking Tesla tunnels and shit, America successfully built the slowest high-speed train in the world. Congratulations, guys. In general, it's known the USA focuses on its cars. This is because, unlike seeing the free travel and transport of its people as a human necessity that should be available to...
The irony, of course, is that, and I've said this a lot of times, I've said this time and time again, China is so American coded in many meaningful ways that they also lap us on cars too now. They have an infrastructure that has both public transit in the form of trains, but also cars too. They even got cars, man. They got everything. They got McDonald's, they got KFC, they got cars.
To all people, and is also just integral for developing a country's economy, quality of life, and equality. America commodified travel, a luxury item, something that exists only for profit. Okay, but bro, our road systems are just so high-tech and efficient and free. Firstly, they are not. Also, are you guys really choosing sitting in a shitty, bumpy, loud truck that you have to drive yourself through traffic, potholes, and endless, boring-ass scenery for like 12 fucking hours over kicking back in a perfectly smooth, clean, silent bullet train with a restaurant, a toilet, internet, everything you could ever want for a quarter of the time? Alright, bro, sure. China, 1 point up. Of course, 1 point up. Category number 3. Colonial.
I hate this. I hate this shit, bro. I hate it. Why can't we have this? We are the wealthiest nation on the planet. Wealthiest nation in the history of mankind. Why can't we have this? Fuck!
Now, both these guys have a pretty strong reputation of ethnic cleansing, stealing land, Uyghurs, Iraqis. It's pretty commonly known that if either the USA or China is your op, you're cooked. However, I will say, with its foreign policy, America tends to just obliterate anyone and anything to smithereens. They'll take every last drop of oil you've got to offer, then piss off, leaving you with maybe a highway and a petrol station. At best, a completely corrupt, mentally unstable leader. Whereas China, you know, their intentions might not be the best, but they will still build some cool ass shit for the people to use. Tehran's metro system, Uganda's bridges, Gabon's schools, Hungary's police stations. And look, if I was the recipient, I think a cool train station, even if it was built by some slightly dodgy contractors, would be preferable to me and my entire bloodline.
Wait. Disclaimer, this was recorded before the Serbia protest and I wasn't aware of the collapse of the protest. Okay, I'm not making a joke. That terrible event. It all just sounds coincidentally bad.
Was built by some slightly dodgy contractors would be preferable to me and my entire bloodline being wiped out just because there's some kind of useful resource under my soil. And our goddamn Chevys need Chevy juice. I need it. So for that reason, China, another point up. Jesus Christ, man. You Americans gotta really work on reining it back here. You guys need some points desperately. I need you bad.
Hey, man, big dog.
The only area where America has seemingly cleared China was in the cultural dominance of Hollywood, which, once again, due to endless thirst of profiteers, the parasitic nature of capital, even that part is actually getting eviscerated. No, not on treats. China's got fucking treats, dog. China's got all the treats. You can't say that. China's not the USSR, okay? They got hella treats. And not only do they have hella treats, they now also have fucking like they're making inroads in cultural dominance as well. Do you want the phone to order food? Here you go.
I need you, big dog, boy. Look here. Boy, I need you bad, man. Shit, I need about 50, man. Shit.
And that's where our next category comes in. Bucky's. Howdy. So the microphone didn't work, so I'm gonna have to do a voiceover instead. Hell yeah. Essentially what I was saying is, do you want to experience up to 75,593 square foot of beaver-themed gas pumps, brisket, root beer, beef jerky, banana pudding, diabetes, obesity, freedom, some more gas pumps, and also potential insurgent militant groups? Well, my friend, Bucky's is the place for you. This gem of absolute human innovation could be found in the deep, deep south. Our establishment is not fit for any of those stupid libs north of the Kentucky border. And absolutely, my pilgrimage destination, Bucky's, does not exist outside of the USA. It just ain't suitable for them damn Chinamen, them damn Oriental China women, them China peoples. Nah, nowhere near China. I ain't going nowhere near China. I mean, I think so. I actually never have looked at a single map that zooms out further than a party store in my local hometown of Gooberville, Arkansas. So, America 1, China 0. Food.
Bro, that's crazy. He literally had to slide in a metric of something that only exists in America to give a point to America. That's awesome.
Now this category shootout, it's not even a question I can ask and still be considered sane, okay? If you fucking Yanks think you can ever even graze China in the culinary game, you are dreaming. Look, I do have a bit of an admission to make, right? I may or may not have been in China. They might have inserted a CCP chip in my brain. I'll accept the allegations you want to throw at me, but I don't know, if that brain chip is what makes Chinese food taste so good to me, then Give me 2. Double my dose, bro. I want another injection of social credit into my brain right now. God made this food himself.
Like, it's crazy because American food is really good. Like, it's got everything. It's the world cuisine, right? It's true. It's true. It's undeniable. We have, due to the brain drain, due to, I guess, another aspect of colonial exploit, American food is everything, right? It's not just burger. Shut the fuck up. Let's be serious for a second. But the thing is, if we're talking about just straightforward cuisine, American cuisine versus Chinese cuisine clears. 5,000 years. Come on. You're out of your fucking mind. But if we're talking about just overall availability of every type of food, even then China is probably competitive, if not clearing America. I'm saying that, like, as far as even allowing the metric that America is supposed to clear the rest of the fucking planet on, which is every type of food that's readily available, the best version of every type of food that's readily available, even then I feel like China is still fairly close, if not beating out America.
Himself, I swear to God, yes, I may have endured a couple naked toilet sessions with my head in my hands due to the fucking spice level out here.
It's like this. If I have no meat, I'm alright. If I have no eggs, if I have no meat or vegetables or anything at all, I'm fine. Let me tell you.
Chinese food isn't that good, bro. What the fuck are you saying? Brother, oh my God. The only issue with Chinese food is its proximity to Latin America, okay? It is the one singular major fucking L. That's it. That's it. It's too far away. There's no Mexicans. The less Mexicans you have in your country, the more your cuisine and culture suffers. And when I say Mexicans, I mean the broad American definition of Mexicans, which is anything south of the Mason-Dixon line, okay? If you're south of the Mason-Dixon, you're Mexican, as you guys know. It's a huge, huge part of why I think the UK cuisine suffers, okay? When you go to London, you're like, where are the Mexicans? What the fuck is going on? Why are there no Mexicans? They think the Spanish people are the Mexicans of Europe. It's crazy. They're not. They're white. That's not, you're wrong. You're so wrong.
This is my God.
Oh God, I couldn't control myself, man. I get one minute droplet of numbing broth on a singular taste bud of my tongue. I'm finishing the fucking bowl. Then you add pork cutlet. Oh.
After a 10-hour flight from Turkey to Hong Kong, which felt like getting by Shaq, we were hungry. Turkish Airlines slop can only take you so far. So me and Leo decided to
personally love Turkish Airlines. Please, Erdogan, send me business class flights.
Go to a Chinese restaurant, and for our noodles, I chose mild spice. It was so good, man. It tasted so good. I was crying. Tears were rolling down my face, and my nose was stuffy from the spice. Mild spice, my ass, man. They put fucking diddy poop extract in this shit.
Sir, I don't want that much food, man. I'm serious, man. I don't know what the fuck is going on. There's too much fucking rain going on. Yeah, fuck.
It's so good though, man. Chinese food is amazing, and even though you choose mild spice, it will still kill you. You will enjoy the experience. Like a dominatrix that you are attracted to. You are in pain. She has you crying, but you will still come back the next day for another one.
I don't even care, man. I will eat the freakiest Chinese food that you Americans are too pussy to even look at. Chicken foot, give it to me. Ground baked entire camel, give it to me. Spit roasted alligator, give it the fuck to me. Speaking of alligator, this video sums up my entire thoughts regarding the USA versus China food debate. Fuck it, bro. I would have eaten that bat. I would have been patient zero. And I don't even gotta mention American food. I've talked about it a shitload on his channel. I got entire videos dedicated to Yanks being fat. Go watch them after. One more strong point to China here. If I'm selling the great nation of China to you, and if you're thinking of relocating to a luxury penthouse in Beijing or Shanghai or Chongqing, or alternatively you just want a really nice holiday, it would be extremely handy for you to know a bit of Mandarin, wouldn't it? 是的 I'll tell you one thing that I know for certain. The aunties in the Chinese diner are gonna treat you with a lot more respect if they're greeted with a ni hao as opposed to a hey, hello, hey. And that, my friend, is where italki comes in.
Execution date.
Using this online language learning platform, you can take personalized one-on-one lessons with native speaking teachers anytime, anywhere. Because it's just you and the teacher, you will really focus on your speaking and listening, you know, more conversational skills, which will increase your confidence through actual interactions.
You're saying
For me,
it's British, so opinion disregarded, but who better to know the fall of an empire that spanned across the globe than a British person? 13 colony lead, baby. They blew that shit. Think about that.
Yeah.
谢谢 is thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The J we pronounce T, so 再见.
If you want to find a mentor that's a good match for you, just like I did, italki makes it easy. There's over 30,000 teachers, and you can find the perfect one through filtering by lesson category or even where the teacher's from. And best of all, with italki, you can pay for each lesson individually. There's no subscriptions, and lessons are priced from only $5.
Yes.
You also get 3 trial lessons, which are refundable, so there's no financial risk involved.
Yes.
Start your language learning journey now with the link below in the description, and don't forget to use the promo code GEOPOLD2504, all caps. This gives the first 50 users an extra $5 when they make their first purchase of $10 or more.
Yes.
So be quick, sign up now. Anyway, our next category is flags. Now, both these countries low-key have S tier flags, I can't lie. In the great flag tier list video, me and my...
I like that every single China hater quieted down once the zoomer editing kicked in. That's all it took for you. This is like Bluey, okay? A lot of you are babies that needed a fucking pacifier. Everyone was like, Hasan, this is unjustifiable. Every state enforces violent actions. How dare you defend China? I believe in a stateless, classless, moneyless society that will magically exist out of nowhere, out of the blue, out of thin air. The contradictions are too glaringly obvious. You know what I mean? And now they're all like suckling on the pacifier.
My friend Wow Mao both rated these two in the highest tier possible.
Now Gucci, Louis, 3 buy logo, these niggas got them.
Yes! Yes! But the question is, which one is better? This is definitely gonna ruffle some feathers, especially in my social credit department, because America's gonna take the dub. I just think the Queen's tricolor, the stripes contrasted with the stars for each state.
This is so wrong. What the fuck do you know about, what is it, vexillology? Shit opinion, dude. Get out of here. Take.
Wow. And if China had more stars, something to represent each province maybe, it could have won this very close shootout. But unfortunately for you guys, it's another point up for America here. Finally, you Yanks are catching up and gaining on the PRC. Shootout number 7. Technology.
When me and Leo got into Macau with a ferry, I was wondering how to pay for the bus to get a ride to the center. Then, after approaching some locals, they told me, do you have WeChat Pay? And then I realized, oh no, we're cooked. And then we walked and walked and walked. We literally walked all of Macau from the ferry and back. Here is the fucking Apple Fitness screenshot. And then we couldn't even buy anything because going to a store in Macau and asking to pay with a Visa instead of Alipay or WeChat Pay is basically insulting. We found one random store that accepted Visa, and when we talked to the cashier, he said something to his coworker, which I can only assume was get a load of this cracker, and reached down to pull out some fucking old ass card reader which they hadn't used for probably 8 years.
Man, shut your bitch ass up. Get out of your bitch ass thing. Shut the fuck up or knock your fucking head off your shoulders, ugly ass bitch. Stupid ass bitch. Now keep your fucking heart off your chest, bitch. Better watch the fuck out. I'll be crying if I look like that too, bro. That's fucked up what they be doing to y'all. I ain't even gonna hold you, bro. I be saying that's fucked up like, bro.
Please, give me the bar. Please, my friend, give me the bar. Please. Please, master, give me the bar, please.
Hell no. I also wanted to find out if I could vape in a park, so my first idea was to go to a Chinese police officer and wave my vape around in front of him and ask if I can hit it. But I decided to Google it first. Fuck you mean I have an illegal substance on Chinese land? Get this thing away from me!
Now, as we all know, China is fucking Wakanda. Everything is modern and everything revolves around some kind of Chinese-made technological advancement. Wanna pay for your meal? Use Alipay with your Chinese phone, which is connected to your Chinese bank account, which is connected to all your information, your house, your job, your citizenship number, your credit score. God bless the CCP. Now, Americans love to denounce this system as communist oppression. Look, I agree. I think it is extremely crazy how they have smile checkpoints that know who you are from facial recognition and make sure you're sparkly white.
We literally also have that now as well. The only reason why they had it before us is because they're technologically more advanced.
are shining bright. But I got a question for you Americans, right? Do you not kind of have...
Yeah, we have that already just at airports, but it will roll out everywhere eventually.
The exact same thing? Yes or no? You guys literally have credit scores that determine whether you're allowed to rent a house or not, based on your history of spending money, plus completely unelected government officials, Elon Musk, have access to all your private information, where you live, your job, your credit score, and most importantly, your social security number.
What is this? Someone was saying, hold on. There's someone that was talking about like you have to scan your fingerprints or whatever when you go in to China. Yeah, I'm happy to do so.
But how is this any different to China? Also, bro, I guarantee if anyone in the world is spying on you, it's gonna be an American guy, not some Chinese dude. There's a reason all these military bases exist. There's a reason hundreds of suited up Americans can be found in the casinos of Alice Springs, Australia, okay? They're probably listening to us right now. Hello, Alan. So I'm thinking both China and the USA are like extremely dystopic. So they can draw. 1 point goes to all. Good job, guys. The next category is viruses. Look, I ain't gonna beat around the bush. We all remember what happened, man.
Just like it does not come from the influenza virus, you jackass. I don't know where it's coming from. It has to come from the same virus to be in the same family. Viruses come in families. Stop touching niggas with your hand.
And yes, as I said, I do not blame the guy who started it. Chinese food could probably convince me to do anything. If that bat was tasty enough, I would 100% have started a worldwide pandemic that led to hundreds of thousands of innocent casualties. Easy. 1 point to China because not only are they the goats of medical viruses, they're also the goats of computer viruses. Number 9. Economy. Look, all I'm saying yet, the current government of the USA are out here justifying the US going into a recession. All I'm saying, bro, maybe just look at this tweet and then maybe just look at this graph. And then maybe have a look at this graph. And now have a look at this kabak. Look at it. This is America's economy right now. It should be amazing. If you blur your eyes, it looks like a delicious meal. But check a bit closer. All that glitz and glamour, all that salad and bread and the appetizing takeaway box is a ploy. It's just corruption and poo. Realistically, I don't think you'd ever see my boy Big Ping referring to recession as a good thing.
Find that I
Big Ping
do better in bad markets. I buy things in bad markets. And you can't do that in a great economy. You can't buy it. Either you're going to buy it very expensively or not be able to buy it at all. So there's a lot of opportunity, I find, in the bad times.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made 900.
Bro, that shit was crazy. Like, just directly pointing at the big guys that made out like gangbusters, okay, as the stock market collapsed and then rebounded. It's fucking crazy. Just, what are you going to do about it? That's the attitude across the board.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
You know, there is a reason why China's
It's so funny to be like, step 5, oligarchy. Dog, we're there. Like, we've been there. What do you mean?
billionaires are so much less rich than America. Makes you think, man. 1 point up to China. Bro, my social credit score is going crazy right now. Our next battle is over the elderly. Now look, I'm not saying the American elderly are weak by any means, but I do think they get handed a really bad deck of cards. All those years of American food and pollution and prescription medication really starts getting to you at an old age. Meanwhile, healthcare is ridiculously expensive, and half the time is a flat out scam. You know, doctors coercing you into taking medicine you don't even need so they can profit off your dying ass. And when you've lived a long life of eating Arby's, drinking Rockstar, smoking Marlboro Reds, and popping Ritalin daily, your health is probably in the kind of situation where having some good, honest, free healthcare would probably come in extremely handy, you know? Plus, there's no public transport, so to get anywhere, even if you're fucking senile, now, the only option you have is the mighty car, which either leads to death or just being stuck in your house constantly. Or even worse, you're stuck in some Florida elderly care home where for the last time in your existence, another business rinses you for all you got. And I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of the same here in the UK. It fucking sucks being old here. I've seen what it's like. The difference is America pretends to care about its old people, its veterans, etc. All these people you're meant to respect so much are essentially put out on the street to die from indulging in the harder version of the drugs they're already prescribed by some dickhead doctor who is definitely not getting paid by commission. They just somehow were gifted a new Tesla this Christmas. My new Tesla that was gifted to me by a pharmaceutical company has absolutely no correlation to the record amount of I sold this year. But going back to the bad treatment of elderly people, I have seen kind of similar things in the UK, which might explain why I was so blown away by these Chinese old people. These guys have fucking superpowers, I swear to God. Because of the jet lag, right, one day I was up at the crack of dawn, walking around Hong Kong. Now, Chinese people will know what I'm talking about here. 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Bro, these parks are just ram-packed full of genuinely 80-plus-year-olds wearing gym gear, doing the most insane exercise you've ever seen. Shit, you wouldn't even see a young American doing. Trampolining, weightlifting, calisthenics, hula hooping, various athletics. On God, I saw pensioners doing backflips, front flips, cartwheels, handstands, you name it. It blew my mind.
What are they preparing for? Yeah, dude, we're so cooked. Oh my God. They're going to be like, yo, band for band, you send your fucking 75-year-old plus against our 75-year-old plus, and we just duke it out. Oh my God. They're going to do, oh my God. It's like with India, with the border war, where they fight with sticks and stones. They're going to tell America to do like a Indian border war style situation with the olds. We're cooked. We're cooked. That's what Grandpa's... Oh, my God. That's what Grandpa's training for, bro.
It blew my fucking mind. And the funniest thing is, if you get up as early as them, 6 a.m. let's say, and you go to the park, they just assume you're one of them. They're so happy to see young people up bright and early in the park. I had guys screaming good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Happy morning, sir. Hello. So yeah, extremely easy W for China here. Their old people are overpowered. Over fucking powered. And our last category shootout of them all is drip. Now, I know. America has great fashion. America has great clothing in general. But bro, I gotta tell you, right? Some of the shit I saw in China was on a different fucking level, bro. A different goddamn level.
Absolutely everyone dresses well or wears branded clothes. There were so many brand stores. It's probably the most I've ever seen in the world, honestly. Which is why I came back dripped out.
So honestly, one last final dub for China.
L-Take, wow, brand stores. Shut up, nerd.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Two valiant opponents. But overall, we have our victor, China. Who would have thought it? And yes, for all the Americans and EU heads in the comments, this is me coming out as a CCP agent. If no one noticed from the reverberating echo of my voice against the reflective, bright, white tiled upholstery of my new crib, I have recently relocated to a luxury penthouse in central Guangdong, Nang, Miao, and Dong Autonomous Prefecture. We really out here. Thank you to the big bro Xi for hooking me up. Ladies, let me know what it do out here. I got unlimited chungwas on deck. Please.
The YouTuber hyping up brand clothes, the fake facade of clothes doesn't save a person. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes. The clothes you wear do not define the man, okay? That's not what anybody's saying. God damn, let people enjoy fucking shit, okay? Calm down.
Please drop a comment. Congratulate me.
It's literally a joke anyway.
And also like this video because God knows I'm gonna need some motivation to make my next one, considering the amount of Tsingtaos, Chungwas and Mayong games there are to play out here. And my final words to you will be 再见. What? Who could possibly be knocking at my door at this hour? Who on earth could that be?
Leo, it's me, your old friend Eduardo. I have to be quick, amigo. I cannot disclose the secret operations I am executing here in rural China, but I have an important message for you, my friend. On my year-long journey west, one gloomy, lonely evening, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of some shining circular item glimmering in the sunset. To my shock, it was a CD. Even more shocking were the words scratched onto this mysterious CD. It read, "The song burned onto this plastic disc is destined to be featured as the outro music on Geopod's China video on Sunday the 13th, 2025. If the destiny is not fulfilled, well, there could be dire consequences." Also, this song is destined to be linked in the description of this video, right under the sponsor text.
So that anyone who appreciates the sound of its imminent divine power can save it and listen to it for their own on any streaming platform. And if not, they do not need to do anything with this information anyway.
It's about time I get back to business, amigo. Adios.
That was great. Link the channel. I want to check this guy out. It's Geopold. Sudan having a better rail system than the U.S. is wild, bruh. It's not. Anyway, yeah, Geopold, more like Sheopold. True. Yeah. Let's check in on America. What's America doing? Oh, that's right. MAGA is making a Tesla truck, a truck barrier in front of Tesla dealership defending Elon Musk's cars.
Good job, Rockland. Good job, Rockland.
I'm noticing a significant lack of Teslas on that pileup. We got our own Black Panthers, brother.
Hell yeah.
Amazing. Amazing. I'm in Idaho. There's people with guns guarding the Tesla dealership. I love that. Please leave the billionaire and his capital alone. Imagine telling MAGAs 4 years ago this would be what they do in 2025. Dude, imagine telling the conservative movement 20 years ago that like a decent number of them would be pro-Russia. Imagine telling imagine telling a conservative person that they would be pro-Russia in any global conflict where we are against Russia. Like the American government's position is that Russia is the foreign adversary and the Republicans are pro-Russia. Republicans are ostensibly anti-free trade and pro-Russia. What the fuck is going on? Imagine telling 2016 libs that the Dem candidate would be pro-border wall. That's also true. Not wrong. Although I could imagine that in 2016 because it was coming off the heels of Barack Obama, who's a deporter-in-chief anyway. So I was already incredibly critical of the Democratic Party's anti-immigrant agenda in general. So that's like not that surprising to me, I guess. Bro, if the CIA knew this would be the future before the USSR collapsed, they probably would have propped it up and made sure it never happened. Yeah. They're guarding the billionaire and his expensive vehicles and not the elderly or marginalized and not their rights. You see, you got fucking duped. Come back and there's still time. Oh, Van Hollen went on Chris Hayes, the most goated HasanAbi head.
Well, Chris, you laid out the stakes very clearly, both for the country in terms of the Trump attack on freedom and in the case of Kilmar, who is Exhibit A of a bully trying to start by picking on the most vulnerable. So I promised that his wife and his family that I would do everything I could 24/7 to try to bring him home. And that's why I am going to El Salvador. Two reasons. One is to try to talk to government officials about his release. This is a person who the Trump administration conceded had been erroneously abducted and sent to the prison in El Salvador, and to see about how he's doing, what his personal welfare is, if I will be allowed to see him. But my view is, Chris, that we need to keep a spotlight on this injustice for both for Kilmar and his family, but for all the other reasons you outlined in your opening statement.
I think it's great that he's doing this respect. China is touring Southeast Asia amid escalating trade war with the U.S. Chinese Xiao Baolong let those American peasants wail before the 5,000-year-old Chinese nation. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Okay, they shouldn't be this cocky. China has launched a new retaliation in the trade war. North Star Radio, Ethan Klein threatens to sue Noah Samson despite freedom of speech. Ethan Klein, a lawsuit-happy millionaire, has become the man he was, and he whiffed it.
All right, in 2017, Ethan and Neela Klein helped set a precedent for fair...
Skip? Damn, y'all don't even want to fucking hear anything about Ethan Klein. That's crazy. That's not that crazy. It's perfectly understandable. I was going to watch this. We can't afford groceries, yet billionaire wealth is exploding.
Welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion.
From Cold
Take
Fusion.
a look at this picture. It features prominent tech individuals like Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Google's CEO Sundar Pichai, and Tesla's Elon Musk. As of recording this video, the combined net worth of these 4 people is over $700 billion. In fact, Mark, Jeff, and Elon are centibillionaires. Of course, the recent stock market dip may have wiped off some of their wealth, but these billionaires can still sleep easy enough at night. People with dozen-digit fortunes didn't exist 8 years ago. But now, according to the Forbes 2025 billionaire list, a record 15 people are on that list. And that's up from...
Tell NSR you love him still. No, he's great. I just, I understand why no one wants to watch anything with Ethan Klein's face on it for any period of time.
In 2023. When Forbes first made this list in 1987, they had to scrape to find individuals worth more than 28 billion, adjusted for inflation. And all they could find were just 2 Japanese tycoons. And now today, that 28 billion amount isn't even enough to land you in the top 50 of that list. The trend is as clear as day. There's no stopping these billionaires. In 2024 alone, billionaire wealth surged by $2 trillion. That's at a rate 3 times faster than the entire global economy. And for the first time in history, the richest Americans now pay less tax than the working class. Something is clearly wrong. But what? It's not a question of why there's such inequality, but more a question of how this is all happening. Why are families struggling to buy cartons of eggs, while billionaires seem to keep adding to their wealth with absolute ease? What happens to the world economy if this trend keeps on going? Does the middle class cease to exist? And what can we do to fix all of this and not repeat the same mistakes? Let's take a look.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Clip channels, do not upload my reaction to this video. It just came out. I don't want to kick it in the algorithm. And I hope this channel, if you do upload my reaction, will take you down with a copyright strike.
The world's richest people are just getting richer, and even faster than expected. Oxfam's annual inequality report says 5 people are now on track to reach trillionaire status within the next decade. Elon Musk is first in line, followed by Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Oracle's Larry Ellison, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, and LVMH's Bernard Arnault.
Whenever numbers like millions, billions, and trillions are discussed, it's often difficult to put the vast difference between them into context. So let's start there. If you, yes you watching, made $1 every second, you'd be a millionaire in 12 days. That's under 2 weeks. But how long would it take to reach $1 billion? 6 months? A year? Well, at a rate of $1 per second, every day, non-stop, you'd need over 31 years. And that's just for 1 billion. As we know, the world's richest have not just 1 billion, but tens, even hundreds of billions. And their wealth just keeps growing. For example, in 2024, their combined wealth skyrocketed from 13 trillion to 15 trillion in just 12 months. And the richest 10 men saw their fortunes grow by an average of 100 million per day. That's more than what entire villages or towns in some parts of the world will earn in a lifetime, every single day. And these guys, the billionaires, have been absolute vacuum cleaners of wealth over the past few decades. The top 1%...
You see, they deserve it, okay? They're just smarter and harder. They're working smarter, they're working harder, and that's why they deserve it. There's nothing wrong here. There's nothing wrong with the way that the structure has been designed, okay? They are jobs creators. They are jobs providers, and they do it in a magnanimous fashion. That's why they do it.
Alone has captured 38% of all new wealth created since 1995. And this is at the same time where the poorest half of the world's population, which is around 3.8 billion people, owns just 2% of global wealth. Think about that for a second. No matter how you look at it, these stats are staggering. The ultra-rich are clearly pulling further ahead, while half the world is effectively locked out of wealth. And it goes further. It's not just numbers on paper. This kind of money can warp economies, influence politics, and shape the world in ways that we can barely comprehend.
You don't see it much on TV. You don't hear it talked about here at all. But the American people do not believe that it is appropriate that 3 people, 1, 2, 3, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg, 3 Americans own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million people.
And that's not a useless fact either. Massive wealth inequality usually comes before internal conflict. Or more accurately, it's a symptom of a deeper problem.
When the government has problems funding itself, when there are bad economic conditions, and living standards for most people are declining, and there are large wealth, values, and political gaps, internal conflict between the rich and the poor, as well as different ethnic, religious, and racial groups, greatly increases. This leads to political extremism that shows up as populism of the left or the right. Those of the left seek to redistribute the wealth, while those of the right seek to maintain the wealth.
Yeah, really fucking scary stuff that those on the extremist left are choosing to do. Yeah, that's Ray Dalio, a billionaire with a net worth of $14 billion. Of course, from where he's standing, that unironically is a scary proposition from the extremists on the left.
Wealth in the hands of the rich.
Ray Dalio, a billionaire investor and economic historian, puts it this way, quote, "I've studied the last 500 years of history and cycles, and these things repeat over and over again. Large wealth gaps with large value gaps at the same time, as there's a lot of debt and there's an economic downturn produces conflict and vulnerability. One of the biggest impacts the rising wealth gap has had is the shrinking middle class. The middle class is one of the hallmarks of a healthy economy, so when they shrink and start to falter, it's a symptom of a wider..."
Dude, there's nothing funnier than capitalists trying to mystify a basic class dynamic of what your relations are to the means of production, whether you are an owner or whether you're simply a wage laborer, by creating numerous other metrics, right? Middle class, upper middle class, the working poor, all this stuff, and then still failing by their own new design because it is an endless well of greed dominated by parasitic capital owners. So they just go, oh, well, we made up this new metric called the middle class, okay? And this is a really valuable metric. Oh, fuck, the middle class is gone. It perished. What do we do? It's like, bro, you made the system. You created this new dynamic, and now you're fucking it up even from the new metric that you yourself cultivated. Perhaps there's something fundamentally flawed with everything that's going on. I don't know.
Problem. It's been a slow process, but we all know deep down that something is going wrong. If you think back to the TV shows of the 80s and the 90s, it wasn't uncommon to find characters that lived comfortably on just a single wage. Life was portrayed as financially...
Dude, I saw a tweet about this the other day. It's like, cost of living was so good, people thought you were gay when you had roommates. Like, you had to keep telling people you're not gay. Like, nowadays, that's like something that Zoomers don't even understand, okay? Like, in the 80s and 90s, if you were a male, if you were an adult male and you had a roommate, people were like, oh, you're gay, and you're like secretly hiding it. You know what I mean? Now, it's not even a thing. Like, people look at you funny if you don't have fucking roommates.
Easy, and that's because relatively, it really was. But then things started to go wrong. When you really think about how the economy has been, since I left high school in the late 2000s, the middle class just couldn't catch a break. In 2008, there was the housing crisis, which turned into an international global financial crisis. Europe got a second wind of that disaster around 2011. In most of the Western world, the average Joe was hit by an economic bomb. Small businesses closed, jobs were lost, and households were struggling. Over the next decade, growth was permanently slower than before because the real economy had died, and I've covered that in detail in a previous video. But other than that, people...
Why? Why do you do this? She drank water instantly. As soon as she drinks water, she beelines it to me and then slobbers all over me. She's like, hello, Dad. Look at what I did. Do you like the painting that I drew with the slobber from my mouth? No, I did not like the painting. No. Oh my God. What's up? What's up? You want to get up here? Is it time again? It's time to run the show. It's streamer. Okay. Calm down. Christ. Oh. Okay. Here, you got it. You got. Oh, fuck. Oh, look at this. Look at this fucking situation. Look at this. God, she is so big. Oh God. Hello. Oh, is she still growing? I don't know. I hope not. It's official that. Oh yeah. Okay. Here. She does this thing where she starts licking the air when I rub her back. It's so funny. Like uncontrollably. Oh, I don't know why she does this. What you want? It's fine. I got you. You're not going to fall. She makes you look small. I am small in comparison to... chat, she is 110 plus pounds at this point.
People were still getting by, but then came COVID. The government response shuttered entire economies, leaving everyday people straining themselves just to get by. And there's a famous saying, question, what words do you never want to hear? Answer, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And this joke played out in real time when governments turned on the money printers to counteract their shutdown policies. They thought they were helping, but the result was yet another disaster. Now, today, we're left with rising inflation, stagnant wages, and soaring living costs. And the pressure is only getting worse. The middle 40% of the global population owns just 22% of global wealth. But at the top end of town, it's exactly the opposite. Making money seems easier than ever before. As it turns out, all that government printing helped the stock market, which helped the billionaires. But we'll get to that in a bit. As the saying goes, wealth begets more wealth. So this acceleration will continue. But before we get into the weeds, we need to back up a little bit. How are these guys getting so rich? How does one even become a billionaire?
Hi.
Is it ethical to be a billionaire? Well, that depends on your political leanings. But some individuals do indeed have a rag to riches story. But the pleasantries start and end there. A growing number of billionaires tend to come through one of three routes: monopolies, inheritance, and corruption. According to Forbes, the most common way to become a billionaire is through finance. In fact, nearly 1 in 6 billionaires, or just over 15%, made their money in finance and investments. The second most common way is technology at 12%, and the third, manufacturing, also at 12%. But it's not just by hard work and innovation. Billionaires don't play by the same rules as the rest of us. And in this section, we'll cover the 3 ways that this is the case. Number 1, inheritance. In 2023, more new billionaires inherited their wealth than built it. Every single billionaire under 30 was born rich. The problem is, in a lot of cases, depending on where you are, there's no tax on this kind of wealth transfer. While the average person works decades to build financial security, billionaire families pass down fortunes tax-free, and they keep their wealth locked up in an exclusive family club. Number 2, corruption and loopholes. Many argue that the financial system is designed to protect the wealthy. Just look at the 2008 financial crisis. Banks made reckless bets, crashed the economy, and then got bailed out with billions in taxpayer dollars. It's capitalized the profits and socialized the losses. Meanwhile, millions of people lost their homes, jobs, and savings. And it's not just banks. The very top percent of earners avoid taxes like a plague. They stash money in offshore accounts or borrow against their assets instead of selling them. And this means that they don't have taxable income. If I told you that in the US, for example, the richest 25 people in the country paid an effective tax rate of 3.4%, you'd cry foul. Why should the average person be taxed at 6 times more when they earn a tiny, infinitesimal fraction of what the billionaires earn? Well, although unfair, it's perfectly legal, and it's a bit of a rabbit hole. But hear me out. This is called the buy, borrow, die technique. Edward McCaffrey, the scholar who coined the term buy, borrow, die, says that this technique is being abused so much that it, quote, has basically killed the entire concept of an income tax for the wealthiest individuals, end quote. But he goes on to add that it's, quote, the most important tax avoidance strategy today, end quote. So here's how it goes. Instead of working a 9-to-5 wage and then getting taxed like a pleb, the best way to earn wealth is through accumulating appreciating paper assets like stocks. The wealth isn't taxed until these stocks are sold. Yes, a tariff surprise or another stock market shock may make the wealthy sweat a little bit, but overall, in the big picture, over the past few decades, you'd be doing well. And the next step, borrow.
No.
Since there are no taxes for loans, the genius part of this is that the wealthy simply just borrow against their existing assets to buy more things.
I swear to God, I have a cat, dude. I actually have a cat. What are you looking at? She'll come over and just like rub on my leg. The Herman Miller chair is a recommended limit of 300 pounds. Might want to be careful holding the dog on that chair. Not sure how much Kaya weighs. Oh yeah, no, we definitely go way over the fucking legal limit on this bad boy when Kaya's on top of me. Because I'm 230 pounds and she is 110. So I think, yes, we go way over it.
Take Larry Ellison of Oracle, for example. He built a $270 million yacht.
Oh, he deserves it. He needs it, dude. Dude, you guys don't understand. He fucking needs it. Also, jobs provider, thank you. There's a lot of people that work in the yachting sector.
$80 million mansion, and even bought an island worth $30 million, all from borrowing against $30 billion of Oracle stock as collateral. But I know what you're thinking. You can't just keep doing this. These loans have to be paid off at some time.
Yeah, you can, actually, as a matter of fact.
And when they do, these guys are going to have to sell their assets. Well, that's not exactly true. And this is the third part. Die. All these guys have to do is just pay off the interest on the loans until they die. If you're dead, you can't.
Which is kind of like a tax when you think about it, except you're just basically paying it back. It's much lower, and you're paying it back to the bank as opposed to the government.
Can't be taxed now, can you? Furthermore, when an individual dies, the value that their assets gained during their lifetime is exempt from tax. Their children can then use these gains to pay off the loans. Technically, there's supposed to be a tax on inheritance, but that's no issue for top tax agents. Trust accounts and other arrangements essentially eliminate any tax that has to be paid. This technique is cunning, smart, and hidden away from the average person. And number 3, monopoly power. Monopolies account for nearly 18% of billionaire wealth. When a single company dominates an industry, it crushes...
Don't the billionaires like loan money to the banks? No, every bank loves the fact that billionaires will put their assets as collateral. And because they have virtually unlimited assets, that no matter what happens, it's very, very difficult for a billionaire to lose significant parts of their wealth in the stock market, and therefore have a very hard time paying back that debt. So everybody knows that their money is good. Because in the case where like, let's say there was some sort of fear, right? Or they couldn't pay their debt back to the bank could just seize their assets. But that rarely ever happens.
Competition sets prices and dictates wages. Back in the original Gilded Age of the late 1800s, industrial giants controlled steel, oil, and banking. Today, tech giants control global commerce, information, and infrastructure. Amazon controls over 80% of online purchases in major European markets. Google owns 90% of the search engine market. Meta, formerly Facebook, owns 4 of the top 5 most used social media platforms. It's present in other industries too. In Nigeria, Aliko Dangote has a near monopoly on cement. This gives him massive economic and political power across Africa. Gautam Adani's conglomerate, the Adani Group, has faced accusations of crony capitalism and monopolistic behavior, particularly in sectors like ports and energy. But monopolies aren't just about wealth, they're about control. They can even influence government policies. Even though the United States has checks and balances in place to avoid these exact scenarios, it seems like the loopholes are just as accessible. With all of these factors combined, we're looking at billionaire wealth increasing at an unprecedented rate. It's actually not just increasing, it's accelerating. Last year, Oxfam predicted that we'd see the worst first trillionaire within a decade. Now we're on track to have that in 5 years or sooner. But some people, believe it or not, think that this is actually a good thing. They believe that if there's more billionaires, that means that economies are indeed doing well, and it means that there are opportunities to make massive money. And while it's true that wealthy economies tend to create super rich individuals,
we are a psychotic, suicidal system. And anyone that thinks this is good and not a dire situation is utterly delusional due to dogmatic thinking.
If you look at the GDP,
capitalist dogma is what I like to call peasant brain
per capita and compare it to the number of billionaires, there's no real correlation. For example, India, Mexico, and Brazil have far more billionaires than Sweden or Switzerland, despite the fact that these 2 European countries have a higher GDP per capita. So what does that mean? It means that in most countries, a handful of ultra-rich individuals control a massive share of the nation's wealth, while the majority of people struggle to get by. Now we have to talk about the financial situations that have allowed billionaires to grow so rapidly very recently. Pumping more money into an economy doesn't automatically create more wealth for the broader society. Leaving aside the inflation risk, there's something else at play.
It's so funny because we talk about oligarchs, people that take advantage of, we talk about like oligarchs in foreign nations, people who take advantage of like the corrupt political system in foreign nations. And yet our top billionaires, for the most part, are also doing the exact same shit through a system of subsidies, like the Walton family, which you see skyrocket into
more money,
skyrocket into wealth over here. Like, how the fuck do you think the Walton family has made their money, has generated their net worth? They rely on both subsidies on the front end for Walmart, and then also a secondary set of subsidies in the form of SNAP benefits without ever having to pay their workers an honest wage. And then those SNAP benefits get used by their own workers inside of Walmart.
Into an economy doesn't automatically create more wealth for the broader society.
Same with Elon Musk.
Aside the inflation risk, there's something else at play, the Cantillon effect. The term comes from Richard Cantillon, an 18th century economist. He noticed that when new money enters an economy, it doesn't spread out evenly through society.
So we should cut all subsidies? No, I don't have an issue with subsidies. We should just make it a command economy. Instead of cutting subsidies, you say, hey, all of your billions, they mean nothing. We are the state. We made you generate those billions. And when push comes to shove, when it's time to demand more money for American prosperity, okay, you will give back.
Instead, it benefits those who get access to the money first. The wealthy and big corporations have first access to new money. They get it through government contracts, central bank policies, and financial institutions. They then use it to buy stocks, real estate, and businesses before inflation kicks in. But for regular people who get their money later, they see higher prices before their wages or savings have a chance to catch up. Think of it like pouring water from a glass onto the top of a very large sponge. The water soaks the top first, but by the time it reaches the bottom, it's soaked through and there's only just a few drops left. And of course, this leads us back to what we talked about earlier. When governments pumped millions upon millions of dollars through the economy through the mechanism of stimulus checks, unemployment benefits, and business relief programs, it put cash into people's pockets, which at first seemed great. But then what happened next? Prices skyrocketed, especially, once again, the prices of assets. Housing and stocks went on an absolute tear, and guess who's most likely to own these assets? The wealthy. They already had their real estate and their stocks, so they were happy to see the values soar. Meanwhile, everyday people saw their buying power shrink due to inflation. Once the stimulus money ran out, people were back to where they started, except now, everything was more expensive. And this is why the rich get richer during times of economic expansion. And it's the same reason why the working class struggles to keep up with rising costs. So it really is more money, more problems. And there's some other side effects when new money enters into an economy. Whenever a country's government pumps in more money, it supercharges the stock market. Well, this is not universal, but it's mostly true in the context of modern capitalist economies. And the claim is backed up by this chart, which is adapted from the financial analyst Lynn Alden's research in her book, Broken Money. It shows the super tight correlation between the S&P 500 and government liquidity injections. In simple words, this chart demonstrates that the more money that the Fed and the US Treasury pump into an economy, the higher the stock prices soar. These are all publicly traded stocks, so it must be good for all investors at least. But the problem lies elsewhere. In 2022, the wealthiest 10% possessed, get this, 93% of all stock market equity. That means that when the government floods the economy with money, it primarily benefits those who already have their wealth invested in assets like stocks. For the ultra-rich, it's all their Christmases at once. Meanwhile, for everyone else, enjoy higher rent and struggling to buy eggs. If you think that sounds unfair, you're not alone. Gary Stevenson, a former financial trader, economist, and YouTuber who graduated from the London School of Economics, explains perfectly.
Money is not food. Money is not energy. Money is not housing. Money is not healthcare, okay? If we give everybody money, we have not increased the amount of actual resources and assets we have in our society, okay? So you don't make society richer by giving people money. You make society richer by creating and having more resources and assets. So if I give everybody more money, all that happens is the prices go up. But if I give you a bit of money and him a lot of money, then he gets richer and you get poorer because you have a bit more money, but the prices have gone up relative to both of your increases in money. So I think this is the thing I want to, and the reason I'm hammering this down is because they did that in COVID and they got away with it. And to be honest, the Conservative government lucked out with the Ukraine war because that took the entire blame for the inflation, which in my opinion was caused by their massive increase in inequality.
I mean, what can be done? Well, what the fuck? Yeah, the way to do it is by taking money out of the top, which you do through taxes, progressive taxation.
Stevenson's words drive home a truth. Simply handing out money isn't going to bridge the wealth gap. It's a much deeper structural problem. And as time progresses, people are becoming more and more frustrated about it. People are pushing back. Their bitterness is spilling over online and in the streets. All of this isn't just noise. People are actually demanding real change.
My husband's making the most money he's ever made, And this is the brokest we've ever been. Make it make sense. We try to live within our means. We truly do. It's like no matter how much you don't go out to eat, no matter how much you don't spend money, you're still gonna be broke. Why? Because that is the world that we live in.
That, you know, she is now working 3 jobs just to survive. I had another gentleman who had mentioned that he's now living paycheck to paycheck at a job that he's been at for 30 years, and he's a single father.
Most of the stimulus went to the rich, so this framing is kind of misleading. No, I don't think it's that misleading, especially because he also paired that up with what Gary's Economics was saying, which is that you get $1, but the rich in the process get $10. Everything's like the price increases eat away at your purchasing power, and that's not even a dent for the wealthy, whereas it ruins your finances. In the era of corporate consolidation, of course, it also makes it much easier to engage in price leadership, not price fixing, that's illegal, but price leadership, very legal and very cool. Corporate consolidation makes it so easy to engage in price leadership as opposed to price fixing, which would be an oligopoly or a monopoly, and we would never allow that to happen. Price leadership, on the other hand, very cool, and it's just normal market forces. You know, you're just following another company that has decided to engage in some kind of spending cuts or reduce the supply as without letting you figure it out. Maybe a couple less chips in the bag.
And he's never felt the pinch like he's doing now. They are now using their credit cards just to pay some of their bills to survive.
So what can be done? Now, in theory, a wealthier society should mean better lives for everyone, better schools, better healthcare, and better infrastructure. But if we do compare today to any time in history up until parts of the 20th century, life is indeed still better. Children don't die of curable illnesses. Most of us have a smartphone, electricity, and clean water. But the time we're in now feels especially painful because living standards are moving backwards, and now it's at an accelerated rate. Governments can start with progressively taxing the ultra-rich. The idea is that a chunk of their income can go into funding things like schools and healthcare. A problem with taxing the rich, though, is that they could just leave the country if the laws become too strict, so it is still a balance. Speaking of having a balance, here's Milton Friedman on why 100% inheritance tax is a bad idea, for example.
And given that the kind of people who become successful capitalists do not become that way by giving away their wealth voluntarily, isn't it necessary to forcibly redistribute wealth before you can begin to operate under a capitalist system?
No, it is not. What is the effect of 100% inheritance tax? The percent of an 100% inheritance tax is to encourage people to dissipate their wealth in high living.
What's the harm in that?
The harm in that is that where do you get the factories? Where do you get the machines? Where do you get the capital investment? Where do you get the incentive to improve technology?
We do forget that the rich, definitely not all of them, but at least some of them invest in companies, and this does help the economy. I guess the difference between now and when this was filmed is that companies today tend to be focused more on extracting money at all costs.
No, that's not a difference. That was the dream that he envisioned, and we're living in it. All of this is a normal byproduct of capitalism. It's just working as intended. It's not capitalism that is, this isn't necessarily a failure of capitalism. It's just the intention of capitalism. It's not a bug, it's the future, exactly.
More often than not, rather than creating better products for the consumers. But that's a story for another day. And then there's the financial sector, which is where I think most of the work can be done. Authorities should look at tightening loopholes. Allowing companies to buy back their own stock was an absolute disaster, both for the quality of our companies and for wealth inequality. Companies being able to buy their own stock and push up the price sounds like fraud, but it's legal. Economist Lenore Palladino puts it this way.
It used to be illegal.
Buyback programs are, quote, one of the drivers of our imbalanced economy, in which corporate profits and shareholder payments continue to grow, while wages...
It used to literally be illegal. It was considered to be fraud, for understandable reasons. Ronald Reagan put a stop to that, of course, thank God. The endless bounty of Reagan.
For typical workers stay flat. And then, of course, we have offshore tax havens, creative accounting practices, or questionable capital gains exemptions. Closing these loopholes could help the wealthiest contribute their fair share, at least more than 3.4% in tax. Of course, there's the argument that it's their hard-earned money. Why should they give it back? But this isn't about punishing success. It's about making sure the system doesn't keep reinforcing advantages for those already at the top. Closing tax loopholes shouldn't be that controversial. And yes, governments do squander tax revenues like a fat kid in a candy store, but at least there's a potential for a fairer tax system to help those who need it most without inflation. These solutions would be about building a society where success doesn't come at the expense of everyone else. It's about creating opportunities for everyone, not just protecting the privileges of a few. There's also proposals of raising the minimum wage. If multiple countries in the West do have a working poor class, that is, they have full-time jobs but still live in their cars, something is clearly wrong. But then again, on the flip side, many argue that raising the minimum wage could lead to job losses or increased costs for small businesses, and ultimately even end up being inflationary. These solutions are hard, they're nuanced, and they'll take time, competent leadership, and a lot of thought to get right. But there's no getting around it. If we want to avoid mass riots and social disruption in 10 years, ultimately, something has to be done if we're to lessen the gap. Here's Gary again.
Chancellor now, there'd be very, very little I could do. Honestly, because if I come out and try and tax the richest, I will get attacked by all of the richest and most powerful people in this country, in the world, would attack me. Then the newspapers would attack me, everyone would attack me, and it will become extremely difficult. And unless the general public, your average British man or woman on the street, understands we need to deal with...
Thank God I live in Australia. Y'all are plebs in America. Australia is literally following the same exact fucking steps of America in terms of neoliberal capitalism. Australia also is doubly cooked by, one, being a colonial vestige still under the firm control of the Commonwealth, and also simultaneously it is basically a launching pad for American empire in the region. So the idea that like Australia is doing all right is the funniest cope of all time. It's not. I wish it was. I love Australia. Obviously, as you guys know, it has produced some of the funniest Maoists. Some of the funniest third worldists have come out of Australia. I don't know why, as we were talking about before. But while we aren't under the firm control of the Commonwealth, that's what you think, dude. Wait till you piss off the king. The grip of the Commonwealth is still very much alive in Australia. Just you wait. Almost been a year since Aussie land. I know, I miss it. But it's way past the point now where the Aussies are going to come to me instead.
With inequality, to protect our living standards, to protect our homes, to protect our children, it will be impossible.
So the demand needs to be bottom up.
Listen, this is not achievable without the support of the public. This is not achievable without the support of the public, without the broad support of the public.
These are not one-size-fits-all solutions. The economic situation and overall state of your country can be extremely different depending on where you are. Not every place has the same problem. What works in the US might flop in India or vice versa. The fact of the matter is, billionaire wealth buys political influences to tip the scales in their favor, and it's an uphill battle, but we have to start somewhere. And even if we are just discussing solutions in broader strokes, it's a start. So what do you guys think about all of this? It is a strange time to live in, but I'd like to hear what some of your solutions could be. Maybe we can get a conversation going in the comment section below. To kick off the discussion, over on the Cold Fusion Instagram, there was a post in reference to this video. Under it, there were some interesting comments in response. One user expresses a common viewpoint. If a billionaire creates jobs for countless people, then what's wrong with that? The main problem is hoarding wealth and not really contributing to society. I guess that ties into what we've learned from this episode. A lot of the ultra wealthy don't make most of their money from industry, but investments, especially the stock market, and taking...
What compels someone to still maintain their belief in this process? I don't know. I genuinely don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. A billionaire without workers is nothing. There's no wealth generation. There's no value generation at all. By her logic, wait, Tim Pool met with Netanyahu, holy shit. What a get for Israel. Great to use that Israeli haters take foreign funding line. How did he think this would look? I guess I kind of believe him about the Russia stuff now. He could have been too fucking stupid to know. Felix is, lately he's just been so late to the game. I don't know why. He's just like finding out about things a couple days after they pop off. I think he's too busy playing Cyberpunk maybe. Oops, wrong video.
Taking out loans against those investments as collateral. But do you agree with that? Billionaires are fine as long as they create jobs and contribute to society. Feel free to discuss. The Trump tariffs gave the world whiplash. Stock markets plunged, vaulted higher, and then plunged again. But in the chaos, some people made money.
It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And
He made so much money.
He made 900 million. That's not bad.
And this has caused accusations of insider trading. But if you wanted to know more about this news story, it's such a politically charged topic that it makes things hard. How would you get the viewpoints of both sides? Well, today's sponsor, Ground News, is doing just that.
Okay, another Ground News ad. All right, well, that was good. That was cool. Good video. People want to cling to selfish notions about a libertarian notion that they could be moral, a wealthy person who can enjoy the wealth and not work. White people in America refuse to let this idea go and feel enlightened to it. That's all I got for today. I'm tired. But, someone woke up. What are you looking at? Huh? What are you looking at? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hello. 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 Anyway, love you guys. I'm gonna go hang out with my family, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. New iDubbbz Content Cop coming out tomorrow. We'll be watching that. Anyway, peace, everybody.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son